Chapter 2200. Luo Ningtian's sword danced like a phoenix, breaking through the heavens and earth. Every sword seemed to contain the power of the heavens and earth, completely different from a void god's attack. Jiang Chen's expression became incomparably solemn, not daring to be careless. The two of them did not have the capability to fight against Luo Ningtian. "You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Do you really think that you can cover the sky with one hand? No matter how powerful you are in the void god realm, it's still difficult to defeat a true expert. Now you should know that the gap between us is not just a little bit, right? Ha ha ha." Luo Ningtian once again waved his azure peak sword, unstoppable. Sword traversing the heavens and earth. Luo Ningtian's sword struck towards the west. Jiang Chen and Tyrant were both pushed back by this sword. Tyrant's expression changed. He never knew how terrifying a true god realm expert was. All the rainbow bridges vanished at this moment. Countless ninth-grade immortal sovereigns that had yet to leave the Yuhua boundary gasped, staring at this scene with their mouths agape. Because the next sword strike was too terrifying. It was as if it was cutting down the mortal world, ignoring the heavens and earth, annihilating all living beings and sweeping across all directions. Jiang Chen's sword slashed down, but he was still not Luo Ningtian's match. He kept on retreating with an ugly expression. The blood in his body was boiling. "Such a domineering sword chi," Jiang Chen said in a dignified manner. On the other side, Tyrant wasn't any better. He was pushed back 100 miles. Luo Ningtian's technique was truly ferocious. The difference between Luo Ningtian, a divine transformation realm expert, and Jiang Chen and the others was like heaven and earth. "Now if you obediently do as I say, maybe I can let you live. Against me, no, 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 against the Luo family, you won't have an easy time. Do you really think you can escape from the palms of us brothers? Don't dream, fool. Being able to wreak havoc in the void god realm doesn't mean that you can do the same in the true god realm. In my eyes, you are undoubtedly an ant." Luo Ningtian was quite domineering. Moreover, he did not even spare a glance at Jiang Chen. He was very confident and did not put anyone in his eyes. The true god realm was the true divine transformation. The void god realm was just the process of turning a mortal into an immortal. The true transformation was still the true god realm. Jiang Chen said calmly, "There's only one way to obtain the craftsman god's inheritance." "What is it?" "Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, and I'll consider it." Jiang Chen laughed, making Luo Ningtian so angry that his face turned ferocious and his killing intent surged. "You really don't know the immensity of the heavens and the earth. Once I kill you, everything will be over. You really disappoint me." Luo Ningtian was obviously enraged by Jiang Chen. A true god realm expert was so terrifying. How could Jiang Chen not be careful? However, if those two fellows were to attack together, perhaps his chances of survival would be extremely slim. "Take another move from me, slaying ghost weep." Luo Ningtian's attack was as fast as lightning, sweeping across the sky like a ferocious tiger. Jiang Chen faced it head-on. He was not the kind of person who was willing to admit defeat. He would rather fight till the end than to have any regrets. "Slaughter dragon seal." Jiang Chen flipped his palm and formed a seal. As soon as the seal was unleashed, the heavens and earth shattered. However, it still didn't have any advantage against Luo Ningtian's terrifying sword aura. The sword's wind whistled through the 9 heavens, looking unparalleled. 5 elements combat dragon seal. Jiang Chen used all his skills and struck out seals continuously. However, Luo Ningtian was still walking leisurely. For the sake of obtaining the inheritance of the craftsman god, he would not frown even if the Emperor of Heaven was standing in front of him. 10,000 swords shot out simultaneously towards Jiang Chen and Tyrant. Jiang Chen was unmoved. He roared furiously, and the fusion of dragon and sword turned into a ray of light, breaking through the formation of 10,000 swords. However, Tyrant was not so lucky. He was slashed 13 times in a row. His injuries were extremely serious. Blood was dripping from his wounds. There was not a single part of his body that was left unscathed. Jiang Qin was enraged. This fella is too much. Does he really think that I'm afraid of him? Tyrant. Chapter 2201. Little Chinzi, I'm useless. Hee hee. Tyrant said with a chuckle. Leave the rest to me. Monk, you enter the divine world first, I'll be right behind you. Jiang Qin said faintly, but his eyes had already turned bloodless. No, if I leave, what about you? We're brothers, there's no distinction between us. Tyrant shook his head, determined not to leave. You'll only cause trouble for me if you stay here. Don't worry, I said I have a way, so I definitely have a way. When have I ever lied to you guys? I'll definitely go to the divine world, but now that you're here, I'm afraid and can't fight with my full strength. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. Really? Tyrant was a little doubtful, but Jiang Qin had never lied to him before. If he said he had a way, then he definitely had a way. He would never lie to him. Alright, divine world, I'll wait for you. If you don't come, I, Tyrant, will definitely turn the entire divine world upside down. Tyrant stared at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin smiled faintly and nodded his head. Let's meet in the divine world. After saying that, Tyrant turned around and entered the divine world. Luo Ningtian wanted to stop him, but he was stopped by Jiang Qin. Your opponent is me. The inheritance of the craftsman god is in my hands. Jiang Qin looked at Luo Ningtian indifferently. Tyrant's injuries were on the verge of exhaustion. He could not bear to see Tyrant suffer another heavy injury because of him. Entering the divine world was his only chance, and Jiang Qin could not let Tyrant be in danger again. You're quite responsible, but even so, you still have to die. How many more attacks can you block from me? Hee hee, if it wasn't for this kid's Buddha radiance, I would have killed you already. Luo Ningtian snorted and said disdainfully. At this moment, even the 9 Heavens deity king wouldn't be able to save him. Is that so? Then I'd like to see who will be the one laughing in the end. The corner of Jiang Qin's mouth revealed a faint smile, which made Luo Ningtian feel weird. The tyrant monk looked back at the void. He didn't know what other tricks Jiang Qin had up his sleeves. If he said he could do it, then he definitely could. God world, I'll see you there. Tyrant resolutely turned around and stepped into the divine world. Many people had an indifferent attitude as they quickly entered the divine world. Because the emergence boundary would close soon, they had no choice but to enter the divine world as soon as possible. Although there were some people that Jiang Qin had saved before, at this time, no one could save them. Jiang Qin could only face it alone. He didn't lament about the fickleness of the world, because there were some things that one couldn't be too attached to. If that was the case, living would be even more tiring. It was hard work without asking for anything in return. If he had asked for anything in return, Jiang Qin wouldn't have saved them in the first place. You're still so stubborn even now. How pitiful. Hand over the inheritance of the craftsman god and I might have left your corpse intact. But it seems like you don't need it anymore. You're a bastard that cries for your parents. You've really impressed me. Luo Ningtian said coldly. You're the one who forced me to do this. You're the first one who dared to insult my parents. Jiang Qin's expression became gloomy. His body trembled as he completed the dragon transformation. At this moment, Jiang Qin's strength suddenly rose, reaching the peak middle void god realm. The might of his dragon transformation would certainly be more ferocious. Tenfold of his combat strength brought about a terrifying strength. This time, Jiang Qin used his full strength. An ant will always be an ant. Forcefully increasing your strength. Hee hee. You're still a void god trash. Luo Ningtian said in disdain. However, when Jiang Qin charged towards him, he realized that Jiang Qin was carrying a domineering aura. Even he was stunned. How could a void god have such an aura? While Luo Ningtian was still in a daze, Jiang Qin had already arrived with his sword. With the heavenly dragon sword and tenfold of his combat strength, Jiang Qin's strength could completely suppress any peak void god under the dragon transformation. However, he dared not underestimate Luo Ningtian. After all, Luo Ningtian was a true god. Those below the spirit-severing realm would not dare to go against him. Good lad. To think that you have such abilities. If I don't kill you, you'll be a disaster in the divine world in the future. An early void god is able to defeat everyone under the true god realm. Such combat strength is truly heaven-defying. Jiang Qin said. Luo Ningtian murmured. Don't waste any more time. We still need to report back. Luo Qintian said coldly. All right. This sentence was not said by Luo Ningtian but by Jiang Qin. Similarly, he did not have much time to waste as the Yuhua boundary was going to close soon. If that happened, he might be trapped in the divine tomb for 1,000 years. So, he must fight with all his might. Whoever survived would be able to leave the Yuhua boundary. Jiang Qin didn't have any confidence in himself, because once he failed, Tyrant would die here as well. That's why he chased Tyrant out. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about anything, and he would be able to focus on the battle wholeheartedly. 12 Fire God Guards. Appear. Jiang Qin shouted furiously. At this moment, even Luo Ningtian was slightly startled. 12 peak void god fire god guards appeared in front of him, completely surrounding him. Moreover, each of the fire god guards was quite terrifying. Because of the flames on their bodies, even Luo Ningtian felt a little fearful. Such terrifying flame puppets. Luo Ningtian could not help but think. But before he could regain his senses, the 12 fire god guards had already arrived and surrounded him. Jiang Qin did not show any mercy. As the backbone of the 12 fire god guards, he controlled the 12 fire god guards. How terrifying was that? The 12 fire god guards attacked in an instant. The fierceness of the flames caught Luo Ningtian off guard. He knew that he must not touch the flames. Otherwise, his body would be burnt to ashes. This book is a very magical flame. Luo Qintian was shocked. He had to pay attention to the strength of the 12 fire god guards. These guys were not something that Luo Ningtian could deal with alone. Be careful. Second brother. Luo Ningtian shouted. However, it was already too late. The 12 fire god guards had forced Luo Ningtian to retreat. Not even Luo Ningtian could fight back against the 12 peak void god fire god guards. In addition to Jiang Qin's unpredictable movements, Luo Ningtian was almost defeated in an instant. 6 fire god guards were enough to crush Luo Ningtian. 12 fire god guards might not be in a disadvantageous position even if they were to face Luo Qintian. Chapter 2202. If it was an ordinary true god, 3 or 4 of them would be enough to deal with the fire god guards. Moreover, they were indestructible under the divine king realm. They could be defeated, but they could not be killed. Moreover, the flame of the fire god guards was the origin fire of Red Lotus. Ordinary people would want to avoid this kind of flame. Jiang Qin finally understood how terrifying the fire god guards were. Such a terrifying flaming puppet. Luo Ningtian was extremely shocked. Especially when he was fighting with the fire god guards, he was completely in a passive position. He even had to be extremely careful to avoid being burned by the flame. Luo Ningtian could only defend passively. Moreover, he had been hit by the fire god guards 3 times in a row. If he did not defend with all his strength, he would have been seriously injured just now. Even so, he was in an extremely embarrassing situation. He did not have the feeling of being superior just now. After all, the 12 fire god guards had threatened his life and he should not be underestimated. Luo Ningtian was extremely depressed. These 12 fire god guards should be a part of the craftsman god's inheritance. Otherwise, how could this brat have these 12 flaming puppets? Even one puppet would be hard to find in the heavens and earth. Its value was immeasurable. However, this brat actually had 12 of them. Even Luo Ningtian was a little envious. This day next year will be your death anniversary. Jiang Qin did not hold back. He joined hands with the 12 fire god guards and forced Luo Ningtian into a dead end. This time, Jiang Chen's unification of dragon and sword was completely different from before. The terrifying heavenly dragon sword slashed through the void and Luo Ningtian had nowhere to hide. The 12 fire god guards made him move cautiously. However, it was still difficult for him to fight back. The heavenly dragon sword slashed through the void. The 9 heavens' divine power was unparalleled. The entire Yuhua boundary seemed to have become dim. The radiance of the sword lit up the void. Luo Ningtian could only retreat quickly and stagger to escape. Bang! The heavenly dragon sword directly fell on Luo Ningtian's green peak sword. Behind Luo Ningtian, Luo Qintian accumulated strength in his palm and struck out with the help of Luo Ningtian's body. An earth-shattering roar pierced through the sky. The heavenly dragon sword stood proudly with its sharpness as before. As for Luo Ningtian's green peak sword, it had already cracked inch by inch and became a broken sword. My divine weapon, Luo Ningtian said with great heartache. This was a divine artifact that had accompanied him for more than 800 years. It was given to him by his father before he died. It was the only treasure that Luo Ningtian had. Ordinary deities might not even be able to obtain a divine artifact. Because of this divine artifact, countless people in his clan envied him. However, at this moment, it was destroyed so easily by Jiang Qin. It's just trash. It's time for us to settle this debt. I've said it before, the one who laughs last is the one who laughs best. Jiang Qin said proudly. Don't think that you can escape from us with just a few puppets. Killing you is as easy as pie. Luo Qintian said coldly. Then let's see if you can kill me and obtain the inheritance, or if I can kill you despicable people to prove my great Tao. Those flaming puppets are too strong. Let's attack together. Luo Qintian said in a low voice. Although Luo Ningtian was still grieving, he knew that once they killed Jiang Qin and obtained the inheritance of the craftsman god, their reward would definitely not be as simple as a divine artifact. You destroyed my divine artifact. Today, I will not rest until one of us dies. Little bastard, die. Luo Ningtian roared. The 2 early true god experts attacked at the same time. This place was no longer the boundary of the divine tomb, but the Yuhua boundary. Therefore, the suppression of a peak void god did not exist anymore. The 2 true god experts displayed their abilities. Jiang Qin did not dare to be careless. The 12 fire god guards surrounded the 2 of them. This battle would not end until one of them died. There was no way to turn back. Moreover, Jiang Qin would never let go of those who wanted to kill him. Don't hold back. Give it your all. Luo Qintian roared. If they had taken action from the beginning, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. However, this guy was obviously not someone who was easy to deal with. The 2 brothers could be said to have kicked an iron plate. They did not expect this at all. Most importantly, this guy had obtained the inheritance of the craftsman god. Otherwise, killing him would be as easy as killing a fool. Collapsing mountain palm. Luo Qintian's palm was earth-shattering. It was like the giant palm of the Buddha, covering the sun and the sky. The clouds and mist in the void were dispersed by his palm. Jiang Chen's slaughtered dragon seal collided with Luo Qintian's. It was undeniable that with Jiang Chen's current strength, even if he used the dragon transformation, he was still not a match for a true god expert. Jiang Chen flew backwards. Luo Qintian looked at Jiang Chen with a serious expression. This was his strongest attack. An ordinary early true god expert might not dare to take it head-on. However, this guy was not afraid at all and was not injured at all. It was really strange. Sword shadow descends into the yellow spring, goes straight to the 9 heavens. Luo Ningtian also exerted all his strength. He did not plan to give Jiang Chen any chance. However, Jiang Chen blocked his attack with his sword. This time, Luo Ningtian's Qingfeng sword lost its last piece of broken sword. Jiang Chen quickly retreated. The 12 fire god guards immediately came forward and surrounded Luo Qintian and Luo Qintian. The flames of the karmic fire of the red lotus continued to rise. The karmic fire of the red lotus that was emitted by the fire god guards was many times stronger than before. Even a true god expert could only retreat and not dare to take it head-on. However, Luo Qintian's strength was a notch higher. He had even reached the peak of the early true god realm. The two of them were evenly matched against the 12 fire god guards. The god Luo clan had the god Luo art, which was a god-tier cultivation technique. Therefore, they were much stronger than ordinary experts. The strength of the disciples from the prestigious clans was naturally quite strong. There was no doubt about this. Even though he did not manage to kill Jiang Chen, Luo Qintian was not disappointed. Because the 12 fire god guards were destined to be controlled by Jiang Chen. As long as the battle continued, Jiang Chen might not be able to gain any advantage. It seems like it's time to catch a turtle in a jar. Jiang Chen and Leng Ling smiled. The two of them were completely controlled by the 12 fire god guards. They were entangled with each other and there was no way for them to escape. Even if the battle continued, Luo Qintian was extremely depressed. The 12 fire god guards were entangled with them. They could not escape at all, not to mention killing Jiang Chen and snatching the inheritance. Moreover, the most important thing was that they could not get rid of the flaming puppets at all. It would be a joke if they wanted to suppress the puppets. Now, it's finally my turn. Jiang Chen's figure flashed and instantly disappeared. At that moment, both Luo Qintian and Luo Ningtian felt a chill down their spine. Why did this guy suddenly disappear? He had never thought that he would die in the hands of an early void god. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. I can't accept this, Luo Qintian murmured as he slowly fell down. Even if they were extremely unwilling, the two of them had to return to the earth after all. They died in the Yuhua boundary and were buried in the divine tomb forever. This is the dignity of the strong and the lowly of the weak. The weak are prey to the strong, the survival of the fittest. Jiang Chen looked at the Luo brothers without a trace of pity in his eyes. He pitied the people of the world, but when did the world pity him? If it wasn't for his pair of iron fists, he would have died many times already. Kindness was the epitaph of a kind person. If he bowed his head, would the Luo brothers let him go? Life and death are boundless. If you don't think about it, you will never forget it. If you have bitterness in your heart, you will not be able to express it. This world was the world of the strong. Strength was a part of dignity. Jiang Chen searched the bodies of Luo Qintian and Luo Ningtian. He found 130,000 low-grade divine origin stones and more than 200 middle-grade divine origin stones. These were the hard currency of the divine world. Jiang Chen would definitely not let them go. The divine origin stones emitted pure and dense divine power. Low-grade divine origin stones were enough for those below the true God realm. Above the true God realm, they would need middle-grade divine origin stones. When one reached the heavenly God realm, he would need high-grade divine origin stones for his own use. Once he broke through to the divine king realm, he would need the supreme-grade divine origin stones. What is this? Jiang Chen found an ancient sheepskin scroll in Luo Qintian's interspatial ring. It seemed to be a part of an incomplete map. The words on the map were quite ancient and hard to understand. There were many markings on the ancient sheepskin scroll. It seemed to be a divine treasury, but it also seemed to be a cultivation method. This made Jiang Chen a little uncertain. Rush thunder diagram. Jiang Chen frowned. He couldn't understand this kind of thing now, so he could only keep it for now. Currently, he was seriously injured and his strength was greatly reduced. Everyone had stepped into the divine world and Yuhua boundary was gradually dimming. It wouldn't be long before Yuhua boundary was completely sealed. After all the hardships, I'm finally going to get out of this divine tomb. Jiang Chen looked back and there was an afterimage in the void. The afterimage seemed to be smiling at him. That afterimage was the appearance of the tomb keeper, but it disappeared in a flash. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned. When he blinked his eyes again, the afterimage had already disappeared without a trace. This is weird. The tomb of the god of sin is really not simple. No wonder even the supreme experts of the divine world couldn't enter it. The rules set by the God Emperor are really extraordinary. Jiang Chen murmured. The divine world was now in front of him. Jiang Chen had a myriad of thoughts in his mind. Even Tyrant was forcefully sucked into the divine tomb. What about Yan Qinyu? Wu Ningzhu? Yan Qingqing? And his father, he didn't know when he would be able to enter the divine tomb. Most importantly, the divine tomb was full of danger. Even Jiang Chen felt a kind of fear. Would they be able to take the last step if they entered it in the future? Looking at Yuhua boundary, Jiang Chen clenched his fists. A very great pressure was pressing on his shoulders. One day, I want the sky to be unable to cover my eyes. I want this land to bow down to me. Wait for me, I will never let any harm come to you. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He pointed his sword to the void. It seemed that someone was peeping at him from the 9 heavens. Divine world, here I come. Chapter 2204. The moment Jiang Chen stepped into the gate of the divine realm, he seemed to have entered a mysterious state. It was as if he was empty and his mind was wandering outside. At this moment, the Yuhua boundary completely disappeared from the border between the divine realm and the tomb of the god of sin. When Jiang Chen stepped into the divine realm, an incomparably long and broad road appeared in front of him, floating above the clouds. In front of him, there were countless pavilions, which were tall and magnificent, as if he was in a dream. At this moment, a black sky rock flew over from afar. Its feathers were incomparably bright, and its momentum soared to the sky. It spread its wings and soared for 90,000 miles. Jiang Chen stared at the incomparably terrifying sky rock. The sky rock glanced at Jiang Chen thoughtfully, and then swept into the void. It soared straight up, with an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers, and everything changed. What a terrifying sky rock. It seems that one look can decide my life and death. Jiang Chen was slightly shocked. He had never encountered such a strong force. The sky rock looked at him as if it was reuniting with him after a long time, but it was full of fighting intent. Boom! All of a sudden, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. The sound of thunder rolled, and the aura engulfed 10,000 miles was like a tiger. The lightning struck at Jiang Chen almost in an instant. Jiang Chen sucked in a breath of cold air, and his face changed dramatically. The lightning gave him a feeling that it was completely impossible to resist. If the lightning fell, he would definitely die. Buzz! The lightning kept enlarging in Jiang Chen's eyes, and finally fell on the Zulong Tower. Above the Zulong Tower, the golden light shone brightly, and it firmly protected Jiang Qin and the Zulong Tower. Under the golden light, the Zulong Tower seemed to have suffered a great shock. The deafening sound caused Jiang Qin to cover his ears, and his expression changed drastically. The luster of the Zulong Tower also dimmed a lot at this time, and it even became the initial blood-red color. Within the blood-red light, there was a dim golden light. Jiang Qin was directly knocked out by the shocking thunder from the ninth heaven. Even with the protection of the Zulong Tower, he still received a great impact. The heavens don't want me, and the earth doesn't want me. I will fight the heavens and earth. Soaring to the top. No one can trap me, not even the heavens. Cough, 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 cough. In the ancestral dragon pagoda, an old voice reverberated through the 9 heavens. Amidst the rain and mist, the heavens and earth changed. Thunder rumbled and 9 golden lightnings struck the ancestral dragon pagoda, shaking 1,000 li. Immortal world. Northern cold divine region. Lone Dragon County, Linha boundary, at the foot of Deer Morn Mountain. Grandpa, look, did that person roll down from the top of the mountain? A crisp and trembling voice said in a low voice. A pair of big round eyes, full of spirit, and black hair tied together, a 13 or 14-year-old girl was filled with curiosity and shock. The girl carried a bamboo basket on her back, stepped through the forest, and followed her grandpa into the Deer Morn Mountain to collect herbs. This was the first time she met a person, and she didn't know if he was dead or alive. Where? An old man with white hair and a tobacco pipe in his mouth said. He was wearing a leather coat that had been mended and sewn over and over again. His eyes slightly squinted, and he fiercely took 2 puffs, puffing out clouds of smoke. This is a person with a bitter life. It is unknown whether he is dead or alive, but he fell here. It can be said that he is fated with us. The old man inserted the tobacco pipe on his back, squatted down, and gently patted the young man whose clothes were already tattered. He is still alive, but he seems to have suffered a great injury, and has already fainted. The old man said, turned around, and walked towards the foot of the Deer Morn Mountain with the injured young man. Grandpa, didn't you tell me not to meddle in other people's business? Wait for me. The girl curled her lips, and quickly followed. The old man walked as if he was flying, and did not look like a candle in the wind at all. When Jiang Qin suddenly woke up, at that moment, everything in front of him had changed into another scene. The 9 palaces, pavilions had disappeared, and the soaring sky peng had also disappeared. Where am I? Jiang Qin rubbed his head, frowning. He only felt that the world was spinning, and then the Zulong Tower desperately protected him, and he fainted. You're awake, big brother. The girl carried a bowl of steaming hot medicine and walked in. Jiang Qin looked around. This was an ordinary thatched hut, with simple furnishings. It was not a mansion of a rich family. Where am I? Jiang Qin asked again, looking at the young girl in front of him. She had an innocent and cute appearance, spotless, like a lotus blooming in the water. Deer Morn Mountain, Chilean residence, Zhou village. The girl said crisply, and glanced at Jiang Qin, as if she was a little afraid. You saved me. Little sister. Jiang Qin asked, smiling. He felt that his bones were about to fall apart, and it was quite uncomfortable. However, everything around him was so unfamiliar, and Jiang Qin really did not know where he was. The girl nodded, and then shook her head. It was Grandpa who saved you. No matter what, thank you. Drink this bowl of medicine first, Grandpa said it is good for your body's recovery. The girl smiled, and said a few words to Jiang Qin, and did not seem to be as cautious and afraid as before. Is this the divine realm? Yes, I only know that we are in Deer Morn Mountain, Chilean residence, Zhou village. As for the rest, I do not know. The girl pouted, and looked very cute, but she did not seem to know much. It's good that this is the divine realm, Jiang Chen thought. But it seems like the divine realm is much bigger than the divine realm, and it is not as simple as he thought. This is the northern cold divine region, Lone Dragon County. The divine realm is divided into 9 states and 18 counties, namely Dongxing Divine Region, West Pole Divine Region, Southern South Divine Region, Northern Cold Divine Region, Forbidden Land Divine Region, Ancient Divine Region, Savage Land Divine Region, Great Land Divine Region, and the last divine region is the Central Region Divine Land. As for the 18 counties, some belong to the divine continent, while some exist independently. Our Chilean prefecture, which has a radius of 1,000,000 miles, is only a remote place in Deer Mountain. Dearborn Mountain is even further away, the Lone Dragon County is far away, and the Northern Cold Divine Region is even more unreachable. Even a god would need tens of thousands of years to travel across the divine realm. The old man held the tobacco pipe in his mouth, squinted his eyes, and took 2 puffs, as if he was enjoying it, and his face was intoxicated. "Thank you for saving my life, Senior," Jiang Chen said in a dignified tone. "A drop of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring." Jiang Chen had always been a person who could distinguish between kindness and hatred. "This is your own fortune, it has nothing to do with me." He. "You are an immortal cultivator who cultivated in the divine realm, right?" "How did you know?" Jiang Chen looked at the old man in surprise, as if he could not believe it. "You have a good physique and talent. Even if I did not save you, you would have woken up in a few days. In the divine realm, a young and talented person like you who has yet to reach the true God realm is a bit shabby." Chapter 2205. Old Master's eyes are sharp. "I am Jiang Chen, I came from the 9 regions immortal world and entered the divine world. Thank you for saving my life." Cough cough. Jiang Chen said sternly. "Your body is still weak, you should rest well. Those cultivators who have gone through many difficulties to enter the divine world are mostly people with great perseverance. You are a good kid." The old man smiled and turned to leave. "I am Yu Er. My grandpa is called Old Gang too, everyone in the village calls him that." But grandpa is a famous alchemist in the surrounding villages. "Isn't it amazing?" Yu Er said with a smile, a hint of slyness at the corner of her mouth. She only felt relieved after seeing that her grandpa had left. "Your strength is actually at the 8th grade immortal sovereign level." Jiang Chen took a look at Yu Er telling him to respect Old Gang too. He would be His respected
expression
as
was
the
extremely
famous alchemist
ugly,
in the surrounding
not knowing
villages.
whether to laugh or cry.
If he offended him,
Yu
his
Er's
father's
strength is a
position
little
as the
low,
village chief
her
would
talent
not
is
be
too
easy.
low, and her comprehension
However,
is poor.
the current Feng Man Lu had
Big
directly
brother,
climbed
don't
up
laugh
the
at me.
profound Feng
I have
sect
always
of the
been
Chilean
working hard to
prefecture.
cultivate.
But Grandpa said that I am not
they did not
suitable
put
for
Old Gang
cultivation,
too in their
and not
eyes.
suitable to learn alchemy from him.
Moreover,
The Feng
Yu Er
Man Lu had
pouted
brought
and
all
said
the strong
unhappily,
men in the village
as if
to
she was a
profound
little
Feng
angry.
sect to dig for divine
The innocent
origin
look of the
stones.
little girl made Jiang Chen
It was a very
unable to
tiring
restrain his
job, and they
laughter.
could only come back once
At
a
the
year.
same time, his heart
no one
couldn't
was
help
willing
but
to
twitch
leave
a
their
few
village and
times.
go to profound Feng sect.
This is called poor talent.
However, Feng Man
This is
Lu
called
was the
poor
son of the village
comprehension.
chief. This little
Now
girl
that
is
he
more
had the support of
terrifying
the
than
young
me who
sect
has
lord of
cultivated
profound
for thousands
sect.
of years. No one dared to provoke him
When I
anymore.
first stepped into the divine tomb,
He's not
I was
from our
only a
village,
7th
and
grade
he's
immortal
injured.
sovereign.
I'm afraid
But she
he's
looked
not up
so
to the
wrath,
task, as if she did not work
I
hard,
advise young
and her
Master
talent
Feng
was
to
not
choose
that
another
good.
candidate.
She was already
Old
an
Gang
8th grade
said
immortal
with a
sovereign
smile.
at such a young age.
You're trying
Can
to
you
make
not be
life
so
difficult for
harsh?
me, aren't you?
No.
Who
Who
said
said
that
that
Yuer's
you?
strength
How
is
about
weak?
100 low-grade divine
Big
origin
Brother will be the
stones?
first to disagree.
That's enough for you to earn a
Hee hee.
year. Jiang
Wind
Chen said
sweeping
with a
tower
smile.
scoffed.
A
Wasn't it
12-year-old
just
8th
money?
grade immortal sovereign.
Old
Who would
fart,
dare to
if he
say
wanted
that
this little
divine
girl's
essence
talent was
stones,
weak.
he did not lack them.
Jiang Chen was the
What
first
he
to
lacked
disagree.
was manpower.
Big Brother,
Old Gang
this is my
shook his
grandfather's
head and
special
smiled
medicine.
without saying a word.
Drink it while it's hot.
Then what do you mean?
I guarantee
I
that
must
you'll
bring
be
this
full of
person
energy
away
in
3
less than
days
half
later.
a month.
Moreover,
Yuer's
I
innocent
should tell
and
you
pure
this
look
time,
caused
Old
Jiang
Gang
Chen to
too.
think of Yan Qinyu.
Don't act like a tyrant
Once
in front
upon a
of my
time,
father in the
she was
future.
also so innocent and
He's
kind,
the village chief
pure
and you're
as
just
ice
an
and as
alchemist.
clean as jade,
You
untainted
don't
by
have
the
the
dust
final
of the
say
world.
in the Zhou village.
She was forever untainted by
Feng
the
Manlu
mud.
harumphed coldly.
What's wrong
turned
with you,
around and
Big
left.
Brother?
Oh
Do you
yeah,
not want to take
wait
your
for
medicine?
your little girl Yuer to grow up in another 2
I
to
just
3
thought
years.
of a sister.
She'll
She's
definitely
as pure
be a
as ice
slender
and
and
clean
elegant
as jade,
girl.
just like you.
I'll bring her to profound
As
Feng
Jiang
sect
Chen
and she'll
spoke,
definitely
he drank
stand
the
out.
medicine in Yuer's hands
Hee
in
hee
one
hee.
gulp.
The cool and refreshing feeling
TSK.
indeed caused Jiang
She's
Chen's
a
entire
beauty.
body to tremble.
The corner of Feng
It was
Manlu's
indeed
mouth
a
carried a
divine
gentle
medicine.
smile that made people shudder.
After eating it,
he felt
what's
a
in your
rather
life?
comfortable feeling.
You'll get it eventually.
You only know
Don't
how to
force
make
it
fun
if
of
it's
me.
not in your life.
Big Brother,
Old
I'm not as
Gang
good
too
as you
held
say.
the tobacco pipe in his mouth,
Yuer blushed,
lying on the rocking chair
She
as if
knew
he had
that
fallen
Jiang
asleep.
Chen was praising her.
Yuer,
In
who
the
is this
past,
Feng Manlu?
her grandfather almost
He
never
wants me to
praised
go
her.
and dig for divine
In the
essence
village,
stones with him.
she was also one of the weakest.
Jiang Chen furrowed his brows.
Although not many people cared about
This
it,
fellow didn't
she
sound
cared
like
about
a
it
good
very
person
much.
at first glance.
She did not want to
He
be a
was
burden
shouting
to her
and yelling
grandfather
as if he
every
was the
time.
number one in the world.
Every time when
He was
others
the
joked
typical
with her
example of a
grandfather,
fox
they would
exploiting
use
the
her
tiger's
strength
might
to
to
bully
bully
others.
Old Gang
He's the
too.
son of the
Old
village
Gang
chief.
too.
Where are you?
5 years ago,
A deep
he was
voice
lucky
came
enough
from
to enter
outside the
profound
door.
Feng sect and got
What's
acquainted with the
wrong,
young
young
Master
Master
Feng
Profound
Manlu
Feng
sect.
My house
These
is simple
years,
and crude.
he has become more overbearing.
How can I have the time to come
There
here
are more
today?
than 100 young men in our
Old
village.
Gang too said faintly as
Almost
if he did not
all of them
welcome
were
him.
taken to profound Feng
Didn't your
sect to
family
dig for the
catch a strong
primordial
man?
stone mine.
3
They
days
can
later,
only come back
follow
once
me
a
to
year.
profound Feng sect. No one is willing to go.
Young Master Feng has been urging
But his
me for a few
influence in
times.
profound Feng sect is quite
All
strong.
the men in our village have to follow
No
me
one in
to
the
dig
Zhou
for
village
divine
dared to
origin
go against
stones.
him. Every
This is
time
young
he
Master
comes back,
Feng's order.
he would bully the people and
Feng
do all
Manlu
kinds of
said
evil
proudly
things.
and looked at Old Gang too
His father,
coldly.
as the village chief, just closed one eye.
Humph.
I hate him the most. He always looks at me with evil intentions. Yuer said angrily. Obviously, she did not like the village chief's son. Is profound Feng sect very powerful? Jiang Chen murmured. Of course. Profound Feng sect is one of the 8 major sects of Qilian Prefecture. The number of disciples in the sect is more than 10 million. Even an outer sect disciple like Feng Manlu has the strength of a 9th grade immortal sovereign. Once he breaks through to the middle void god realm, he can become an inner sect disciple. Yuer said. There are so many 9th grade immortal sovereigns in the divine world. Jiang Chen was puzzled. Yuer couldn't stop laughing. She covered her mouth and was extremely happy. Do you think that the divine world is filled with immortals and divine kings? Big brother, you're even more naive than me. He. Chapter 2206. Jiang Chen smiled and looked at Yuer in confusion. He thought that everyone in the divine world was a true god. At least, there shouldn't be so many 9th grade immortal sovereigns. In fact, it wasn't the case. Even with the dense divine origin qi in the divine world, it wasn't easy to improve one's cultivation realm. The truth is not what you think, big brother. Not everyone in the divine world is born with unparalleled strength. However, those who were born in the divine world are the natives of the divine world. They have been nurtured by the divine origin qi of the heavens and earth. They are destined to be born with extraordinary talents. Of course, this is compared to those who have ascended from the lower planes. Basically, a young man like me would have at least reached the 9th grade immortal sovereign realm, or the more powerful ones would have broken through to the void god realm. There are even more monstrous geniuses who could reach the true god realm at the age of 20. I'm considered to be mediocre. As she spoke till here, Ware was clearly a little disappointed. She was a girl that cared more about the opinions of others. Therefore, she was also brooding over her own strength. However, she had always been working very hard. It was just that no one was able to see it. Furthermore, her talent was limited. She didn't know why her cultivation progress was so slow even though she was working so hard. But because the divine origin chi of the divine world is too dense, some people are destined to be unable to break through the shackles of the peak void god realm, even though their cultivation realm is fast in the early stages. Some people will never be able to break through the void god realm, because their cultivation realm is too fast in the early stages and they can't digest the divine origin chi. Unfortunately, this is the fate of the divine world. People like me will never be able to reach the true God realm in my lifetime. You're not bad. When I was your age, I was even weaker. Hee hee. I'm not even as good as you. Keep it up, I believe you can do it. Jiang Chen looked at Yue seriously and said. Really? Of course. There's a way for those who have a will. The heavens will not disappoint those who put in hard work. As long as you're willing to work hard, you'll never be weaker than anyone else. Some people just heard rumors that their talent is average and they don't have any future. That's why they gave up on themselves. In this way, they might miss the best time to cultivate, and it's not surprising for them to be mediocre for the rest of their lives. Yue rolled her eyes and chuckled. You sound very reasonable. I will not give up. I will definitely break through to the true God realm and make everyone respect my grandfather. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. That's right. I believe you can do it, Yes, big brother, you're definitely not weak. Hearing you say that, I also feel that you're definitely stronger than me. Yue looked at Jiang Chen curiously. I'm just an early void god. Moreover, I've suffered such heavy injuries. I guess I won't be able to recover without at least 10 days or half a month. Moreover, I've been cultivating for a longer time than you. Actually, not everyone in the divine world can live forever. If we can't break through to the true God realm, we will forever be immortal. So, we can only live for 500 years at most. At this moment, old Gang Tu walked in with a smile and looked at Jiang Chen with deep meaning. You must be curious why you can live forever in the immortal world, but it's different in the divine world. Old Gang Tu's words woke Jiang Chen up from his dream. He completely saw through the doubts in Jiang Chen's heart. Indeed, this was what he was worried about the most. Chapter 2207. To put it bluntly, he needed to increase his strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would become a nobody in this cold and cruel divine world. You still want to go to the West Pole divine continent? You'd better recuperate your body first. Anyone who crossed over from the immortal world would definitely be valued by the major powers of the divine world. That's because each of them relied on their own hard work to reach where they are today. Not only are they talented, they also have extraordinary perseverance. They are definitely different from the natives of the divine world. When your injuries are healed, you can go look for a powerful sect to cultivate in. You will definitely make rapid progress there. If there's a fortuitous encounter, breaking through to the heavenly god realm and condensing a godhead won't be a problem. Old Gang Tu's evaluation of Jiang Chen was very high. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Jiang Chen smiled and said. You are talented. You will definitely become a great person in the future. I am just happy to see a talent like you die. Old Gang Tu took a puff of his cigarette and said. I will never forget senior's kindness.
As for 3 days later, I will leave on my own. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will implicate you. Jiang Chen said. But you have not fully recovered, big brother. Yu said worriedly. Don't worry. That brat is just relying on the young sect lord of Profound Feng sect. Will the young sect lord come and take care of his business? As for his old man, Humph. I don't really care about him. As the village chief, he never thinks about the villagers. I don't think he will dare to do anything to me. Old Gang Tu harumphed coldly. His expression was serious and proud. As a famous alchemist in the 10-Mile 8 village, Old Gang Tu was not a pushover. Moreover, he was an expert who had once stepped into the true God realm. Although his strength had declined, he was still the #1 expert in the Zhou village. You can stay here peacefully. Leave after you have recovered. Then, all right. Jiang Chen nodded helplessly. He didn't want to disturb the old master and his grandson, and he might even bring them unnecessary trouble. That night, Jiang Chen circulated his cultivation technique. Dragon marks appeared, and the divine origin energy of the divine world continuously flowed into his body. Compared to the immortal origin energy of the immortal world, it was many times stronger. The divine origin energy nourished his meridians, making Jiang Chen feel comfortable both physically and mentally. His body had recovered by more than half. The toughness of his body was beyond imagination. In 3 days, he would be fully recovered. The divine world is indeed different. The aura here is much denser than the immortal world. No wonder so many people could reach the void god realm at such a young age. It's really shocking. Jiang Chen murmured with a solemn expression. He still had a long way to go in the future. Moreover, he didn't have much time left. A few hundred years sounded like a long time, but to them, they could easily go into seclusion for years or even decades. Their time in the divine world would not be long. If they couldn't reach the heavenly god realm within a few hundred years, it would be hard for them to break through again. In the courtyard, Old Gang Tu was concocting pills. There was a cauldron the size of a jar. Old Gang Tu kept throwing the herbs into the cauldron, concocting pills. The method was simple but effective. The effect of concocting pills could reach the most perfect state. However, this ordinary flame could not remove the impurities in the herbs. As the saying goes, medicine is 30% poisonous. If the impurities in the herbs could not be removed, the pill would not reach the most perfect state. After a long time, the extinguishing fire pill was completed. Chapter 2208. Old Gang Tu did not expect that he would pick up a treasure. This fellow was really shocking. Old Gang Tu had been refining pills for so many years, but this was the first time he met such a genius. Moreover, he could control the fire of Sunday. This fella's future would be limitless. Old Gang Tu was so excited that he could not control himself. To Jiang Chen, Old Gang Tu's excitement and surprise made him quite confident. It should be a 10% effectiveness, Dan. But it's not that difficult. If it's a little more difficult, I don't think I could be this powerful. Jiang Chen said humbly. This old man's eyes are sharp. Do you think I don't know what you're capable of? Looks like you're definitely an experienced alchemist. Your skill in alchemy is even better than mine. I have to say, your method of controlling fire has really widened this old man's horizons. Plus, the fire of sun's effect on alchemy is limitless. Old Gang Tu said solemnly. If I also have the fire of sun, I would like to compete with you. Ha! Senior's alchemy skill is also extraordinary. It's just that I'm better at using fire. Jiang Chen said. Don't be humble. Each generation has its own talents. You're indeed better than me. Kid, I'm right about you. However, in terms of alchemy, you're better than me. In terms of fire,
there's one more thing that you're not as good as me. Please enlighten me, senior. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened up. Your level of control over flames has completely surpassed your level of control over medicinal ingredients. In other words, your understanding of the medicinal properties of medicinal ingredients has not reached a perfect level. You should know that there are three most important aspects to forming a pill. The first is the refinement of divine power, the second is the refinement of medicinal ingredients, and the last is the control of flames. Divine power refinement is not a problem as your strength increases. However, medicinal ingredient refinement requires your heart to feel the thousands of changes in the medicinal ingredient. You rely on the control and dominance of the flame to remove the impurities, but you have neglected the most important point of the elixir. After all, it is still a medicinal ingredient, so the most important point is the extraction of the medicinal ingredient. It must be incomparably pure, and you must feel the true changes in the medicinal ingredient. Only then will you be able to achieve an unexpected result. Some elixirs will even have some characteristics of the medicinal ingredient, and this is the most important change in pharmacology. There are tens of thousands of medicinal ingredients, and it's impossible for us to have seen every single one of them and know their medicinal properties. But when you concoct medicine, you can sense the changes, and you'll understand that medicinal ingredients actually have their own lives. Only by thoroughly understanding the myriad changes of medicinal theory can you be considered a true grandmaster alchemist. At that moment, with the tempering of God power and control of flame, as well as the support, you'll definitely be able to concoct a peerless medicinal pill. Old Gang Tu's words made Jiang Chen very happy. Jiang Chen nodded his head heavily. In his heart, there was a wave of emotions. Indeed, before this, he only focused on the control of the flame and neglected this point. He thought that as long as he could remove the impurities in the medicinal ingredient, he would be able to concoct a true high-grade elixir. This is a 70% elixir. Take a look, this elixir might not be any worse than your 100% elixir. Old Gang Tu smiled. Jiang Chen took a closer look at the two pills. They were indeed quite shocking to him. Listening to your words is better than reading books for 10 years. Senior's skill is really unpredictable. Junior really admires you. Even if I meet a void god realm beast, I can protect myself. Yu Er said proudly. Then it seems that our little Yaya is bold because of her skills. Ha! At this moment, Jiang Chen felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. It was too terrifying. Heavenly God experts were so terrifying that he could not even think of resisting them. Experts are, after all, unparalleled in strength. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. Two heavenly God experts were already so powerful that they could make one's heart tremble. What about divine king or hierarch experts? Wouldn't they be able to destroy the world with a flip of their hand? Jiang Chen recalled the moment in the divine tomb, where he destroyed hundreds of thousands of heavenly God and divine king divine souls with a flip of his hand. Even the divine soul of a divine emperor expert could be destroyed. However, he was still just a divine soul. In the divine world, even a heavenly God expert could destroy him with a flip of their hand. I must become stronger. Jiang Chen clenched his fist tightly as he stared at the two heavenly God experts. A battle could break out at any moment. Jiang Chen had no choice but to retreat. Otherwise, he would be implicated in a battle between heavenly God experts. If that's the case, then let me see how strong you are. The white-robed lady said faintly. She held the white jade longsword in her hand and soared into the sky, charging towards the profound ice azure snake. The sword tip was sharp as it spun through the void. Above the 9 heavens, the night sky was filled with sword chi. To think that even that old fart passed down the snow shadow sword to you. Looks like you're really her favorite disciple. However, since you've met me today, I can only let you be ruthless. In this world, there are too many people that you can't afford to offend. Little girl, you're still too young. The profound ice azure snake sneered and soared into the sky. Wherever it passed, it would leave behind an afterimage. Even the air felt like it was condensing, causing one to feel suffocated. The white-robed lady swung the snow shadow sword with a powerful aura. Although she was a lady, her sword chi was extremely terrifying. A single slash was enough to flatten the world. Even the profound ice azure snake did not dare to take the attack head-on. It was in a state of retreat. The white-robed lady's aura was unparalleled. As she soared into the sky with her sword, it felt like she was one with the world. Wherever her sword pointed, it would be invincible. The profound ice azure serpent kept dodging. A human and a serpent were engaged in a battle of life and death above the lake. The terrifying chi caused the towering ancient trees within a 10-li radius to be frozen or turned into dust by the sword chi. Jiang Qin used the ancestral dragon pagoda to protect himself and disappeared into the dust. At this moment, he was extremely shocked. A battle between experts of this level would be a valuable treasure to him in the future. Serpent dragon goes to sea, sky shattering water. The profound ice azure snake roared. Chapter 22:10. Snow shadow flying current, sky piercing sword. The white-clothed lady was invincible as the snow shadow sword soared into the air. Her figure flashed 9 times as she tore through the air and directly pushed the profound ice azure snake back. Its body was covered in wounds. Even with its astonishing defense, it was still pushed back by the white-clothed lady. On the other hand, the snow shadow sword was untainted by even a speck of dust, looking incomparably arrogant. The white-robed lady stared coldly at the profound ice azure snake, her killing intent rising once again. I've said it before, you're not my opponent. Since you're not willing to surrender, then die. Your scarlet dragon gall is mine. The white-robed lady soared into the sky, her sword aura reaching 800 jang. The might of a heavenly god was unstoppable. Bitch, how dare you injure me? I'll definitely not let you off. The profound ice azure snake's eyes were vicious and cold as it fought with the white-robed lady in the sky once again. Perhaps it was because the profound ice azure jiao dragon was injured. Even if it was stronger, it could not suppress the white-clothed lady. On the other hand, the white-clothed lady was becoming more and more domineering. Taking advantage of your weakness to take your life, that was the scariest thing of all. Get out of my way. The profound ice azure snake roared, but it was still pushed back by the white-robed lady. Since the white-robed lady's killing intent had been triggered, it had to fight to the death. Otherwise, it would not have any chance of survival. Die, azure snake. You won't be able to escape after stealing my sex treasure. The white-robed lady's eyes lit up. Her strongest attack slashed through the sky, shattering the ground. The profound ice azure snake could not withstand it at all and was pushed back. Even if I die, I won't let you have it easy. The profound ice azure snake sneered. The coldness in its eyes was suffocating. Jiang Chen could tell that this fellow wanted to perish together with the white-robed lady. Frozen heaven and earth, I'm the only one. The profound ice azure jiao dragon Ling Ling smiled and charged forward, surrounding the white-clothed lady with all her might. The ice ceiling chi froze a radius of 10 li, causing all living things to perish. The white-clothed lady bore the brunt of it, as her bloodline and spirit were completely frozen. The white-clothed lady kept retreating, but the profound ice azure serpent's icebound heaven and earth left the white-clothed lady with nowhere to hide. Even her entire body became sluggish. My hand, my bloodline, my body, my consciousness. Meng Chao muttered. The white-clothed lady murmured. She was completely frozen by the profound ice azure jiao dragon as she stared blankly ahead. At this moment, the profound ice azure jiao dragon had completely descended from the sky, and a black pearl fell from its body. Jiang Chen swiftly grabbed the pearl in his hand without anyone noticing. The profound ice azure serpent was heavily injured by the white-robed woman, and it was already struggling at death's door. It jumped into the lake and quickly escaped. Although the eyes of the woman in white were frozen, they still seemed to be moving. A heart as clear as ice, unshakable even if the sky collapses. The white-clothed lady's beautiful eyes suddenly flickered as she opened her eyes. However, she had also fallen into the ice-cold lake. A centipede dies, but does not fall. The white-clothed lady gritted her teeth, her face extremely pale. She had lost all her strength, and the ice chi in her body seemed to want to devour her soul. The profound ice azure Jiao dragon was too terrifying. After all, it was a late heavenly god expert. Although the white-clothed lady was cautious, she still failed miserably. I've lost more than half of my strength. It's definitely not something that can be done in a day or two to recover. Furthermore, the ice chi in my body, if I'm not able to clear it in a short period of time, my life might be in danger. The white-clothed lady gritted her teeth and murmured. The profound ice azure Jiao dragon managed to escape in the end, but it was already an arrow at the end of its flight. God knows how long it would take to recover its strength. However, the scarlet cloud Hades King Pearl of the sect had disappeared along with the profound ice azure Jiao dragon. She knew that it was impossible for her to find the profound ice azure Jiao dragon in her current state. The white-clothed lady's face was pale, and the ice chi in her body was getting more and more serious. Her strength was at most a middle void god. Looks like I've really underestimated this beast. If the ice chi in her body was not cleared as soon as possible, she might not be able to live for more than 3 days. The bone-chilling cold was heart-wrenching. Master, I've let you down. Your disciple is useless. The white-clothed lady stared at the void and murmured. No matter how she tried to use her divine force to force out the ice chi, it was useless. Thunderfire art. The white-robed woman's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She suddenly remembered the thunderfire spell that her master had once taught her. Because the thunderfire spell was completely incompatible with her cultivation, she had given up on it. However, at this moment, perhaps it could have a miraculous effect. The lady in white circulated the thunderfire art. At this moment, her body indeed felt like it was being burned by raging flames. No one knew just how much suffering she was enduring. The two extremes of ice and fire in her body caused her mood to be incomparably terrible. Although the raging flame art had resolved the unspeakable bone-piercing pain, the two extremes of ice and fire in her body could not completely merge. One side was cold, while the other was blazing hot. Lightning flashes across the sky. Fire burns as if it's nothing. The white-clothed lady murmured. Suddenly, the clothes on her body were burnt to ashes, revealing her snow-white skin. Her perfect body could cause one's blood to boil. Her exquisite face, brows raised, and makeup applied. It was truly something that could only be viewed from afar, not played with. Jiang Chen felt his throat tighten. Isn't this a little too intense? What the hell? This is not what I want to see. Do not look at indecent things. Jiang Chen quickly closed his eyes. Although it was just a glance, it made his blood boil. The white-robed woman was still in extreme agony. Her beautiful face was filled with an expression of unbearable pain. The white-clothed lady coldly looked around. Although there was no one around, she still felt as if she was being watched. With a wave of her hand, the swirling mist shrouded her perfect body. When Jiang Chen opened his eyes again, he sighed. However, peeping wasn't something a gentleman should do. What he did just now was unintentional, and he didn't know what was going on. Therefore, he didn't feel guilty at all. Seeing the white-clothed lady in pain, Jiang Chen could not bear it. The methods of the profound ice azure snake were indeed shocking. I might be able to help you. Jiang Chen suddenly appeared 20 meters away from the white-clothed lady. The white-clothed lady's eyes turned cold as she stared at Jiang Qin. She quickly took out a shirt and put it on. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. What did you see? Chapter 22:11. I didn't see anything. Jiang Qin frowned. He did not expect the lady to ask him what he saw. Would I tell you if I saw anything? It would be strange if you didn't go crazy. How could a peerless woman like you, who was so arrogant and insufferably arrogant, endure it? Who are you? Why are you here? The white-robed lady was still on guard against Jiang Qin. I came to Deermorn Mountain to collect herbs. I saw you in so much pain and wanted to help you. If you don't need me, I'll leave now. Jiang Qin said coldly. Aren't you supposed to be cold? I've seen everything about you. I wanted to help you, but you're still so cold. How are you going to help me? The white-robed lady asked. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that the dignified heaven's proud daughter would actually be in such dire straits? This has truly widened my horizons. At this moment, even Jiang Qin did not expect the profound ice azure snake to return. It must be because of that pearl. Jiang Qin thought. You dare to come back. Profound ice azure snake, I'll kill you today. The white-clothed lady leapt up and stood with her sword in hand. This time, her sword was no longer as terrifying as before. She was sent flying by the profound ice azure Jiao Dragon's divine dragon whip. Blood spurted from her mouth as her face turned ugly. She was utterly defeated. You're not my opponent. I came back to see if you're dead or not. If you're not dead, I'll kill you. The profound ice azure snake harumphed coldly. However, it was already at the end of its tether. If it wasn't for the fact that the kid in front of it was only an early void god, it would not have dared to turn back. Beast! The white-robed lady gritted her teeth. However, she no longer had the strength to fight back. No one will know where I am after I kill you. The profound ice azure snake smiled and charged towards the white-robed lady again. Take another step and you'll die. Jiang Qin looked at the profound ice azure snake. At this moment, even the white-robed lady was slightly stunned. Are you talking to me? Ha ha ha, this is the biggest joke in the world. Little fella, you're just an early void god. Are you trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? You'll die so badly that not even your bones will be left. The profound ice azure serpent scoffed at Jiang Qin, not putting him in its eyes at all. You're just an arrow at the end of its flight. I'm afraid you can't even reach the true god realm, right? Jiang Qin said lightly. You're right. My current strength is at most a late void god. So what? Do you think you can defeat me with just you? Ha ha ha, laughable, truly laughable to the extreme. The profound ice azure serpent could not stop laughing, and its disdain towards Jiang Qin intensified. The white-robed woman kept staring at Jiang Qin. This guy really didn't want to live anymore. This kind of person was really brainless. Although it was to save her, this kind of pointless sacrifice still made her feel a little stupid. You don't believe me? You can give it a try. Jiang Qin said with a smile, fearlessly facing the profound ice azure snake. I can't defeat you when you're strong. But now that you're at the end of your flight, how can I be bullied by you? You don't have the ability to bully me. I, the profound ice azure snake, can kill you with a single breath. The profound ice azure snake said arrogantly. You're not his match. The white-robed lady, Leng Leng, said. Even in a life-and-death situation, she was still as arrogant as a swan. I'll give you a chance to attack. Kill me if you can. The profound ice azure snake said with a smile. All right. Jiang Qin did not have the demeanor of a gentleman. Why would he act like a gentleman when facing a heavenly god realm expert? What he wanted was a one-hit kill. Jiang Qin moved his palm. In an instant, the 5 elemental true flames appeared in his hands. The sun flame, true dragon flame, true thunder fire, Qilin saint flame, and vermilion bird divine flame. The moment the 5 flames appeared, the entire void looked like it was going to evaporate. The frozen lake instantly melted. The profound ice azure snake's face turned extremely ugly. Although it could not recognize all 5 flames, it could feel the terrifying aura from them. They were definitely its nemesis. How did you do it? How is this possible? The profound ice azure snake was shocked. Even the lady in white was completely moved. No wonder he said that he could help her. These 5 types of flames made her heart palpitate. It was indeed abnormal. If she was a heavenly god, she would not be afraid. But now, her strength had fallen and she was heavily injured. These flames could even devour her in an instant. Fuse, a 3,000 flames dragon seal. Jiang Qin roared. The 5 flames instantly fused together. The moment the 3,000 flames dragon seal appeared, the heavens and earth changed color. Jiang Qin's strength was enough to fight against a late void god. Adding on the fact that the profound ice azure snake was a little overconfident, and most importantly, Jiang Qin's 5 elemental true flames could restrain the profound ice azure snake. The profound ice azure snake's technique would be useless against it. It was not a late heavenly god realm profound ice azure snake. It was already an arrow at the end of its flight. It only came back to look for the pearl. No. I'm not willing, the profound ice azure serpent roared. But before it could finish its words, the 3,000 flames dragon seal devoured it. The profound ice azure serpent could not retaliate at all. It could not even retaliate under the 3,000 flames dragon seal. Within the flames, the profound ice azure Jiao dragon struggled, but it was completely reduced to ashes. Even the white-clothed lady was shocked by this scene. Isn't this too terrifying? The profound ice azure snake could not imagine that it would die in the hands of a void god brat. It felt extremely aggrieved. The flames destroyed everything in their path. Who are you? The white-robed lady asked. I'm really here to pick herbs. Jiang Qin said helplessly. Can you really help me? I should be able to. If not, I'll use my body to warm you up. Ha! Jiang Qin said with a laugh. This joke is not funny at all. The white-robed lady was still as cold as ice. Believe it or not, I just want to help you. Seeing you in so much pain, before Jiang Qin could finish his words, the white-robed lady's expression changed once again. She clutched her chest with an ugly expression. I'm so cold, Jiang Qin shook his head helplessly. What's the point? She's still pretending to be a saintess at this time. Come, this brother will give you a hug and everything will be settled. Jiang Qin thought in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. He knew that with this lady's character, she would rather die than submit. If you can really save me, I will be extremely grateful. If you have any frivolous thoughts, I will definitely kill you. The white-robed lady, Lang Lang, said. She raised her neck proudly and looked at Jiang Qin. Don't worry. No matter how righteous a person is, he will still be overshadowed by me. The old locust tree at the entrance of the village was lonely. Under the hazy night, there was a slightly hunched old man sitting under the old locust tree. Why did you come back so late? Chapter 22:13. Didn't Grandpa tell me since I was young to be a good Samaritan? Big sister Ling was injured, so we brought her back. Yu said. You're young but mischievous. Our house is simple. If you don't mind, you can stay here for a few days to recuperate. Old Gang Tu took a puff of his pipe and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Ling Yun nodded. Her expression was calm, as if it was a matter of course. As a guest, Jiang Qin didn't have much to say. Then let me bring you to rest, Sister Ling. Yue jumped up and down with an innocent smile on her face, as if everything was so beautiful. This woman is not simple. She doesn't seem to belong here. Old Gang Tu knocked on his pipe and said softly. She is indeed injured. Only my 5-elemental true fire can help her suppress it, but it cannot remove it. Jiang Qin shook his head and said. Even your 5-elemental true fire can't refine it. Looks like she is seriously injured. Old Gang Tu said thoughtfully. He closed his eyes and puffed out the smoke. The next morning, while Jiang Qin was still sleeping, he was woken up by the shouting outside. Old Gang Tu, where is she? Hand her over. Otherwise, humph, I will start smashing your place. Feng Manlu was wearing a jade robe. His temperament was extraordinary. He stood in front of Old Gang Tu and sneered. I said that she is my guest. She is not here to be enslaved by you. Get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Didn't your father teach you how to respect the elderly? Old Gang Tu's temper was not small. Although he was old, he did not put Feng Manlu in his eyes. Then I will not be polite, Old Gang Tu. Feng Manlu said coldly. Looks like Feng Xian, that old bastard, has chosen to be silent. He can't even control his own son. How can he control Yan Tu village? This village chief is too disappointing. Old Gang Tu said. You have no right to lecture my father. Today, I must take her away. Furthermore, I must smash this place of yours thoroughly. Only then will this young master be happy. Ha ha ha. Feng Manlu said in an overbearing manner and laughed wildly. He did not put Old Gang Tu in his eyes at all. Behind him, there were 5 other people. All of them were middle void gods and above. Obviously, they were the disciples of profound Feng sect. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your father, who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In Liento village, it's not your turn to behave atrociously. You're an uneducated guy. You're just like your dead father who cries for his mother. Nobody likes you. Old Gang Tu harumphed and rushed out. He waved the tobacco pipe in his hand and smashed it towards Feng Manlu. Feng Manlu's body trembled and his expression became extremely solemn. This Old Gang Tu was extremely powerful. He was a peak mid-void god and was only a step away from the late void god realm. He must not be underestimated. With his current strength, he was only a middle void god. However, he was still a disciple of profound Feng sect. Moreover, there were 5 senior brothers behind him. Today's battle must make Old Gang Tu disappear from the Lotus Head village. He originally wanted to deal with Old Gang Tu, but he didn't have a good reason to do so. This time, he had a golden opportunity. How could he let it go? Although his father was the village chief, he was always ordered around by Old Gang Tu. He had wanted to get rid of this old bastard for a long time. The battle between Old Gang Tu and Feng Manlu had attracted a lot of people to watch the battle. However, only Feng Xian did not come out. In other words, Feng Xian had tacitly agreed to it and even instructed his son to do so. Get out of my way. Feng Manlu shouted angrily. The long stick in his hand pointed towards the sky. It fell down along with the wind and hit Old Gang Tu away. This is a divine tool. Old Gang Tu's expression changed and he staggered backwards. Chapter 22:14. Jiang Qin said. Be careful. Old Gang Tu warned. He knew that he was heavily injured and was at the end of his rope. It would be useless even if he continued to struggle. Brat, you finally came out. Follow me obediently and you might be able to live. Feng Manlu said proudly. Oh. Since when did such a beautiful girl appear? Her face is covered with a green veil. Ha ha ha. Feng Manlu's eyes lit up when he saw Ling Yun, who was behind Jiang Qin. Even though her face was covered with a veil, he could still see her beautiful face. A girl like her would be the center of attention no matter where she goes. Bring this girl back to the young master. The man behind Feng Manlu said. Feng Manlu frowned. He initially wanted to stay and serve the young master. But since his senior said so, he could only bring her back to the young master. What a talkative fellow. However, Feng Manlu was unhappy and he did not show it. That's what I was thinking. Feng Manlu chuckled as he looked at Ling Yun with an even more feminine gaze. There was even a hint of lust in his eyes. She's truly a natural beauty. I really want to remove her veil and have a look at her face. She's definitely a beauty that can cause the downfall of a country. These people should all die. Ling Yun said faintly. To think that you're a little chilly. I like you more and more, little sister. Hee hee. Feng Manlu sneered. It's rare for us to have the same opinion. Then, I shall kill them all to avoid any future troubles. Jiang Chen looked at Ling Yun and took a step forward, facing Feng Manlu. You. An injured early void god. I don't know where you got the courage to challenge me. Looks like I have to teach the people of the Lian Tu village a lesson today. Some reckless people won't live for long. Since you're so stubborn, I shall kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Today, not only old Gang Tu will die, but you will also die with him. As for the two girls, I shall take them for myself. Wind's sweeping tower was full of confidence as he looked at Jiang Qin with disdain. He did not put Jiang Qin in his eyes at all. To him, he could destroy the other party with a raise of his hand, so why should he be worried? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You deserve to die. Ling Yun said faintly. She knew Jiang Chen's strength. Therefore, Jiang Qin was not afraid of these people. This Wind Manlu was just a pillow with embroidery. He looked good but was useless. When facing a true expert, he was just a pile of mud. Indeed. This guy is overestimating himself. Such a person deserves to die. Jiang Qin nodded his head. His eyes turned increasingly cold as a terrifying killing intent spread across the horizon. Old Gang Tu was slightly shocked. Looks like this Jiang Qin is really not simple. Do it. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Jiang Qin said. Don't be so arrogant. Eat my staff first. Feng Manlu stepped on the air, taking large strides as he closed in on Jiang Qin. His cudgel was astonishing as it smashed towards Jiang Qin. Child's play. Jiang Qin smiled faintly as he faced the incoming attack. He single-handedly caught Feng Manlu's pseudo-divine tool. That long cudgel was directly resisted by Jiang Qin. Instead, Feng Manlu was thrown a few hundred meters away. In the air, even Feng Manlu's senior and junior brothers were dumbfounded. An expert could tell the difference once he made his move. Jiang Chen's impact had completely shocked them. He caught a divine tool with his bare hands and even threw Feng Manlu away. This was quite shocking. This kid is quite capable. Old Gang Tu smiled and wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. This time, he had saved the right person. Perhaps, he could escape from this calamity. Even without Jiang Qin, Feng Manlu had rushed back from the sect to give him a show of strength. He might even want to get rid of him to gain more power for his father. He was much stronger than the wind-sweeping building. Moreover, the disciples of these great sects were usually much stronger than ordinary late void gods. There was no doubt about it. Get lost. Chapter 22:15. Jiang Qin shot out his sword. The heavenly dragon sword pierced through the void and pierced through Feng Manlu's head. Everyone gasped. This guy was too daring. He dared to kill Feng Manlu. Feng Manlu was the son of village chief Feng Xian and a disciple of Profound Feng sect. If this matter were to be spread out, Profound Feng sect would definitely not let him go. The heavenly dragon sword pierced through the void and returned to Jiang Chen's hand. His domineering aura soared to the sky. The sword was not stained by blood. The sword chi was like a rainbow, merging with Jiang Chen's body. At this moment, Feng Manlu could not be any more dead. Even his eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. However, he was still dead. That kid is in big trouble this time. Yeah. These experts from Profound Feng sect won't let this go easily. There's also Feng Xian, who is extremely protective of his son. He will definitely make this guy stay in Lian Tu village at all costs. Sigh. It seems like a life and death battle is unavoidable. Feng Manlu's death made many people sigh. However, some of them were happy. When Feng Manlu was still in Lian Tu village, he always bullied the villagers. Everyone was angry about it. Unfortunately, his father was the village chief and he was talented. In this small village, no one dared to go against him. Now that he had joined Profound Feng sect, he became even more arrogant. Today, he was killed by an outsider. It was a great feeling. You're good. Very good. Guo Chendong gritted his teeth while looking at Jiang Chen and said. He did not expect that Jiang Chen would still kill Feng Manlu under his obstruction. No matter how arrogant he was, it was not up to Jiang Chen to judge him. Feng Manlu was a disciple of Profound Feng sect. Why? Do I need to consult you when I kill someone? Jiang Chen and Guo Chendong stared at each other. Their eyes were filled with a terrifying murderous intent. Do you really think that we will compromise with you after killing Feng Manlu? In my eyes, he's just a dog. Of course, you should look at the owner before you beat the dog. So, you should pay with your life today. Guo Chendong smiled. Trash, so be it. I'll kill whoever dares to stop me. Jiang Chen's expression did not change. Even if these fellows attacked together, he would still be able to put up a fight. Senior brother Guo, this guy is too arrogant. You must teach him a lesson. Yeah, Senior Guo. Let him know that our Profound Feng sect's people are not easy to bully. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. Did you hear that? A debt of blood must be paid with blood. You killed Feng Manlu. Even if I forgive you, the brothers under me will not forgive you. Guo Chendong stared at Jiang Chen. You talk too much. Do you really think that Profound Feng sect is invincible? Was Profound Feng sect the #1 sect in the world? You bastards dare to challenge me. If I can kill one wind-sweeping tower, I can kill the second and third wind-sweeping tower. Jiang Chen said coldly. How dare you slander Profound Feng sect? Looks like you're really tired of living. Shut up. If you want to fight, let's fight. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Jiang Chen was the first to attack. He swung his sword and the wind howled. The terrifying sword edge made Guo Chendong gasp. Such a powerful sword, such a terrifying sword aura. This is definitely a divine tool. It might even surpass the heavenly divine tool. Ling Yun squinted her eyes. Her heart was in turmoil. That was definitely a peerless divine tool. However, Jiang Chen seemed to be holding back and did not unleash its true power. Even so, it was enough to suppress any divine tool. Old Gang Tu could not help but look at Ling Yun. This girl was not an ordinary person. She could tell that the heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand was not an ordinary divine tool. Grandpa, so many people are going against Big Brother. One could imagine how angry he was. Chapter 22:16. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Guo Qindong roared furiously. He was being beaten miserably by Jiang Qin, but those bastards were still sitting on the mountain and watching the fight. Let's go and help Brother Guo. Form the 5 spirits 1,000 Luo formation. Guo Qindong shouted in a deep voice. The 5 of them immediately gathered together and surrounded Jiang Qin. The strength of these 4 people had reached the peak mid-void god realm. The 5 spirit 1,000 Luo formation formed by the 5 of them could even fight against a peak void god realm expert. Let's see where you're going to run this time. Guo Qindong pointed at Jiang Qin. The 5 spirits 1,000 Luo formation formed by the 5 of them was strange and ever-changing. It was almost impossible for anyone below the true god realm to break through it. It's just a small trick. Not worth mentioning. Jiang Qin snorted coldly, unconcerned. The 5 elemental true fire instantly condensed. 3,000 flames dragon seal. Jiang Qin struck out a terrifying seal, causing all 5 of them to suck in a cold breath. The 5 spirits 1,000 Luo formation was instantly broken, and Guo Qindong and the others were completely defeated without any strength to fight back. Jiang Qin's 5 spirits 1,000 Luo formation was completely destroyed. Such a terrifying technique. Yeah. Looks like Profound Feng's sect has kicked an iron board this time. Ha! This young man is really impressive. Impressive, impressive. If you ask me, I'm afraid that guy is in real trouble this time. Do you think the people of Profound Feng's sect are easy to mess with? I've heard that someone killed someone from Profound Feng's sect. In the end, Profound Feng's sect found the culprit and destroyed his soul. Profound Feng's sect's name could be said to be invincible within 10,000 li. No one dared to mess with them. At this moment, no one dared to say that Profound Feng's sect was easy to mess with. After all, a person's name was like a tree's shadow. Humph. We'll settle today's score another day. Guo Qindong knew that the 5 of them were not a match for Jiang Qin even if they joined hands. This time, they had kicked an iron board. Jiang Qin seemed to be an early void god realm expert, but even middle void god realm experts like them could only be kicked like monkeys. You want to leave just because you can't beat him? I don't think there's such a thing in the world, right? Jiang Qin said lightly. Of course. What else do you want? Guo Qindong sneered. Do you really dare to touch the people of Profound Feng sect? At that time, you will die without a burial ground. Guo Qindong still had a proud look on his face. Looks like you're really stupid. Do you really think that I won't dare to attack you? I've already killed Wind Sweeping Tower, so why would I care about the second one? Since you're so stubborn, then you can all stay here. I usually won't spare the lives of those who want to kill me. That will only put me in a passive position and make me fall into a trap at any time. I've always liked to fight violence with violence. Jiang Qin's gaze was like that of a god of death, sweeping across Guo Qindong and the others. Guo Qindong and the others subconsciously took a step back. He had already killed Wind Sweeping Tower. Would he care about a second one? This sentence kept repeating in Guo Qindong and the others' minds. Was he really going to kill them? If you kill us, then you and Profound Feng's sect will be incompatible like fire and water in the future. There will be no place for you to hide in this big world. Guo Qindong was confident that Jiang Qin would not dare to attack him. I, Jiang Qin, am not afraid of threats. I don't care if you're from the Profound Feng sect or the Profound Bird sect. I only know that once I kill you, I will have nothing to worry about anymore. Otherwise, you guys might be muttering something behind my back. I don't want to be the target of others all the time. Jiang Qin shrugged and walked towards Guo Qindong and the others. At this moment, he could feel Jiang Qin's dense killing intent. Big brother, must you kill them? Grandpa. Yu asked. Yeah. Some things are unavoidable. If your big brother doesn't kill them, they will kill you. What do you think we should do? Old Gang 2 grabbed Yuer's hands tightly and said in a low voice. I don't want them to bully Big Brother. They are all bad guys. Their deaths are not worth pitying. Yuer said with a gloomy face. Her little face was filled with gloom. Anyone who bullied Jiang Qin was a bad guy in her eyes. You can't kill me, Jiang Qin. Otherwise, you will be hunted down by Profound Feng sect. Yeah. We are from Profound Feng sect. If you dare to do anything, Profound Feng sect will never let you go. Gui Qindong and the others became incomparably fearful. This guy's eyes were really too frightening. Moreover, he didn't seem like a kind person at all. It seemed like this guy really wanted to kill them and wanted to kill them. Isn't it a bit too late to say this now? If you want to kill me, then kill me. But if I want to kill you, then it will become treason and unforgivable. What kind of logic is this? Ha! What a joke. If I, Jiang Qin, want to kill someone, not even the heavens can stop me. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. He raised his heavenly dragon sword and swung it down. The sword slashed through the sky. 9 phantom wolves, shifting shadows, and every step he took was filled with killing intent. These people did not have any chance to fight back. Even Gui Qindong struggled for a while. In the end, he died in Jiang Chen's hands without any suspense. Those who kill will be killed by others. These people deserve to die. Jiang Chen said faintly. My son. An old man in a gray robe fell beside Feng Manlu with tears streaming down his face. He started to cry and he was heartbroken. Are you the one who killed my son? Feng Xian raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen coldly. It's me. Jiang Chen said. I want to kill you to avenge my son. Ah! Feng Xian roared furiously and rushed towards Jiang Chen. His strength had also reached the mid-void god realm, but he was still weaker than Feng Manlu. Therefore, Jiang Chen easily pushed him back. The tip of his sword was only 0.01 centimeters away from Feng Xian's throat. Feng Xian's eyes widened. Jiang Chen, let him go. After all, he is the village chief of the Lian Tu village. Old Gang Tu sighed and said. Jiang Chen said, the wildfire will never burn, the spring wind blows and it will grow again. If you don't remove the roots, you will have nightmares every night. As soon as he finished his words, Jiang Chen's sword flashed and pierced through Feng Xian's throat. Feng Xian fell in front of his son, Feng Manlu. Sigh. Although Feng Xian is arrogant, he did not do anything wrong. He does not deserve to die. Chapter 22:17. Is your head stuffed with shit? Old Gang 2 is a famous alchemist in the Tenliate village. He has refined countless medicinal herbs for everyone. What's the use of him coveting the fame? Some of the people who were observing secretly had their own opinions. However, gossip was a fearsome thing. Some of them felt that Old Gang 2 was coveting the position of the village chief. That's why he set up such a show and killed the father and son of the Feng clan directly. His killing intent was decisive and as cold as frost. This kid will definitely become a great person in the future. Old Gang 2 looked at Jiang Qin with a complicated gaze and nodded silently. He did not care about what others thought of him, but he would never allow others to point fingers at him. However, it seemed like he was destined to be pushed to the center of the storm in the Lian Tu village. Moreover, the 6 people of Profound Feng's sect had died here. The Lian Tu village would not be peaceful in the future. This is a world where only the fittest survive. Killing is not a big deal. If you don't kill them, they will kill you sooner or later. This is human relations. Being soft-hearted and indecisive will only lead to elimination. Ling Yun looked at Jiang Chen and said, I only kill those who deserve to be killed. Big brother, it's good that you are fine. If you get tired of it one day, I will help you kill them. If someone threatens you, I will not let you get hurt. Yu Er opened her eyes wide and looked at Jiang Chen with determination. She seemed to be a little stubborn. However, old Gang Tu only shook his head and sighed. Big brother will protect you. Your hands are so beautiful. How can you kill people? Jiang Chen rubbed Yu Er's head and said with a smile. But I am worried that Big Brother will be bullied in the future. Yu Er does not want to see Big Brother getting hurt. Yu Er gritted her teeth and murmured. I promise you that no one will be able to bully Big Brother in the future. Then can I? Hee hee. Yu Er snickered and stuck out her tongue at Jiang Chen. She was still as innocent and adorable as ever, but in her heart, she couldn't help but feel a sense of responsibility, a sense of perseverance and destiny. Sigh. You shouldn't stay here for too long. You better leave now. Jiang Chen, you've killed the people of Profound Feng sect. They'll find you here soon. Once a true God expert appears, you won't be able to escape. Old Gang Tu said in a deep voice. Yes, I will leave immediately. I will not implicate the people of Lotus Head Village. Jiang Chen knew that if he stayed, the people of Lian Tu village would not have a good time. But if he left, even old Gang Tu would be punished. Don't worry, I still have some prestige in the surrounding villages. No one will push the blame onto me. Hee hee. Old Gang Tu saw Jiang Chen's worry and continued. All right, I will leave now. I will never forget Senior's kindness. Farewell. Jiang Chen clasped his hands and said. Jiang Chen was extremely grateful for old Gang Tu's teachings. Big brother, I can't bear to leave you. Yu Er's face was filled with sadness. Even Jiang Chen felt his heart softening. If you don't mind, I would like to bring Yu Er into my sect. 2 months later, I will bring her away. Now, just let her stay by my side. I will leave with Jiang Chen. Ling Yun said faintly. Old Gang Tu looked at Jiang Chen, then at Ling Yun and Yu Er. He sighed and nodded his head in the end. But Grandpa, I can't bear to leave you either. Yu Er was in a dilemma. A good man's ambition is to travel far. Even if you're a girl, you can't fall behind. Follow this sister to her sect. Remember, you must follow this sister. Old Gang Tu reminded again. Yu Er jumped into her grandpa's arms and cried her eyes out. Remember Grandpa's words, the heavens change, the sun and moon can be a witness. The wind blows in the sky, the stars turn. He knew nothing about the divine world. This is Dear Morn Mountain, Linha boundary. Profound Feng sect is just a small sect in Linha boundary. Let's go to the east of Linha boundary. That's the territory of Profound Feng sect. Ling Yun said. Profound Feng sect's territory. Hee hee. That's what I was thinking. Chapter 22:18. Jiang Chen and the other two had a safe journey. Jiang Chen had some understanding of the situation in the divine world. After all, this was not the immortal world. The experts here could casually sweep across the world. Without relying on the 12 fire god guards, Jiang Chen might not be able to handle a true god expert. Where did you guys come from? Suddenly, 11 figures appeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others. What does it have to do with you where we come from? Jiang Chen said faintly. I think you guys are courting death. Do you know who my young master is? A sturdy hairy-faced young man looked at Jiang Chen and the others with disdain. Could it be that this road is opened by your family? I can leave whenever I want. What does it have to do with me who your young master is? Jiang Chen's calmness made these people's faces turn gloomy. Listen up. My young master is the young sect lord of Profound Feng sect, the grandson of the great elder. Who doesn't know the existence of Profound Feng sect? Kid, looks like you don't want to live anymore. The hairy-faced young man stared at Jiang Chen angrily. So it's the young sect lord of Profound Feng sect. Jiang Chen was startled. Could this guy be looking for trouble with Lian Tu village because of those people who died in Profound Feng sect? The beauty beside you can really make one's heart flutter. I can't help myself just by looking at her. The young man who was holding a folding fan was wearing luxurious clothes. His temperament was extraordinary, but his eyes were filled with lust. Obviously, he was here for Ling Yun. Perverted bastard. Ling Yun said faintly. What a hot beauty. I like people like you. Hee, you're strong enough. Xiong Yan, get rid of that eyesore. I'll gladly accept these two beauties, one big and one small. As for the younger one, after a few years of nurturing, she'll definitely be a beauty. Hee. Yan Feng's face was filled with evil as he stared at Ling Yun and the others. Big brother, I don't like him. He's too annoying. Yue tugged on the corner of Jiang Chen's clothes tightly as she said in a low voice. Your sister Ling Yun already said that this is a piece of trash. Why should we be angry at a piece of trash? Wouldn't that make us trash too? Hee. Jiang Chen said as he rubbed Yue's head. Yan Feng's eyes turned cold as he stared Lang at Jiang Chen. How dare you talk back? Looks like you really don't want your life anymore. From the very beginning, you never intended to let me go, did you? Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and asked. Similarly, he didn't plan to let these people go. Once they entered the Lian Tu village, old Gang Tu wouldn't have a good time. Hence, it was better to kill them now to prevent future troubles. Kid, you're pretty smart. But it's a pity that you're too smart for your own good. No one is here to save you. Now, you're dead. Yan Feng curled his lips and said. Xiong Yan, kill without mercy. Alright, young sect lord. Brothers, let's do it. Xiong Yan's expression turned gloomy. As one of the outstanding outer sect disciples of Profound Feng sect, his strength had reached the peak middle void god realm. Even some late void gods were no match for him. As for the others, there were 3 late void gods and 6 peak middle void gods. It would be a piece of cake for them to kill him. The 2 of them were around the early void god realm. As for the little guy, he could totally ignore him. I alone am enough. Xiong Yan sneered and looked at Jiang Chen. The latter was not afraid at all. This made Xiong Yan angry. This guy dared to look at him. In the outer sect, Xiong Yan was one of the more arrogant ones. Plus, he had the support of the young sect lord. Who dared to challenge him? Unexpectedly, he met a reckless young man after leaving Profound Feng sect. The young man didn't care about the suppression of his strength and dared to fight with him. This made Xiong Yan angry and excited. He had not loosened his muscles for a long time. Big brother, be careful. Yue said worriedly. She was pulled to the side by Ling Yun. Xiong Yan was ready to attack Jiang Chen. In order to avoid being implicated, Xiong Yan would not attack immediately. Because the 2 girls were wanted by the young sect lord. If they were hurt, he would not be able to bear the consequences. You only have one chance to attack. Xiong Yan looked at Jiang Chen and smiled faintly. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. The 9 phantom wolves rushed towards Xiong Yan. A 5 elemental combat dragon seal struck Xiong Yan. Xiong Yan looked at Jiang Chen with a dumbfounded expression. The anger in his heart kept rising. Even Yan Feng and the others frowned. This guy is so ferocious. Good. Very good. Very good. You have thoroughly angered me. Xiong Yan roared and rushed towards Jiang Qin. Both of them fought again. Their fists collided. The terrifying energy caused the surrounding air to tremble. Xiong Yan was completely suppressed by Jiang Qin. He was at a disadvantage in terms of aura and physical strength. You're still not my opponent. Jiang Chen's 9 punches landed on Xiong Yan's chest fiercely, causing the latter to fly backwards. His expression was extremely ugly. I actually lost to an early void god. How is this possible? I don't believe it. Xiong Yan harumphed coldly. The huge spiked mace in his hand swept across, forcing Jiang Qin to take a step back. The two of them separated in an instant. Jiang Qin did not retreat but advanced instead. This time, he caught the spiked mace with his hand. His strength was so great that it could move mountains, and the spiked mace in Xiong Yan's hand was thrown away. You're not my opponent. You'll never be. Jiang Chen's words rang in Xiong Yan's ears. Xiong Yan's expression was as ugly as a pig's liver. Xiong Yan wanted to attack again but was stopped by Yan Feng. Don't drag it out. Let's attack together. Yan Feng said coldly. All right. The 9 people behind Xiong Yan attacked at the same time. Together with Xiong Yan, they surrounded Jiang Qin. Human wave attack. Then I'll play with you guys. Jiang Qin roared. His flesh and blood began to change. After transforming into a dragon, he became a half-human half-dragon. Even Ling Yun was shocked. Could he be from the dragon clan? But why is he a half-human half-dragon? Ling Yun murmured. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. Half-human half-ghost. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. Xiong Yan sneered. The 10 of them attacked together. However, Jiang Chen's current strength had already reached the late void god realm. His terrifying strength instantly sent 2 of them flying. They were unable to resist Jiang Chen's attack at all. It was quite strenuous for the 10 of them to fight against Jiang Qin, who had turned into a dragon. No matter how they attacked, they were all powerless in front of Jiang Qin. Chapter 22:19. Such a terrifying transformation, Ling Yun whispered. Ling Yun said in a low voice. The current Jiang Qin was able to fight against a late void god when he was only an early void god. Moreover, there were so many prodigies among them. Jiang Qin could not be underestimated. If he were to advance to the heavenly god realm, he would definitely become a great weapon. However, time waited for no man. When he truly entered the heavenly god realm, he didn't know if he would die an untimely death. The divine world had never lacked geniuses, but some geniuses were destined to be lonely, or even destined to die an untimely death. Talent and ability were a part of it, and the other part was fate. If you could grow up smoothly, then you could be considered as an expert. Otherwise, no matter how talented you were, it would be useless. Go all out. Don't hold back. I will give a divine tool to whoever can kill this monster. Yan Feng roared. If these people failed, then he would be in danger. Plus, he was only a late void god. If so many people failed to defeat Jiang Qin, then he would be in danger. The 10 of them seemed to have been injected with adrenaline. Divine artifacts were like supreme treasures to heavenly gods. If they could get their hands on a divine artifact, they would definitely be able to sweep through all cultivators of the same level. No one would be able to contend against them. As the saying goes, there will always be brave men with a lot of money. Yan Feng's reward was the greatest reward in the hearts of Xiong Yan and the others. What else could be more important than a divine tool? Iron chains crossing the river. Rainbow-breaking sword. Invincible whirlwind kick. Xiong Yan and the others had used their best skills, but Jiang Qin did not show any weakness. His dragon form was incomparably terrifying. He took on all of the attacks without batting an eyelid. This time, Xiong Yan and the others were really panicking. Now it's my turn, right? Jiang Qin sneered. He took a step forward, and an earth-shattering aura could be felt. The 10 of them took a step back with an ugly expression. One sword light chills the 14 prefectures. The heavenly dragon sword swept across the universe, unparalleled in the world. Wherever the sword light pointed, everything turned into dust. Everyone's weapons were shattered at this moment, and they were all seriously injured. The sword chi entered their bodies and wreaked havoc. It was quite painful. The sword fell without a sound. However, at this moment, Yan Feng's expression changed completely. This was because Jiang Qin was already walking towards him. I am the young sect lord of Profound Feng sect. My grandfather is the great elder. What do you want? I can give you whatever you want. Yan Feng took 2 steps back. Jiang Chen's mightiness had completely shocked him. Even if he was a late void god, he still forgot to take action. His eyes were filled with astonishment, and the fan in his hand was nowhere to be seen. I didn't want to kill anyone, but you just had to force me. Why must you do this? Jiang Chen said with a wry smile. Don't kill me. If you kill me, you will be hunted down by the Profound Feng sect. I promise you, as long as it's something you want, I will find it for you even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Please, I don't want to die. Yan Feng said with a sobbing tone. If you don't die, I won't be able to rest in peace. Jiang Chen pointed his sword at Yan Feng. At this moment, the 10 of them chose to remain silent. However, Jiang Chen did not plan to let them go. It was not his character to cut the weeds and not dig up the roots. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Yan Feng suddenly raised his head. His eyes were extremely cold and he even grinned hideously. A white dust was scattered in front of Jiang Qin. A sharp blade pierced through the void in Yan Feng's hand, piercing towards Jiang Qin. A late void god's desperate attack was not to be underestimated. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. Jiang Chen's 5 elemental true fire instantly burned the white dust. In the midst of the flames, Yan Feng's blade pierced towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin swung his heavenly dragon sword and cut off Yan Feng's arm. Yan Feng screamed and quickly ran away. But how could Jiang Qin let him go just like that? Jiang Chen's sword pierced through Yan Feng's chest, cutting off his flesh. Old ancestor, save me. Before Yan Feng's voice faded, an illusory figure appeared out of thin air in the void. Who dares to hurt my grandson? Die. An old voice reverberated through the air. Ling Yun flicked her finger and the figure in the void instantly disappeared without a trace. Even his avatar did not manage to descend. No, Yan Feng's eyes were filled with fear. When Jiang Qin kept his heavenly dragon sword, Yan Feng's chest was completely torn apart and he fell to the ground. Who exactly are you? Xiong Yan looked at Jiang Qin in shock. His face was filled with fear as he retreated step by step. The 10 of them had an ugly expression on their faces. They could feel death approaching them step by step. I'm the one you guys are looking for. Jiang Qin smiled. The one we're looking for. You're the one who killed Feng Manlu and Guoqindong. Xiong Yan's expression changed as he retreated. He knew that he would not be able to escape today. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for following a master who has eyes but fails to see. You just had to provoke me. Die. Jiang Qin swept his sword across, not leaving any chance of survival for them. If there was any chance of survival, they would be in grave danger. Jiang Chen found another 20,000 low-grade divine origin stones and over 1,000 middle-grade divine origin stones from Yan Feng and the others. Vulgar. Ling Yun said faintly. You're from a great sect. Naturally, you don't know how pitiful we are. Compared to your high and mighty attitude, I think you should be colder. Jiang Chen smiled. Ling Yun remained silent. Thank you for what you did just now. It's nothing. If that clone descends, I'll be in danger too. Ling Yun said. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. Jiang Chen knew that the figure would not let this matter go. Ling Yun held Yuer's hand and continued to move forward. Profound Feng Sect, Qiyun Cave. I'm going to tear you into pieces. The old man was wearing a rough linen robe. His expression was cold as he roared in anger. He wished he could eat Yan Feng's flesh. Feng Er, wait for me. Wait for me. The old man instantly flew up to the sky. His murderous aura soared into the sky. When he arrived at the place where Yan Feng and the others were killed, Yan Feng's corpse was already cold. Jiang Chen and the others were nowhere to be seen. The old man hugged Yan Feng's corpse and cried bitterly. Feng Er, Grandpa has let you down. Your father gave you to me before he died, but I couldn't protect you. I hate it. I hate it. I, Yan Chen, will not rest until I take revenge. I will find you even if I have to go to the ends of the earth. Chapter 22-20. The three of them traveled for thousands of miles and finally arrived at the border of Profound Feng Sect. The Profound Feng Sect was considered as one of the more famous sects in the Linhe boundary. It had a history of tens of thousands of years and had been passed down for a long time. The Profound Feng Sect was backed by a huge mountain that stretched for thousands of miles. The trees were luxuriant, and the plants were flourishing. There were towering ancient pines and cranes. Roars of tigers, monkeys, and birds could be heard in the forest. At this moment, there were more than 100,000 people gathered at the foot of the mountain. Did you guys hear that Profound Feng Sect is recruiting 3,000 disciples this time? All of them must be at least Void God realm. That's right. Profound Feng Sect is the strongest sect within 80,000 li. If you can enter the Profound Feng Sect, you'll be like a fish in the sea and a bird in the sky. Ha ha ha. It's too early for you to be happy. Didn't you hear that the Profound Feng Sect is only recruiting 3,000 people this time? The strongest among them is probably a middle void god. Moreover, 3,000 out of 100,000 people. Such a cruel ratio is not something that ordinary people can accept. That's right. Someone couldn't help but nod while a slightly more serious expression appeared in his heart. You're right. But I have been here for 20 years. This time, I will definitely enter the Profound Feng Sect. Everyone was looking forward to entering the Profound Feng Sect. However, the Profound Feng Sect only recruits disciples once every 20 years. Each time, there would only be 3,000 disciples. The number of people this time was much more than the previous times. Moreover, those who were below the peak 9th grade immortal sovereign realm would not come back to participate. Because it was no different from asking for trouble. Silence. A deafening voice reverberated in the void, filled with majestic and overbearing qi. This time, if you want to enter the Profound Feng Sect, you must go through a chase. I will randomly distribute the 3,000 quotas to everyone here. Of course, only those who can survive through this death forest and hold the nameplate in their hands will be considered as having the strength to enter the Profound Feng Sect. A young man stood in the void with his hands behind his back, looking at everyone arrogantly. I heard that he's the outer sect's big senior brother, Yang Jian. Many inner sect disciples are afraid of him. That's right. I heard that he stayed in the outer sect to manage his fellow disciples. Actually, with his true strength, I'm afraid he can enter the top 20 of the inner sect. Such a person is worthy of being a true heaven's favored one. Jiang Chen looked at Yang Jian, who was standing in the void. Yang Jian was indeed very strong and had already reached the true God realm. It was not inappropriate for such an expert to be the great senior brother of the outer sect. I'll leave these 3 spots to you. Ling Yun said faintly. Are you two going to eat? Jiang Chen looked at Ling Yun. Forget about little you, an expert like her, even if her strength was suppressed, she definitely wouldn't need to rely on Jiang Chen, right? Big brother, you have to be a gentleman. Yuer's words caused Jiang Chen to not know whether to laugh or cry. This little girl was truly a mischievous fellow. I will scatter the nameplates of the 3,000 nameplates. When you pass through this forest with these nameplates, you will be qualified to enter the profound Feng sect. Of course, it's up to you to decide how many people you kill or how many people you'll be killed by. Only after experiencing blood and fire can you become a disciple of the profound Feng sect. Yang Jian said solemnly with a hint of coldness on the corner of his mouth. He did not seem to have any pity for these people who were trying their best to enter the profound Feng sect. Only after experiencing life and death battles can one be considered as a true expert. You're right, but it's too cruel. Before entering the sect, we've already experienced such a fierce life and death battle. This profound Feng sect is too overbearing. Ling Yun frowned slightly. Even she felt that it was not reasonable. This profound Feng sect seemed to be a little cruel. At this moment, the nameplates of the 3,000 nameplates were thrown into the hands of the 10,000 youths who wanted to enter the profound Feng sect. Coincidentally, Yuer had also been struck by this luck. I got one too, big brother. Our Yuer is blessed by the heavens. Ha! Jiang Chen protected Yuer with his body. At this moment, some people had their eyes on them. The probability of 1 in 40 was quite low. It meant that only 1 out of 40 people could enter the profound Feng sect. Some of them were naturally targeted by some people and Yuer was no exception. I hope you guys won't come and mess with me. I still lack 2 nameplates of the profound Feng sect. Jiang Chen smiled and said. More than 10,000 people entered the forest of death. As the name suggested, the forest of death represented death. It symbolized the existence of hell. There were countless ferocious beasts in this place and there were countless murderers. Everyone wanted to obtain the nameplate of profound Feng sect without caring about anything else. Only by getting the nameplate and entering the profound Feng sect would they have the chance to stand out. There would only be such a chance every 20 years. Therefore, everyone cherished it and became crazy. They could only obtain the nameplate by killing non-stop. The nameplate was their chance to reach the sky in one step. More than 10,000 people. It was a huge number. However, after entering the forest of death, the number of people became sparse. However, Jiang Chen could still feel that there were at least 7 to 8 people following them. The forest of death stretched for 100 li. Although it was not a big forest, it was not to be underestimated. This was the training ground for the disciples of the profound Feng sect. Some of the ferocious beasts in this place had already reached the void god realm. Everyone had to be careful. Little girl, hand over the nameplate in your hand and I will let the 3 of you go. A sloppy young man sneered and stared at Jiang Chen and the others. You haven't even grown your hair yet and you're already trying to rob others. Jiang Chen smiled and said. Reckless. The young man harumphed and waved the long saber in his hand, closing in on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen raised his sword and instantly killed the young man. There was no hesitation at all. It was an instant kill. Many people were shocked. Even those who were eager to attack Jiang Chen chose to give up, because Jiang Chen's instant kill was too terrifying.
His sword struck the young man's soul and killed him without leaving a trace. Motherfucker. Is this kid so powerful? Yeah. To think that there are so many hidden talents in the profound Feng sect this time. That young man has just stepped into the void god realm. He can't be considered as a true expert. Even so, why don't you kill an early void god realm expert in an instant? I want to see and learn from you. Chapter 22-21. However, there were still those who were not afraid of death, or those who were strong and courageous. They would not be scared by Jiang Qin. Moreover, hearsay was unrealistic. They would not back down without experiencing it for themselves. Jiang Qin killed more than 10 waves of experts, most of them were early void gods. At this time, he obtained the second nameplate and threw it to Ling Yun. You don't look like a newbie. Ling Yun said faintly. What do you mean? Jiang Qin frowned and asked. Your thoughts, methods, and expression when you kill. All of them show one thing. You can kill millions of people without frowning. Or, the blood on your hands is not something that ordinary people can compare to. You should be from the lower immortal world. Ling Yun's words stunned Jiang Qin. He did not want to say it at first, but he did not expect Ling Yun to be so meticulous. She discovered him and analyzed it so logically. That's right. I am from the 9-region immortal world. Jiang Qin said. 9-region immortal world. I've heard Master mention that there was a great figure in the immortal world whose name shook the entire god realm. Who? Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. Was there a famous figure in the 9-region immortal world? Was it the immortal execution great emperor or the void emperor? I forgot about it too. Master only mentioned it once. Ling Yun shook her head. Jiang Qin could see that Ling Yun did not hide it on purpose. She might have really forgotten about it. The night breeze was cool like water. The bonfire illuminated Ling Yun's beautiful silhouette. Such a girl was indeed a goddess. Her strength should be at the heavenly god realm in the past. The battle with the profound ice azure dragon had greatly damaged her vitality. Otherwise, she would not have fallen to such a state. You two go to sleep. I'll keep watch. Jiang Qin said. What else? Don't tell me you want Big Sister to keep watch for you. A man should take up the responsibility of protecting us girls. You said like an old man as she giggled and hid in Ling Yun's embrace. Although Ling Yun was cold, she was exceptionally attentive towards Yu. Perhaps this was different from person to person. At least, she had never smiled at Jiang Qin before. All right, I promise to complete the mission. Jiang Qin said sternly. He turned around and leaned against a towering ancient tree, closing his eyes to rest. However, his ears were listening in all directions, paying attention to all movements in the surroundings. Hand over the nameplate, or I'll kill you without mercy. A swordsman holding a sword appeared on the other side of the ancient tree. His expression was cold as he looked at Jiang Qin arrogantly. Peak early void god. Interesting. But it's far from enough. Jiang Qin smiled. What big words. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? If you still refuse to come to your senses today, I don't mind killing you. I won't kill your wife and children because I'm a man of principle. A young man with stubble on his face said faintly. He seemed to have his own character. Jiang Qin was happy. Calling them wife and children was not bad. However, Ling Yun's gaze could kill. All right. I won't kill you just because of what you said. Jiang Qin smiled. Not kill me. Then I will kill you. The young man sneered and unsheathed his sword. Radiance flowed around the sword. The sharp edge of the sword spun 9 times in the sky. The 9 Radiant Sword, the sword revolves around the void and emptiness. The weathered youth's first move was a killing move. However, Jiang Qin did not panic. The heavenly dragon sword suddenly turned and forced the weathered youth to retreat. The weathered youth squinted his eyes. Jiang Qin did not move at all. This was out of his expectation. "I'm not your opponent." The young man smiled bitterly. "Kill me or plunder me. Do as you wish." For the first time, he felt a trace of helplessness in a battle of the same level. Moreover, the other party did not use his full strength. "I said I won't kill you, so I won't kill you. Moreover, I have to accumulate some merits for my wife and children, right? We're all out here, what's wrong with fighting and killing? You can leave," Jiang Qin said. The weathered youth looked at Jiang Qin with slight astonishment. "You really won't kill me? I won't care if my wife changes her mind later." Jiang Qin whispered into the young man's ear. "I owe you my life. My name is Wang Chongyang. The mountains will never change, and the rivers will always flow. May we meet again." Wang Chongyang turned and left. Ling Yun was surprised that Jiang Qin did not kill him. "Are you happy?" Ling Yun asked Lang Lang. No. I don't want to be a child. I'm not a child anymore," Yu Er said in a deep voice, looking unhappy. "What did you say to him?" Ling Yun stared at Jiang Qin and said. "Nothing much. This guy likes me a lot. Plus, you said that I'm numb to killing people. I have to accumulate some merits for myself, don't you think?" Jiang Qin said. Ling Yun did not ask further as this was not something she was concerned about. On the second morning, Jiang Qin encountered another 3 groups of people who wanted to snatch his nameplate. However, all of them were killed by him. It could be said that everyone was killed except for Wang Chongyang. Jiang Chen's name of killing had spread like wildfire. However, he did not kill innocent people. Some people deserved to be killed, some did not. On the 3rd day, he also let many people go. On the evening of the 3rd day, the 3 of them finally arrived at the mountain gate of Profound Feng sect. All of these people were filled with hostility. Obviously, they were not ordinary people. It was equivalent to one person facing the encirclement of 40 people. Those who could bring the nameplate into the mountain gate of Profound Feng sect were the real elites. Other than Jiang Qin and the other 2, there were not many people who could walk so leisurely. At the same time, Jiang Qin saw another man. It was Wang Chongyang. He had obtained a nameplate after all. He also saw Jiang Qin, but his eyes were filled with battle intent. Although he was grateful to Jiang Qin, he also wanted to challenge him. Experts were always respected by others, but at the same time, they were also challenged by others. "All right. Those who have the nameplate can follow me into Profound Feng sect. You are now the outer sect disciples. There are more than 100,000 outer sect disciples. Every year, there will be disciples who go out to cultivate and adventure in the forest. However, some of them will never come back." A white-clothed young man, Lang Lang, said. This time, the great senior brother of the outer sect, Yang Jian, did not appear. There was even a hint of playfulness in his words. Killing is forbidden in the sect, but challenges are allowed. In the center of the outer sect, there is a life-death stage. As long as you accept the challenge, you will die. However, if someone breaks the rules and kills someone in the sect, don't blame me for being merciless. In the sect, there are 5 mountains. Fengming Mountain is the cultivation place of the sect lord and also the main hall of the sect. Fengshi Mountain is the cultivation place of the Profound Feng sect's elders. Fengyuan Mountain is the cultivation place of the inner sect disciples. Fengyu Mountain is the cultivation place of the outer sect disciples. As for Fengqi Mountain,
just don't go there. Within the 3,000 li radius of Fengyu Mountain, you can choose your own cave and cultivate in it. Today, Profound Feng sect will be our home. You should know the way of cultivation in the divine world. No one can succeed easily. Even if you're talented, you'll be useless if you don't have a great sect like Profound Feng sect to nurture you. So, as long as you cultivate well, you will be successful one day. Chapter 22. Those who can survive are all experts. There's a book collection pavilion in Profound Feng sect. It opens once every 3 months. Every time, you can copy a cultivation technique. The book collection pavilion will open 3 days later. You can enter the book collection pavilion to choose the cultivation technique that you need. Of course, this is your only chance. If you want to obtain more cultivation techniques, then you must contribute more treasures, such as demon beasts, demon crystals or elixirs, in exchange for our sect's divine wind value. The higher the divine wind value, the higher the cultivation technique you will obtain. I'm Bai Yunfei, your 4th senior brother. I'm in charge of the outer sect's affairs. If there's any violation, you will be punished according to the sect's rules. Bai Yunfei said faintly. His strength had already reached the late void god realm. His strength was one of the strongest in the outer sect. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yunfei turned around and left. He disappeared in the void in a blink of an eye. There were 100 outer sect disciples behind Bai Yunfei. They were here to lead the way for the new disciples. Thank you, senior brother. Jiang Chen took out 50 pieces of low-grade divine origin stones and gave them to the senior brother who was leading the way. That person's eyes suddenly brightened up and looked at Jiang Chen with satisfaction. At the same time, he was also amazed by the lady beside Jiang Chen. She gave off a graceful and elegant temperament that could make people fall head over heels for her. I'm Zhou Yunpeng. You can just call me Senior Brother Zhou. This Fengyu Mountain has a circumference of 3,000 li. Although there are more than 100,000 disciples cultivating here, 3,000 li is too big. There are plenty of places to cultivate. However, the divine origin qi is the densest in the southeast direction, which is closer to the Feng Qi mountain. You can choose the south direction of the Fengyu mountain. Zhou Yunping said with a smile. I'm Jiang Chen. These two are my sisters. Senior brother Zhou, what kind of place is the Feng Qi mountain? Jiang Chen asked curiously. It's best if you don't ask about that place. It's an ominous place, and the sect's laws have been in place for tens of thousands of years. Phoenix's Perch is the place where the ancestor passed away in meditation, and no one is allowed to enter. Furthermore, this Phoenix's Perch mountain was extremely strange. It was said that over 7,000 years ago, there was an inner sect eldest senior brother who disappeared after entering. Furthermore, his sect's memorial tablet had been completely shattered. In other words, he had definitely met with danger in Phoenix's Perch mountain. That senior brother was at the peak of the true god realm. Other than the sect lord, no one was a match for him. However, he died in Feng Qi mountain. From then on, no one dared to step into Feng Qi mountain. Zhou Yunping said in a low voice. You must not enter the vicinity of Phoenix's Perch. Otherwise, the consequences will definitely be unimaginable. Remember, the disciples of Profound Feng sect must be diligent in their cultivation. Every 3 months, there will be a sect grand competition. Every time, there will be an outer sect senior brother who organizes the competition. Those who can enter the 100 battle ranking will gain quite a lot of face. Moreover, the annual salary of the sect will be increased to 80. For new disciples like you, the annual salary is only 30. Once you enter the 100 battle ranking, you will be considered as a celebrity in the outer sect. 100 battle ranking, 100 battle cycle. Even if you die 9 times, you will not regret it. Looks like this profound Feng sect is really a place of battle. Jiang Chen said solemnly. You're right. Those who can enter the 100 battle ranking are at least at the peak of the middle void god realm. The top 50 are all late void god realm experts. Moreover, none of them are easy to deal with. There are 100,000 outer sect disciples. How can it be easy to enter the top 100? Shou Yunping smiled bitterly. I have cultivated for more than 20 years, but I'm only at the peak of the early void god realm. Although I'm only one step away from the middle void god realm, it's not that easy to break through. There are at least 30,000 people like me in the sect, if not 50,000. Sometimes, talent is not that important. The most important thing is the opportunity. Below the 9th grade immortal sovereign realm, it's the mortal realm. Once you enter the void god realm, it won't be that easy to break through. 20 years. Jiang Chen murmured. 20 years without a breakthrough. It was indeed a pity. Moreover, it seemed like Shou Yunping was not a nameless and stupid person. 100 battle cycle. Even if you die 9 times, you will not regret it. Ling Yun murmured and took a glance at Jiang Chen. This fella does give off a mysterious feeling. Her master once told her that those who could enter the divine world from the immortal world of the lower realm were all people with great perseverance and outstanding talent. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was the cream of the crop among them. Your strength is also at the void god realm. You can give it a try. The 100 battle ranking will be held in half a month's time. I guess there will be many people challenging the experts on the 100 battle ranking. Even the outer sect disciples of profound Feng sect have many experts. Other than the top 10, not many people could stay on the 100 battle ranking for a long time. Shou Yunping smiled. But it was only a joke and encouragement. Because Jiang Chen had just entered the sect, he could only be considered as a newbie. How could he compete for a place on the 100 battle ranking? That was definitely a fantasy. I wonder if Senior Zhou knows a person called Xiong Yan. Xiong Yan. You mean Xiong Yan, who is ranked 87th on the 100 battle ranking? This person has a sturdy build. He's a true expert. As a peak middle void god, he had defeated a few late void god experts. However, he's only at the bottom of the 100 battle ranking. However, this kind of person is still quite powerful in our eyes. Hee. Why? Do you know him? Shou Yunping's tone became solemn. If Jiang Chen really knew Xiong Yan, he would never accept the 50 low-grade divine origin stones. It was definitely a great fortune for him to be able to make friends with someone who knew Xiong Yan. Shou Yunping's expression became solemn. None of the people on the 100 battle ranking were easy to deal with. All of them were experts who hated evil. Who would dare to provoke such a ferocious person? No, I don't know him. I've only heard of him once. I don't remember who told me about him. Jiang Chen shook his head. Then I'll take my leave first. You guys cultivate well. This is a spirit summoning talisman. If you need my help, just take out the talisman and I will come to help. However, this spirit summoning talisman is only effective within the sect. Shou Yunping said with a smile and bid farewell to Jiang Chen and the others. This spirit summoning talisman cost him 3 low-grade divine origin stones. He wanted to befriend Jiang Chen. Moreover, Jiang Chen looked like a rich man. He gave 50 low-grade divine origin stones to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was definitely more worth befriending than ordinary people. To Shou Yunping, this was just an investment. That place is filled with towering mountains, ancient trees that reach into the sky, birdsong, and fragrant flowers. It's exactly a good cave. This is the place. Chapter 22-23. It's indeed a good cave dwelling. Even Ling Yun nodded in agreement. Big brother has a good eye. That place is beautiful. I like it. Yu pulled Ling Yun's arm and smiled from ear to ear. She was still a child, a 12 to 13-year-old girl. Beautiful things could always attract them to forget about their troubles. All right, then I'll choose this place. I'll open up a cave dwelling. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The scenery in front of him was beautiful. Even the divine origin chi was refreshing. I'm taking this place. You should go look elsewhere. A young man in a yellow robe said faintly. He looked at Jiang Chen with a smile on his face. We obviously chose this place first. What right do you have to snatch it? Yu Er's face was filled with dissatisfaction as she snorted. Little girl, your temper is not small. I've already chosen this cave dwelling. Leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The yellow-robed youth frowned his brows as his voice became colder. Of course, if this beautiful lady wants to stay with me in this cave dwelling, I'm more than willing. Ha ha ha. Ling Yun's expression was calm as she looked at the yellow-robed youth. The latter's body instantly trembled. He couldn't wait to kiss her to express his love for her. Kill him. Ling Yun looked at Jiang Chen. I feel sorry for you. We could have gotten along peacefully. Why do you have to fight with me? It's fine if you want to fight with me. Why do you have to go against this lady? Jiang Chen looked at the yellow-robed youth with a faint smile. Kill me. Ha. I think you two must have taken the wrong medicine. A pair of retards. I'm already being merciful by taking in a broken flower like you. You two don't know what's good for you. Looks like I'll have to teach you two a lesson. The yellow-robed youth sneered. He hated Jiang Chen to the core. Another reason was because of the lady beside Jiang Chen. He was extremely jealous. What right do you have to be favored by such a beautiful goddess? What right do you have to be together with such a lady? A wave of anger and jealousy arose spontaneously. There really are people with no brains wherever I go. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. The yellow-robed young man became even more furious, especially when Jiang Chen didn't take him seriously, which made him even more furious. Get lost, I don't want to see you. Jiang Chen casually slapped the yellow-robed youth and sent him flying. The latter did not have the slightest chance to retaliate. He turned around and struck out with the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. The yellow-robed youth's expression changed. He was unable to dodge and was severely injured. Blood spurted from his mouth and his face was as pale as snow. Forget it. Profound Feng sect has a rule that forbids us from killing. Although Ling Yun's anger had yet to dissipate, she did not want to implicate Jiang Chen. After all, he had just entered the Profound Feng sect. If he started a massacre right after entering the sect, it would be hard for him to escape punishment. But he insulted you. Jiang Chen took a step forward and his figure flickered. The yellow-robed youth's expression changed drastically. He finally realized Jiang Chen's killing intent. Moreover, he was not even a match for this young man in front of him. The latter's strength was on par with his. How could he be defeated so easily? The yellow-robed young man pulled out his sword, but Jiang Chen's fingers clamped onto the blade of the sword. A crisp sound of the sword breaking could be heard. With a flip of his palm, Jiang Chen struck out with his palm, hitting the young man's chest. The yellow-robed youth staggered backwards, his face was filled with fear. Get lost. Jiang Chen said coldly. I will never let you go. My brother is an outer sect deacon. Today's matter will not end until one of us dies. The yellow-robed youth turned around and coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He harumphed and left awkwardly. Could that person be Huang Chuyin? I heard that he's a new disciple of Profound Feng sect. Plus, his background is quite strong. That's right. That person is Huang Chuyin. I met him in the Death Forest before. His brother is an outer sect deacon. At that time, he was already very confident and said that he would definitely enter Profound Feng sect. He has a bit of a background. Unfortunately, he's too weak. Don't you know that guy? I heard that he's someone that even the cold-blooded divine killer, Wang Chongyang, did not dare to touch. That Huang Chuyin must have fallen for this guy's woman. Otherwise, why would he be beaten up so badly? But honestly speaking, this woman, TSK. She's like a goddess. Forget it. Trouble comes from the mouth. I don't have such a great fortune. I'd better be more honest. There were also people passing by, pointing fingers at Huang Chuyin, but they didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy. Everyone knew that he was a bully and lecherous. If he didn't take the initiative to provoke this god of plague, he definitely wouldn't have made a move. But I heard that Huang Chuyin's brother was once an expert on the 100 battle ranking. Although he was pushed down, he's still strong. This guy is going to be unlucky. Jiang Chen's expression was calm as he listened to the people's discussion. He was not worried at all. 3 days later, he'll be completely dead. Ling Yun was slightly stunned by Jiang Chen's words. She then nodded her head silently, feeling touched. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. In an instant, he opened up a cave called Lanting Pavilion. You and you will stay in the inner room. I'll stay in the outer room. Jiang Chen said. Okay. Big brother, don't come to Our Lady's room in the middle of the night. Hee. Don't worry. Chu River is the boundary. It'll be easier to cultivate here. How's your body? Jiang Chen looked at Ling Yun. It's not a big problem. I'll call you when I need you. Ling Yun said softly. She felt awkward saying that. When would it be considered as a time of need? 3 days later will be the opening of the Compendium Pavilion. You have to cultivate well and pick a cultivation technique that belongs to you. Jiang Chen said to you, Got it, big brother. I'll give her the best in the future. Ling Yun said. Jiang Chen nodded. His ability was limited, but Ling Yun came from a great sect. She would bring you, along with her in the future. Jiang Chen did not have to worry about this. Whose cave is this? Come out. Huang Tianba is here. Come out. Come out. A deafening roar could be heard. Jiang Chen frowned. They're already here. I'll go take a look. Chapter 22-24. I didn't expect you to have the guts to come out. Humph. I thought you found a rat hole to hide in. Huang Chuyin said with a feminine expression. He stared at Jiang Chen with surging killing intent. Big brother, it's him. My injuries are all because of him. Huang Chuyin looked at Huang Tianba and quickly complained. Huang Tianba glanced at Huang Chuyin. Useless thing. You're a disgrace. Get lost. Huang Tianba said coldly and turned around to look at Jiang Chen. You're the one who beat Qiao Yin up, right? You've just entered Profound Feng sect and yet you dare to be so unscrupulous. Do you really think that Profound Feng sect is your home? Hee. Youngsters nowadays are really disappointing. Huang Tianba sneered. Yeah. Some guys don't know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. No matter who it is, he dares to hit them. Why don't he take a piss and look at himself in the mirror to see if he has the ability to do so? Brother Tianba, in my opinion, this kind of guy should be thrown into the ravine to feed the dogs. Ha! That's right. Qiao Yin is new here, how can he be bullied like this? Don't worry, our people can still be bullied by a newcomer like him.
This place isn't a place where just anyone can behave atrociously. Before Huang Tianba could say anything, the guys behind him had already started to speak. They were fearless and wanted to get back at Huang Chui no matter what. Looks like you guys are here to look for trouble. You want to get back at me. But what if you all lose? I've just arrived here and you guys are bullying me like this. It's not right, right? Even the deacon of the outer sect shouldn't be so protective. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent expression. So what if I'm arrogant? So what if I'm overbearing? In this place, strength is the law. If you can defeat me, I'll let bygones be bygones. But if you lose, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer a lot. Huang Tianba said. His body was terrifyingly muscular and seemed to be filled with power. One look and one could tell that he was a powerful guy. There's another option. Call your woman out, kneel here, and kowtow 300 times to my younger brother. Then, this matter will be considered over. You think too highly of your brother, or do you really think that you're the most powerful person in the world? Outer court deacon, right? In my place, you don't have that much face. Jiang Chen sneered. Since that's the case, it seems like you also want to argue. The person beside Huang Tianba said. That's right. Since you're here to get back at me, then you guys should draw the line. I don't want this kind of thing to happen again and again. How am I supposed to cultivate then? Alright, tell me, how should I row? Huang Tianba threw away the sledgehammer in his hand, crossed his arms, and looked at Jiang Chen with interest. Let's bet divine origin stones, how about it? Alright, how many divine origin stones can you offer? I will accompany you to the end. Huang Tianba's eyes turned cold as he said coldly. 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones. How about it? Jiang Chen flicked his finger and 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones appeared behind him. At this moment, everyone took a deep breath. 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones, such a huge amount of wealth. Perhaps only the top 100 experts on the 100 battle ranking could have such a huge amount of wealth. Many people who were watching the show became incomparably excited. 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones, this amount of wealth was not something an ordinary person could imagine. It was equivalent to 300 mid-grade divine origin stones. Moreover, he took out so much at once. Who wouldn't be shocked? Where did this guy come from? With such a huge foundation, he took out 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones at once. He's going against Huang Tianba. Yeah, I've never seen so many low-grade divine origin stones. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? Doesn't he understand the logic of not showing off one's wealth? I'm afraid many people will be eyeing this little fat sheep in the future. He's too young. Huang Tianba must be overjoyed. This kid is so arrogant to fight against Huang Tianba. Huang Tianba is a peak middle void god. He's at most an early void god. I also want a share of this 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones. Ha! Even the people who were watching the battle were incomparably excited. Who wouldn't be tempted by the 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones? Huang Tianba's breathing stagnated. His eyes could no longer move away from the 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones. How about it? If you lose, you'll give me 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones. Jiang Chen said proudly. All right. Since you've taken the initiative to send yourself to me, why should I reject? Ha! I'll gladly accept this 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones. Huang Tianba's eyes were filled with excitement. Motherfucker. This kid is really rich. I only have around 10,000 low-grade divine origin stones and a few dozen mid-grade divine origin stones. This guy's wealth makes people drool. Plus, he'll definitely have more divine origin stones. If you guys want to gamble,
why don't you take out your divine origin stones? I still have less than 20,000 divine origin stones. Let's gamble today. Jiang Chen looked at the surrounding people who were eager to have a go. Jiang Chen's words made their eyes brighten up and they took out their divine origin stones one after another. I bet 300 low-grade divine origin stones. I bet 500. That's all I have. Ha. I bet 80. I bet 100. 20,000 divine origin stones were also placed in front of them. Everyone was waiting for this battle because in their hearts, it was impossible for Huang Tianba to lose. He was an expert who once stayed on the 100 battle ranking. Although he only stayed for 3 days, it was still enviable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the qualification to become an outer sect deacon. Huang Tianba had been cultivating in profound Feng sect for more than 20 years. Such talent was quite powerful. I'm taking these 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones. Huang Tianba said proudly. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with mockery. If he revealed all of his divine origin stones, he was afraid that it would arouse suspicion. So, he could only take out 50,000 low-grade divine origin stones. However, earning 50,000 back was enough for him to be proud of. Currently, Jiang Chen had 140,000 low-grade divine origin stones and 1,300 mid-grade divine origin stones. It was not a small fortune. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly froze. He wanted to scam everyone. Since you guys like to watch a good show, you should at least pay for it. My show is not that good to watch. You're eloquent and simple-minded. All your divine origin stones are mine. Huang Tianba said indifferently, full of confidence in himself. The spectators who wanted to profit from the battle were also hoping that Huang Tianba could defeat Jiang Chen and show him some of his strength. These people shouldn't be Big Brother's opponent. Yu said softly. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. But those people deserve it. At the entrance of the cave, Ling Yun smiled elegantly. It was as if the sky and earth had changed color. Chapter 22-25. Ha! My divine origin stones will be doubled soon. Yeah. Looks like there's no more suspense in this competition. Deacon Huang Tianba, you've earned a lot this time. A fortune that falls from the sky. Only a fool would reject it. A greedy snake trying to swallow an elephant. This was the effect that Jiang Chen wanted. How could it be so easy for these guys to squeeze divine origin stones out of him? I'm not a vegetarian. There's always a price to pay for being greedy. They wanted the divine origin stones in Jiang Chen's hand, but they also need to pay something for it. Although Huang Tianba was an outer sect deacon, it did not mean that he could do whatever he wanted. So what if he was on the 100 battle ranking? Didn't that Xiong Yan also get on the 100 battle ranking? But he was still killed by Jiang Chen. Make your move. You don't have many chances left. You're a new disciple. I won't kill you. Although we have an agreement, it's still necessary to teach you a lesson. Huang Tianba said faintly. Really? If that's the case, let's start your performance. Brother Huang. Jiang Chen smiled. You're overestimating yourself. You're still so arrogant at this moment. Humph, Huang Tianba shouted in a deep voice. His expression was cold as he raised his hammer forward. The gigantic hammer covered the sky and the dreadful strength tore the sky apart. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and the sound of metal clashing could be heard continuously. The dreadful buzzing sound was like the cry of birds and beasts, it was deafening. The battle between the two was quite intense. Huang Tianba did not expect that Jiang Chen would be so powerful. An ordinary late void god would not be his opponent. But today, he was entangled by an early void god kid. "You're not my opponent," Jiang Qin said faintly. His sword flew towards the east. The sword danced like a phoenix, instantly breaking through the heaven's secret and went straight for Huang Tianba. Huang Tianba was extremely shocked, but it was already too late for him to dodge. The moment the sword fell, the sharpness was revealed. Huang Tianba's face finally showed a hint of shock. "No." Huang Tianba's expression changed as he spoke in a low voice. He quickly retreated, even abandoning the weapon in his hand. However, Jiang Chen's sword had already descended. Huang Tianba's arm was directly chopped off. Although Huang Tianba wanted to grab his arm back, Jiang Chen's sword swept out and shattered his severed arm completely. In the end, a mist of blood fell. His severed arm, which could have been reattached, was also shattered by Jiang Qin. "You're so ruthless," Huang Tianba said with a gloomy expression. His eyes were filled with malice and pain. He could bear the pain of losing his arm, but he could not accept this humiliation. Moreover, there were so many people watching the battle. He had lost a lot of face this time. He had lost an arm and lost 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones. It could be said that he had suffered a double loss. "You asked for it. Didn't you do it to avenge your brother? Isn't it also for the sake of winning the divine essence stones in my hands? What's there to say about this? Winner takes all. Don't you understand this logic? Don't tell me that you have never lost before." Jiang Qin snorted as he looked at Huang Tianba. The latter wanted to get angry, but he realized that there was nothing he could say. Moreover, he had already lost. No one knew better than him how terrifying that sword was. If that sword was on his neck, he would have lost his life. In other words, if Jiang Qin insisted on killing him, he would have been a dead man by now. Such a powerful sword. Yeah. Even Huang Tianba couldn't withstand that sword. We have all underestimated this new disciple. There's always someone better than you out there. My divine origin stones. This time, I really went for wool and came home shorn. This kid's future is limitless. He's only an early void god and he has the ability to fight against Huang Tianba, who was once on the 100 battle ranking. He's really powerful. Everyone was incomparably shocked. At the same time, they felt incomparably heartache. Their divine origin stones were cheated by Jiang Qin just like that. To them, it was all their savings, even their hard-earned money. These divine origin stones were the foundation of their cultivation. It was also the currency that they needed. To these low-ranked outer sect disciples, 300 to 500 divine origin stones were almost all they had. "I've lost," Huang Tianba murmured. Even Huang Qiuyin was dumbfounded. His brother was once an extremely powerful existence on the 100 battle ranking. His Pegasus meteor hammer was incomparably terrifying. God knows how many experts on the same level as him would tremble in fear upon hearing his name. It was not a problem for him to fight 1 against 10. But today, he actually lost. "Big brother," Huang Qiuyin still wanted to say something but was interrupted by Huang Tianba. "Shut up. Do you think that you haven't harmed me enough?" Huang Tianba's eyes stared at Huang Qiuyin coldly. He would never let today's humiliation go. "Senior apprentice brothers, I'll kindly accept your divine origin stones." Jiang Qin waved his hand and the 20,000 divine origin stones were kept by him. Hundreds of fellow brothers sighed incomparably. However, they only had themselves to blame. Initially, they thought that they would definitely win. They never thought that this guy was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. To think that even Huang Tianba was not his opponent. It was not unjust for them to lose. There were always two sides to gambling. There's always a winner and a loser. Moreover, they trusted Huang Tianba too much. That's why they lost. Although their expressions were extremely heartache, Jiang Qin would not give them any chance. Who asked you to be greedy and want to win my divine origin stones? This was the lesson. This was the price to pay. Jiang Qin wanted to give these people a show of strength. Otherwise, wouldn't there be a long queue of people coming to look for trouble in the future? Because Ling Yun was too beautiful. Moreover, powerful people always wanted to show off their strength in front of their goddess. Naturally, Jiang Chen became the target of everyone. Now, he really regretted bringing Ling Yun with him. Such a girl was destined to be the focus of everyone's attention no matter where she went. As for Huang Tianba, not killing him was already a consideration. After all, he had just entered the profound Feng sect. There was no need for Jiang Qin to start a massacre. Moreover, he had always been the kind of person who would not offend others if others did not offend him. He rarely took the initiative to offend others. In addition, there was a peerless beauty beside him. He could not be at peace even if he wanted to. Let's go. Huang Tianba harumphed coldly. He was about to leave with the people beside him, but he was stopped by Jiang Qin. What's wrong? Brother Huang, are you going to renege on your debt? You haven't paid me the 30,000 divine origin stones. This isn't right. You're the senior brother, shouldn't you set an example? I have already accepted the divine origin stones from the other brothers. If I don't accept your divine origin stones, others will feel uncomfortable, right? Chapter 22-26. Huang Tianba's face became a little gloomy. Relying on so many years of exploitation, he only managed to save a total of over 10,000 divine origin stones over the past 20 years. Moreover, he needed to spend some to cultivate normally. Now, he could not afford 30,000 divine origin stones. You guys, give me 3,000 divine origin stones each. I will return it to you guys later. Huang Tianba looked at the people beside him. The deacons smiled bitterly. They didn't expect Huang Tianba to have designs on them. However, because of their face, they didn't dare to refuse. Huang Tianba said he would return it, but they didn't know when he would return it. After gathering 30,000 divine origin stones, Huang Tianba waved his hand and gave it to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin nodded in satisfaction. Exactly 30,000. Not one more, not one less. If Senior Huang has more divine origin stones, you're welcome to challenge us. We can bet even more at that time. Jiang Chen's words almost made Huang Tianba fall from the sky. How could this fella be so shameless? The crowd dispersed, each and every one of them looked disappointed. Jiang Chen did not care about that. He had 190,000 divine origin stones now. This time, he could go into seclusion to cultivate. Big Brother is so powerful. Yu clapped her hands and smiled. Here's 50,000 divine origin stones for you. Yu, hurry up and cultivate. Try to break through to the void god realm as soon as possible. Jiang Chen said. Those below the void god realm cannot accept the power of divine origin stones. Otherwise, it will affect their foundation. Ling Yun said. Jiang Chen felt a little awkward and looked at Yu with a wronged expression. Big Brother doesn't know. Please don't blame Big Brother. Why would I? I know that Big Brother is doing this for my own good. Yu smiled mischievously. She was innocent and cute. Jiang Chen liked her even more. You better hurry up and cultivate. Yu's achievement in the future will not be lower than yours. 10,000 low-grade divine origin stones should be enough for you to break through to the middle void god realm. I'm afraid that you'll need 100,000 divine origin stones to break through to the late void god realm. Ling Yun said. All right. Jiang Chen did not say much and started cultivating wholeheartedly. 3 days' time, the divine essence stones that he absorbed also became more and more. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, 150,000, 190,000. Even after Jiang Chen had absorbed all the divine origin stones, he still hadn't found the opportunity to step into the middle void God realm. Strange, how could this be? How can the energy he needs be so vast and majestic? Ling Yun frowned. She had never heard of such a thing before. Even when she stepped into the middle void God realm, the amount of divine origin chi and divine origin stones she absorbed was not this much. He had actually absorbed 190,000 low-grade divine origin stones in one go, and there was no change at all. His body was like a bottomless pit. Since that's the case, I'll lend you a hand. It can be considered as me repaying you for saving my life. Ling Yun thought. At this moment, she waved her jade-like hand. 300,000 low-grade divine origin stones suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Only now did he realize that there was such a wealthy woman beside him. 300,000 low-grade divine origin stones. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. However, he did not hesitate at all. He knew that he must not be distracted at this moment. Ling Yun's gift had made him extremely excited. Along with the hundreds of thousands of low-grade divine origin stones, Jiang Chen's body finally experienced some changes. The dragon marks in his body had increased from 2,430,000 to 2,510,000. He had stepped into the middle void God realm. The consumption this time was actually 500,000 low-grade divine origin stones. Moreover, Ling Yun's divine origin stones played a crucial role in this crucial moment. Jiang Chen was extremely grateful. Feeling the majestic energy surging within his body, the 2,510,000 dragon marks covered his entire body. Jiang Chen's strength had another unprecedented increase. Middle void God realm. Jiang Chen let out a long breath. His expression became extremely solemn. This time, it was all thanks to Ling Yun. Thank you. Jiang Chen looked at Ling Yun sincerely. These low-grade divine origin stones are useless to me now. Ling Yun said. Then how much do you have? Why don't you give them all to me at once? Jiang Chen said. Ling Yun frowned. I'm just joking. Ha! Jiang Chen laughed. 300,000 low-grade divine origin stones. Such a huge gift had touched his heart. That was 3,000 middle-grade divine origin stones and 30 high-grade divine origin stones. Of course, no one would be willing to exchange high-grade divine origin stones for middle-grade divine origin stones. To think that you spent 500,000 low-grade divine origin stones for your breakthrough. However, your strength did not change like those peerless talents. I didn't expect it either. It shouldn't all be wasted, right? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Only he knew that these 500,000 low-grade divine origin stones were all turned into dragon marks and integrated into his meridians and internal organs. Only in a real battle could he show his true strength. Today is the opening day of the book collection pavilion. Jiang Chen slapped his forehead and his expression changed. He had almost forgotten what day it was today. Let's hurry to the book collection pavilion and have a look. I reckon there will be many disciples entering to find their favorite cultivation techniques. Jiang Chen and the other two followed the army of new disciples into the valley between Fengxi Mountain and Fengyuan Mountain. This was where the library pavilion was located. It stretched for thousands of miles and stretched endlessly. In front of the library pavilion, there was only an elder in ragged clothes standing guard. He seemed to be bored to death. Every time he saw Jiang Chen, he would yawn. The book collection pavilion extends underground. There are a total of 9 floors. From the first 3 floors, you can choose a cultivation technique once. The next time the book collection pavilion opens, you will need to use divine wind points to exchange for it. When you enter Dearmorn Mountain, hunt demonic beasts for demon crystals, or carry out missions, you will be able to obtain divine wind points. Go in. Remember, you only have an hour. After an hour, the book collection pavilion will automatically close. If any of you want to suffocate to death in there, I won't stop you. Ah-ha. The elder yawned and said with a dazed expression. However, when Ling Yun walked past him, the dazed elder's eyes suddenly froze. TSK, 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 such a beautiful lady. Jiang Chen looked at the dazed elder unhappily. His lecherous look was indeed infuriating. His strength is very strong. Although I can't feel it now, but compared to me at my peak, he should not be much weaker. Ling Yun said in a low voice. Did he notice you? Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice. No, he might feel that my soul power is different from others. Chapter 22-27. You're Jiang Chen. The blue-clothed youth looked at Jiang Chen and said coldly. Do we know each other? Jiang Chen asked. Huang Tianba came to me and said that you're very powerful. So, I want to challenge you. I want to see if you're as powerful as the rumors say. The blue-clothed youth's long hair fluttered in the wind. He was handsome and his aura was powerful. His strength had reached the late void god realm. He was very eye-catching among the crowd. Does this fella still want face? Sui Zhenkai is an expert on the 100 battle ranking. It's not right for him to challenge a new disciple like this. Yeah. This fella has just entered Profound Feng sect for a few days. To be able to get an expert on the 100 battle ranking to challenge him, it's enough to show that this fella's strength is not ordinary. Ranked 69th on the 100 battle ranking. Such an expert has already reached the late void god realm. Moreover, he's one of the best among the late void gods. Some of them have also reached the late void god realm, but they're not qualified to enter the 100 battle ranking. This means that the experts on the 100 battle ranking deserve their fame. What if I don't accept? Jiang Chen said coldly. Getting angry for a beauty. Such a person is definitely not a coward. Even if you know that you're no match for me, you'll still fight me. Sui Zhenkai said coldly. You've guessed half of it right. But you can't guess the ending. You'll end up like Huang Tianba, losing miserably. Jiang Chen said proudly. Such an arrogant fella. Looks like you don't know what a true expert is in this world. Profound Feng sect is not a place for you to behave atrociously. I'll let you know that a new disciple must have the awareness of a new disciple. Huang Tianba had helped me in the past, so I had to help him take revenge. Plus, you don't deserve to have such a beautiful woman. Sui Zhenkai smiled and looked at Ling Yun. His eyes were filled with a gentle and refined aura. He was like an elegant and coquettish peerless young master. It was completely different from how he looked at Jiang Chen just now. This person is obviously here for Big Sister Ling. Big brother, you must teach him a lesson. Yue waved her little fists, her face gloomy and serious, causing Jiang Chen to be unable to restrain his laughter. She's a rare beauty. She's a cute little girl, but it's a pity that she's a little stubborn. Hee hee. Sui Zhenkai smiled and turned to Jiang Chen. His expression became serious again. Tomorrow, I'll wait for you in the life and death arena. Victory and defeat will be decided, and life and death will be decided. Jiang Chen's words slightly shocked Sui Zhenkai. Ha ha ha, that's exactly what I've been looking for. It's a battle of life and death. Originally, I didn't plan on killing you, but it seems like you're really confident in yourself. Huang Tianba didn't lose to you unjustly. But if you're too arrogant, you're destined to die an ugly death. I'll wait and see. Jiang Chen said. Many people were looking at this scene with great anticipation. Tomorrow's battle, an expert ranked 69th on the 100 battle ranking against a new disciple. This was the first time in decades that such a thing had happened. Such a grand event would definitely attract many people from the outer sect to watch. Currently, wherever Jiang Chen went, he would be the center of attention. But what truly attracted his attention were the two beauties, especially Ling Yun. Even though she was covered by a green veil, she was still a beauty that could cause the downfall of a city. No other woman could be compared to her. Who wouldn't like such a peerless beauty? Since ancient times, heroes were paired with beauties. Jiang Chen, a new disciple, was just a pile of mud in the eyes of these self-proclaimed young and promising senior brothers. They wondered what kind of luck he had to be able to receive the favor of such a beauty. That person's strength isn't ordinary. At least for the current you, that's true. You have to be careful. Ling Yun's reminder made Jiang Chen a little surprised. This woman seemed to be caring for him for the first time. You're still a young man after all. Beauties are always welcome no matter where they go. If this old man was a few hundred years younger, I might also be in love. TSK, what an intoxicating woman. Elder Wu chuckled as he muttered to himself. There was a hint of mockery in his expression, but no one noticed that this seemingly old and frivolous elder of the library pavilion actually had an arrogant and cold expression in his eyes. He was incomparably concerned about everyone, and this was where his duty lay. After Jiang Chen and the other two entered the book collection pavilion, only Jiang Chen's expression was serious. He wanted to choose a truly powerful battle technique. Ling Yun's arrogance and Yu Er's boredom made Jiang Chen not know whether to laugh or cry. One did not place the cultivation techniques here in her eyes, the other did not even intend to cultivate the cultivation techniques here. He was the only one searching bitterly. In the eyes of Ling Yun and Yu Er, he was really a fool. Jiang Chen's brows twitched. In the corner of the third floor, he found a remnant of a book. It was covered in dust and cobwebs, but the name of the book attracted Jiang Chen's attention. This was a set of sword art. Its name was Sword of Solitude. This name sounded really out of the ordinary. No one would know what kind of sword art it was. A life of solitude. Creating this sword. The sword is lonely, and so is the person. On the page of this sword art, there was this sentence. Jiang Chen felt that this sword art was not ordinary. This kind of state of solitude made him feel the same. You like this sword art? Ling Yun looked at Jiang Chen and asked. Why? Is there a problem? I heard that this is a sword art created by a true god. I have seen this book in my sect. The name is weird, but it's too trashy. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned. How trashy? In other words, his sword art was invincible. Then, after a disciple cultivated it, he was utterly defeated. After that, every disciple that cultivated it was the same. I think this sort of solitude should belong to the same book as the one in my sect. In the end, it's just a gimmick to attract people. It might not even be considered a complete sword art. Ling Yun said. Acting cool is the most fatal. Is that what you mean? Jiang Chen said. In fact, this sword art should be a trashy book. I really want to see what this sword art is about. Jiang Chen said straightforwardly because he felt that this sword art was not as weak as Ling Yun thought. This is the Shadow Wolf clone technique. Big brother, I specially picked it for you. Yuer said proudly as she held a cultivation technique book in her hands. This is the flying sword technique. If your sword of solitude is not good, you can practice this one. Ling Yun ignored Jiang Chen. Ling Yun said that she did not need the cultivation techniques here and Yuer would give her the best. One day, the two of them would have to leave this place. So, the two of them picked a cultivation technique for Jiang Qin. Chapter 22-28. The Sword of Solitude. Seems like you're really new here, kid. This sword technique is too weak, it's the weakest among those of the same level. Are you sure you want to choose this one? There's still plenty of time, I advise you to change to another cultivation technique. Elder Wu said with a smile. His eyes carried a hint of persuasion. This one, I want to see how trashy the Sword of Solitude is. I don't mind if you say so, Elder Wu shook his head and smiled. If it was another cultivation technique, he wouldn't have said so much. But this cultivation technique was too trashy, that's why he told Jiang Qin about it. But it seems like Jiang Qin didn't appreciate it. Jiang Qin kept the flying sword technique. He decided to practice the phantom wolf doppelganger technique first. He had to admit that the phantom wolf doppelganger technique was an upgraded version of the 9 phantom wolves. Moreover, it was a cultivation technique from the divine world that thoroughly analyzed the unpredictable changes of the phantom wolves. After learning the phantom wolf doppelganger technique, the 9 phantom wolves would also be improved. Compared to the original Tao of transformation and speed, it was a level higher. When Jiang Qin brushed away the thick dust on the Sword of Solitude and opened the title page, Jiang Qin was shocked. These words were too domineering. Learning the Sword of Solitude will make one unrivaled in the world. One sword will cut through the mortal world, 10,000 swords will turn into solitude, exterminating all immortals and mortals. Solitude is wine, solitude is sorrow, solitude is homesickness. It would be great if it's that magical. Jiang Qin said with a smile. The first sword, cutting the water with a knife, the water flows even more. Solitude without sleep solves 1,000 worries. The second sword, I wish to ride the wind and return home. My sword cuts through the void and heaven's will. The third sword, solitude. Just these 3 moves. Jiang Qin murmured. It had the meaning, but it didn't have the form. Solitude is wine, solitude is sorrow, solitude is homesickness. Jiang Qin recalled the scenes of the immortal world. The wind of the immortal world, the rain of the immortal world, the mountains of the immortal world, the people of the immortal world. His father and brothers went through trials and tribulations, and the memories of Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qinyu, and Yan Qingqing were even more nostalgic. There was a flash of sadness in Jiang Qin's eyes. This kind of loneliness was something that no one could understand. It came from the overlapping and separation of one plane from another. Moreover, this kind of loneliness made Jiang Qin's sword intent even more confused. Amidst the confusion, there was also an unwavering belief. In the 9 provinces immortal world, the Sword of Solitude does not tell of the sorrow of parting. Jiang Qin murmured. In his mind, a figure holding a black sword appeared. That figure gave Jiang Qin a sense of familiarity. That kind of loneliness seeped into his bones, causing him to be overwhelmed with sadness. The Sword of Solitude moved with the heart. At this moment, Jiang Qin's heavenly dragon sword also started to dance slowly. Every move, every taste and every bite, it was like nature itself. The Sword of Solitude moved with the wind. Following the will of solitude, it soared into the 9 heavens, destroying the will of heaven. The first sword, solitude without sleep, dispels 1,000 worries. When the sword fell, there was no terrifying aura, only the sword intent of solitude. It didn't destroy a flower, a grass, a mountain, or a rock, but it gave people a feeling of invincibility. This sword intent seemed to be engraved with the solitude and silence of this world. This sword intent seemed to have come from beyond the 9 heavens. The sword intent of solitude. At this moment, Jiang Qin finally had a deep understanding of it. It was as if the sword intent was in this book, as if it was right in front of his eyes, as if it was right in front of his hands. Solitude wasn't just a feeling of homesickness, but also sorrow, worry, reflection and loss. It was precisely in this kind of opposite emotions that a soared intent of solitude was born. It soared into the heavens, sweeping everything before it. How lonely is being invincible, Jiang Chen seemed to have heard that black figure murmuring. That slanted face was as cold as ice, filled with boundless killing intent, solitary under the heavens. Who are you? Jiang Chen recalled in his mind and asked faintly. I am you, the lonely one. I am also the new lonely one. As soon as the figure finished speaking, it instantly disappeared into the darkness. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his expression became extremely solemn, as if he had just gone through a great battle, sweating profusely. Ling Yun looked at Jiang Chen in shock. She felt the terror of that sword intent just now. Even though she was once a heavenly god, she still felt a sense of fear. That sword intent seemed to be able to cut through the void, causing the heavens and earth to change its color. Did he really master it? This isn't an abandoned sword technique. Ling Yun's face was filled with disbelief. Others might not know about it, but she had some understanding of this sword technique. No one could rely on this sword technique to battle, those who learned it were the weakest representatives. But at this moment, Jiang Chen seemed to have comprehended the true essence of it, the sword intent of solitude. I have comprehended it. Although it's only the first move, it should be enough. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to improve. He knew that this sort of solitude was not that simple. It was already a great fortune for him to be able to learn the first style by chance. But at least he could be considered to have reached a higher level. The terror of the first style made him feel that this sword technique had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. It was not just a flower, a blade of grass, a mountain or a stone, but it could bring about a ferocious attack like a tidal wave. It turns out that this is not an abandoned sword technique. It's just that no one is able to unleash its full power. The sword intent of this move is indeed terrifying. Ling Yun said sincerely. At this moment, Jiang Chen was also quite complacent. The fact proved that his choice was not wrong. Big brother, you're so awesome. Sister Ling said that you're a 1 in a million genius. Although there's still a little gap between you and me, it's already very good. Yu Er said with a serious face. Ha ha ha, our little Yu Er is so awesome. Jiang Chen said with a laugh. On the second day, on the battle arena, Sui Zhenkai stood with his eyes closed, holding his sword in his arms. He stood there like a golden spear, standing upright and emitting a majestic aura. Around the ring, there were countless outer disciples. There were at least 10,000 of them. The news of Sui Zhenkai, who ranked 69th in the 100 battle ranking, challenging the new disciple Jiang Chen spread throughout the outer sect instantly, attracting countless people. Who on the 100 battle ranking was easy to deal with? On the one hand, Sui Zhenkai wanted to avenge Wang Tianba. On the other hand, he also had his own selfish reasons, that was, he wanted to get close to her. After all, Ling Yun was too beautiful. Such a stunning woman had attracted countless men. And Jiang Chen did not deserve to be with such a goddess. It was a naked stain. Everyone knew that there were countless men who coveted Ling Yun. No matter where she was, a beautiful woman was destined to attract men, especially those who boasted of heroism. If they were heroes, how could they lack beauties? Sword drinking blood, Jianghu tribulations, adoration for beauties. Who knew? Wasn't it all for the sake of a beautiful woman's smile? Chapter 22-29. Every man longed to be conquered by a peerless beauty. Otherwise, why would they want to conquer the world? What's the use of being the strongest in the world? An expert was fated to have a background and a pursuit. This was the Jianghu, this was life. In Sui Zhenkai's eyes, only with such a heavenly fragrance and peerless beauty would he be worthy of his title as a hero. Out of 100,000 disciples, he was ranked within the top 100, and he was even an expert in the middle. This kind of arrogance and pride was indeed not something an ordinary person could compare to. Arrogant and unyielding, cold as ice. At least, he was not someone that Huang Tianba could look up to. Looks like that guy won't dare to come today. Ha! No wonder. Sui Zhenkai has gone overboard this time. He's a disciple who just entered profound Feng sect. In just 4 days, he's being challenged again and again. This time, it's an expert on the 100 battle ranking. If it's me, I won't come either. Yeah. There's only one ending for those who act like heroes, death. With talent and ability, why would he be afraid of challenges? If he doesn't even dare to accept such a challenge, then what's the point of cultivating? You're right. But I think there's no suspense in this battle anymore. Sui Zhenkai is just helping Huang Tianba. I'm afraid that he has ulterior motives, hee. Many people were discussing about it, but Sui Zhenkai turned a deaf ear to them. He never needed others to tell him what to do. No one could stop him from doing what he wanted to do. He's here. He's here. That guy really came to accept the challenge. He has no choice. All the new disciples and us old foxes have seen it with our own eyes. If he doesn't come, how can he stay in profound Feng sect? Jiang Chen walked through the void. Beside him were 2 beauties, one big and one small. Their faces were covered by a green veil and their brows were slightly furrowed. Their eyes were as clear as autumn water, rippling like ripples. Who knew how many heroes had fallen for them? A girl like her was destined to bring chaos to the world and captivate all living beings. Little Yu Er was full of vigor. Although she was only 12 or 13 years old, she had already grown into a little beauty. She would definitely become a peerless beauty in the future. Ling Yun held Yu Er's hand while Jiang Chen walked in front. Countless people were envious, but at the same time, they felt sad for Jiang Chen. The family of 3 is finally going to be separated. There's no life or death on the stage. Although this battle is unfair, no one forced him to participate. This new disciple is still too young and impetuous. Isn't that right? But strength and ability are also proportional. His woman is a beauty that can cause the downfall of a country. If he doesn't have the ability to protect his woman, he is destined to be stepped on as a stepping stone. And his own woman will become a beautiful woman in someone else's arms. This is how the world is. Survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. The strong will always stand at the top. If you're not satisfied, then you can only defeat him. Jiang Chen listened to the mockery and disdain of these people. His expression was calm. No one could replace him. His appearance was to make these people feel inferior. The current Jiang Chen's strength had reached another level. When facing Sui Zhenkai, he no longer had any worries. As for those who treated Ling Yun as his woman and Yu Er as their child, Jiang Chen could only choose to listen to them. Otherwise, he would be angered to death. Ling Yun was already used to it. Although she did not say it, Jiang Chen could feel that she was unhappy and even angry. But what could he do? The 3 of them really made people think of them as a family of 3. Of course, the one who was in the most danger was Jiang Chen, because he had to face challenges from different experts at all times. Protecting a woman who wasn't his woman had become a daily routine for him. I thought you weren't coming back. Sui Zhenkai smiled and glanced at Jiang Chen. But most of his attention was on Ling Yun. Because he did not put Jiang Chen in his eyes. I thought you were blind. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. You're forcing me to kill you. Forcing me to act against you as soon as possible. Isn't it easy to die? Sui Jinkai snorted. This time, let's see if you can escape from my palm. Huang Tianba's eyes were gloomy as he watched the battle below the arena. His heart was filled with coldness. Sui Jinkai would definitely kill Jiang Qin. Jiang Chen's days of arrogance had finally come to an end. The revenge of his severed arm and the death of Huang Qiuyin's brother would be avenged. Huang Tianba directly blamed Jiang Qin for Huang Qiuyin's sudden death. If it wasn't for him, his brother would definitely not die. Although he did not find any clues, he was very clear that this matter was definitely done by Jiang Qin. After killing you, I should be able to replace your position as the 69th on the 100 battle ranking, right? Jiang Qin said. Sure, but the prerequisite is that you must have the ability to do so. Why don't we have a bet? This bet might be able to save your life. Sui Jinkai said with a smile. His eyes were filled with playfulness. I'm all ears. How can there not be a bet if we're going to compete? If you lose, I won't kill you. But she must become my woman. If you win, you can kill or plunder as you wish. This is the bet you were talking about? Hee hee, what a disappointment. How can someone like you be worthy of being a man? You're not worthy of being a hero. Unfortunately, you're just trash. Jiang Qin scolded in a deep voice. You dare to scold me? Sui Jinkai's face was as gloomy as water. Jiang Qin had completely angered him. So what if I scold you? I'll kill you later. Women are not tools for trading. If I use my own woman as a bet, then what's the difference between me and a beast? But it seems like you're more of a beast than me. Jiang Chen's words influenced many people. The one who was most moved was naturally Ling Yun. Although she wasn't his woman, Jiang Chen's words still made her feel good. She even looked at Jiang Qin in a different light. Such a man was indeed able to bear the responsibility and the backbone. She wasn't someone who was easily moved. However, Jiang Chen's words had touched her heart. Big brother is really a good person. Yu Er murmured. Although she was only 12 or 13 years old, what didn't she know? At this moment, her eyes were filled with tears. She was proud of Jiang Qin, proud of Ling Yun. The Jiang Qin that they knew wasn't a selfish person. He might not be too strong, but he gave others the warmth and steadiness of a mountain. Yu Er knew better than anyone that Jiang Qin was definitely a man of affection and righteousness. Even if Sister Ling didn't like such a man, countless women would still like him. Chapter 2230. Sui Jinkai has gotten himself into trouble this time. I never expected him to be so dirty. Ha! He reaped what he sowed. But I guess the result will be the same. The strong will be the one laughing at the end. I am looking forward to it. Now, Sui Jinkai can only get back some of his face by killing Jiang Qin. Sui Jinkai's expression became colder. His words had aroused many people's discussion. Now, he could only kill Jiang Qin. There's a path to heaven, but you didn't want to take it. Why did you come to the gate of hell? I will let you know that there are no servants in the 100 battle ranking. Sui Jinkai held his long sword and pressed towards Jiang Qin. He swept across the 100 Zhang arena with thunderous means. Jiang Qin sneered. The coldness in his eyes became more intense. Using a woman as a wager. Only a retard like him would think of something like that. Jiang Qin and Sui Jinkai pointed their swords at each other. Sword lights intertwined and terrifying sword marks were left on the arena. The 100 Zhang arena had its own barrier. Once the battle started, the people around them would not be affected by it. Star-shattering sword. Sui Jinkai's sword shadow soared up to the sky. His figure flickered. His swordsmanship was exquisite. Undeniably, he had fully displayed the strength of a late void god. The terrifying power completely suppressed Jiang Qin. In the eyes of others, Sui Zhenkai was only a middle void god. Want to defeat me? You've chosen the wrong opponent. Jiang Qin did not move at all. He stood still with his sword. Facing the terrifying sword shadows that came from all directions, Jiang Qin was calm. Even when Sui Zhenkai's attack had pushed him to a small distance, Jiang Qin was still calm. He raised his sword, shocking everyone. Once the heavenly dragon appeared, who could contend against it? The terrifying heavenly dragon sword was able to force Sui Zhenkai to take a few steps back. Sui Zhenkai's expression changed. The might of the heavenly dragon sword was unstoppable. Jiang Qin could only unleash 20 to 30% of the heavenly dragon sword's power. After being modified by the craftsman god, the heavenly dragon sword was truly unparalleled. But after all, Jiang Qin's strength was limited, so there was no way for him to truly achieve the ability to cut through the void and slash the 9 heavens with his sword. The power of the heavenly dragon sword was boundless. Even so, Sui Zhenkai's countenance changed drastically. He never expected that Jiang Qin's simple sword strike could push him back. Is he really a middle void god? The audience was in an uproar. No one thought that Jiang Qin's strength would be so strong. He was ranked 69th on the 100 battle list, a top master among more than 100,000 people, but he was actually forced to retreat by Jiang Qin's sword. Although it might be because Sui Zhenkai underestimated his opponent, even so, it was still frightening. Motherfucker, isn't he too strong? This guy seems to be able to compete with Sui Zhenkai. Never come to a conclusion until the end. Hee hee. This guy really scared me to death. That sword strike is a classic. Sui Zhenkai could only defend himself. Jiang Qin's sword strike had shocked many people. Sui Zhenkai did not underestimate his opponent because he knew that this guy was enough to attract his attention. He must not let his guard down. This battle might be the strongest battle he had in the past 5 years. Sui Zhenkai was not an ordinary person. Those who could enter the 100 battle list were not cowards. His opponent was also a late void god. Why couldn't those people enter the 100 battle list? But Sui Zhenkai was able to fight for a place. This meant that a true expert would always be able to stand out from the crowd. Meteor sword art, meteor sword technique. Jiang Qin had to admit that Sui Zhenkai's sword technique was profound. However, his sword technique was stronger than Sui Zhenkai's. The current him had already become one with the heavenly dragon sword. Sui Zhenkai's sword technique was not something that Sui Zhenkai could withstand. No matter how you attack me, I will not move. Jiang Qin sneered. He only moved when the cold sword shadow was about to hit him. There were no fancy moves. One sword strike, tens of thousands of swords were broken. The blade of Sui Zhenkai's pseudo-divine tool was cut off by Jiang Qin as he turned around. Jiang Qin had also successfully repelled Sui Zhenkai. The latter's expression changed. Jiang Qin slashed the stage with his sword. He was like an eagle soaring through the sky. His sword swept across all directions. He wanted to have a life-and-death battle with Sui Zhenkai. What a terrifying sword. Sui Zhenkai quickly retreated. Jiang Qin's 2 attacks had actually defeated his sword momentum. Even the pseudo-divine tool in his hand was completely broken. This was an unprecedented humiliation. The spectators were also extremely shocked. Jiang Qin's sword seemed to have a majestic power that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. No matter what method Sui Zhenkai used, he could defeat all of them. Jiang Qin's sword technique was indeed like that. There were no extra moves. Together with the heavenly dragon sword, his sword essence was in his heart. Although the current Jiang Qin could not completely master the heavenly dragon sword and reach the realm of heart and sword as one, being one with the sword was already strong enough. My heart is the sword is my heart. Wherever it is pointed, the heart of the sword is directed. Heart and sword as one. Jiang Qin did not dare to hope for now. At least, he had to wait until he could exert more than 50% of the power of the heavenly dragon sword before he could touch that realm. However, Sui Zhenkai had not even reached the realm of heart and sword as one. Moreover, his sword did not have a sword's soul like the heavenly dragon sword. It was impossible for it to help Sui Zhenkai achieve heart and sword as one. Eat my sword. Across the Milky Way. Sui Zhenkai did not retreat but advanced. Although his sword was broken, the sword momentum was still there. The terrifying sword's shadow overlapped like a knife cutting water. It crossed the ground and attacked the enemy. Your sword is my sword. Heart and sword as one. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He did not want to continue wasting time with Sui Zhenkai. Sui Zhenkai's attacks were getting stronger and stronger. Jiang Chen directly used heart and sword as one and transformed into a sword. He was in the form of a dragon. Heart and sword as one. Invincible. Sui Zhenkai's pupils shrank. Jiang Chen disappeared and was replaced by an extremely sharp dragon sword. It pierced through the sky as if it had stepped through the ages and the endless Milky Way. It pierced through Sui Zhenkai's body. Poof! Jiang Chen transformed into a sword and became one with the heavenly dragon sword. This realm was far beyond Sui Zhenkai. Sui Zhenkai's expression kept changing. Jiang Chen's swordsmanship was indeed much stronger than his. Sui Zhenkai finally understood this point. However, it was all too late. Jiang Chen would never give him any chance to fight back. Don't kill me, no. Sui Zhenkai felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. It was as if he would be killed by Jiang Chen's sword in the next second. Jiang Chen's 10,000 swords pierced through Sui Zhenkai's body. Sui Zhenkai's body was completely riddled with holes. Stop! Chapter 22:31. A loud roar could be heard, but it still couldn't stop Jiang Chen's attack. Sui Zhenkai's eyes were filled with disbelief. Up until the moment of his death, there was no sign of him losing to a middle void god kid. It was truly an unexpected turn of events. It was truly frightening. Silence, deathly silence. When Sui Zhenkai's body fell to the ground, no one could believe that he had been defeated. Moreover, he had been utterly defeated. He had been utterly defeated. His heart was pierced by thousands of swords. It was a tragic death. Jiang Chen carried a long sword on his back and looked up to the sky. His aura was unstoppable. Sui Zhenkai's death had formed a sharp contrast between the two of them. Everyone was still immersed in the battle just now because everything had ended too quickly. Yun Ben wanted to see Sui Zhenkai's prestige, but in the end, he was mercilessly killed by Jiang Chen. The tens of thousands of people on the scene were silent. More and more of them started to have a completely different opinion towards Jiang Chen. Now, they were filled with respect for him. Jiang Chen's technique was too terrifying, shocking the entire outer sect of Profound Feng sect. Thousands of people sighed. Jiang Chen's sword was too terrifying. A mid-void god killing a late void god on the 100 battle ranking. Some of them could not believe such news, especially Jiang Chen. He had just entered the outer sect of Profound Feng sect not long ago. Such a result made everyone sigh, feeling that they were far behind him. A man with a pair of horns on his head and a heavy ruler on his back stood on the stage. His expression was cold as he stared at Jiang Chen. I asked you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Yan Qing shouted in anger. His fiery temper was just like his facial expression, filled with overbearing aura. He was as violent as a tiger. His eyes were piercing as he clenched his fists tightly. The moment he landed on the stage, the earth seemed to tremble and the air was burning. The life and death arena. Victory and defeat are decided. Who do you think you are? Since when did you have the right to interfere? Could it be that he can kill me and I can't kill him? Jiang Chen said with a sneer. You should know who you're talking to. Yan Qing smiled slightly. He withdrew the violence from earlier and his aura gradually calmed down. This fellow was indeed very strong. However, he was not strong enough to make Jiang Chen lower his head. Even if the sect master were to stand here, he wouldn't have the right to reprimand me, right? Could it be that you are the sect leader? Jiang Chen sneered. Sharp-tongued people usually don't live long. Yan Qing glared angrily at Jiang Chen. He was famous for his fiery temper. My goodness, even the devil's incarnate has appeared. It seems that Jiang Chen has killed Sui Zhenkai today. This matter will not end peacefully. Who is he? So domineering, it doesn't seem like he's a simple character. Yan Qing, number 2 in the outer sanctum. In other words, apart from the eldest senior brother in the outer sanctum, he is the strongest in the outer sanctum. No way. It's really him, the number 2 on the 100 battle ranking, Yan Qing. Everyone was silently mourning for Jiang Chen and felt a trace of worry for him. Yan Qing was famous for his fiery temper. He was famous for killing without batting an eye. Back then, no one knew who had offended him. Yan Qing, who had just entered the sect, fought against 23 people, shocking the entire outer sanctum. Now, his strength was enough to enter the inner sanctum. However, he still needed to advance. Such a person was not easy to deal with. Yan Qing, represented killing. No one could be arrogant in front of him. If you did that, there would only be one result, and that was death. Usually, this fellow would not even give face to the eldest senior brother in the outer sanctum, let alone a new disciple. Looks like you're courting death. Yan Qing did not speak any nonsense. He raised his hand and punched towards Jiang Chen fiercely. The mightiness of his punch shocked everyone. Jiang Chen did not hold back at all. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Since when did he back off? Both of their fists collided. At that moment, Jiang Chen and Yan Qing both took 3 steps back. Yan Qing's face was filled with solemnity, including the others. Jiang Chen had shocked them once again. Even Yan Qing could not do anything to him. Although it was just a probe, the probing punch was enough to kill an ordinary middle void god. In other words, Yan Qing was determined to kill Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen's expression did not change at all. He was still staring at Yan Qing with Leng. You can actually take a punch from me. Interesting. This is really interesting. Yan Qing squinted his eyes. He finally found an opponent who could force him to use his full strength. Moreover, Jiang Chen had killed his friend. He had a good reason to attack. This. Jiang Chen can actually take a punch from the demon incarnate. Oh my god. What did I just see? This is too unbelievable. A new disciple is actually evenly matched with the fierce fire demon Yan Qing. At this moment, that fellow must be feeling terrible in his heart. Ha ha ha. This time, the new disciple is a little too strong. Some sighed. Some were worried. A great battle was about to break out. Yan Qing did not care about the rules. In his eyes, he was the rule. Don't force me. Otherwise, even if it's you, I will still kill you. Jiang Chen raised his head. Leng's eyes were staring at Yan Qing. At this moment, Yan Qing could really feel Jiang Chen's determination. This fellow was really a demon incarnate like him. However, this battle was definitely unavoidable. He wanted to fight with Jiang Chen more and more. This fellow could definitely enter the top 10 of the 100 battle ranking. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to take a punch from him. You're really wild. However, today, I will force you. Yan Qing sneered. Don't you have any shame? Ha ha ha, to attack a new disciple. Yan Qing, have you been living like a dog all these years? A white-clothed figure appeared in front of Jiang Chen. He gently waved his feather fan and smiled. This has nothing to do with you. Bai Yunfei, don't ask for trouble. Yan Qing said in a deep voice. This is the outer gate. I am in charge of the outer gate. This has something to do with me. Bai Yunfei said. Using a chicken feather as a token of authority, do you think I'm afraid of you? If you have the guts, let's fight. Yan Qing was furious. The hidden secret realm will be opening soon. If you don't want to be grounded, I advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter the hidden secret realm anymore. Yi Shiwen said with a smile. Bai Yunfei smiled. Are you threatening me? Yan Cheng's eyes widened in anger. You can weigh the pros and cons yourself. I have already delivered the message. If you dare to attack again, you can try and see if I have the ability to do so. Even if I can't, Big Senior can. Bai Yunfei seemed to be playing it down, but Yan Qing had no choice but to give up because the hidden secret realm would only open once every 100 years. If he was locked up, he would lose the chance to enter the hidden secret realm. Chapter 2232. In the past, he killed 23 people consecutively. Although the sect did not order him to be executed, he was still grounded for 3 years. He could not ignore the sect's rules. After all, this was a serious matter. You're lucky today. Kid, I will definitely seek revenge from you in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Qing turned around and left. This scene made the eyes of many outer sect disciples filled with admiration. Although Jiang Chen had Bai Yunfei's help, he was still able to escape from Yan Cheng's hands and even exchanged a punch with him. From this, it could be seen that Jiang Chen's rise was unstoppable. Provided that he was not killed by Yan Qing in the cradle. Thank you, Senior Bai Yunfei. Jiang Chen said with a smile. It's nothing. Moreover, it's against the rules for him to touch you. After today's battle, I'm afraid that you will be famous in the outer sect. Ha! Bai Yunfei laughed heartily. He looked at Ling Yun as if he was thinking about something. She's indeed a beauty. But she's too ostentatious. She's destined to be the target of everyone. Hee hee. You know what I mean. You're on your own now. When Bai Yunfei was about to leave, he was stopped by Jiang Qin. Senior Bai, I have something to ask. May I know what kind of place is the hidden secret realm? Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with anticipation. Yan Qing regarded the hidden secret realm with such importance. It meant that the hidden secret realm was a great attraction. You want to know too? Hee hee. I don't mind telling you. Every 100 years, the Linhe boundary will hold a hidden secret realm trial. The hidden secret realm is the place where all the young experts of the Linhe boundary gather. There are groups of demonic beasts and ruins everywhere. Those who are lucky can even become a dragon and become a peerless expert. That place will also become the cradle of experts. There are only 8 quotas for our profound Feng sect to enter the hidden secret realm. 5 for the inner sect and 3 for the outer sect. In a few days, I will challenge the 3rd-ranked senior. It's worth it to fight to the death for this quota. Bai Yunfei said with a smile. There are 3 quotas for the outer sect. Jiang Chen said. First senior's strength is something that even the inner disciples are afraid of. As for Yan Qing, that fellow is also a devil incarnate. If there is no reason, no one would be willing to provoke him. I advise you to stay away from him. Although Bai Yunfei had left, Jiang Chen's eyes were shining brightly. He felt that he had a chance to fight for the 3 outer sect quotas in the hidden secret realm. His target was Yan Qing. Everyone on the scene was full of admiration for Jiang Chen. First, he killed Sui Zhenkai, then he fought Li Huogui. His name had spread throughout the outer sect. His momentum was unstoppable. At this moment, Jiang Chen was the center of everyone's attention. No matter if it was a man or a woman, this kind of battle had made their blood boil. One should know that Sui Zhenkai was an expert in the middle of the 100 battle ranking while Jiang Chen was just a new disciple. The scariest thing was that after killing Sui Zhenkai mercilessly, he went against Li Huo Ghost Yan Qing. This was the scariest thing. Li Huo Ghost Yan Qing was one of the top experts in the outer sect. Except for the first senior, Yang Jian, no one could be compared to him. However, Jiang Chen had done it. The power of his punch was equal to Jiang Chen's. Neither of them could gain the upper hand. Although it was just a test, it was enough to shock everyone. It had to be said that Jiang Chen's punch had struck everyone's heart. That kind of shock came from the deepest part of their hearts. Many of the new disciples and lower-ranked disciples admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. Jiang Chen had given them a different kind of hope. Who said that the lower-ranked disciples didn't have any experts who could amaze everyone with a single brilliant feat? Jiang Chen was an exception to this rule. When will we be able to reach Jiang Chen's level? Dream on. Jiang Chen is a mid-void god. He killed a late void god and did it so effortlessly. How could an ordinary genius do that? That's right. You're right. Looks like there's going to be another true expert on the 100 battle ranking. That's right. I'm really looking forward to the battle between Jiang Chen and Yan Qing. I wonder who will come out on top. Although Jiang Chen is strong, Yan Qing was a famous expert for many years. In the outer sect, he was second only to one and above tens of thousands of people. That kind of glory is directly proportional to his strength. Jiang Chen might not be his opponent. The people outside the arena were filled with envy and jealousy as they looked at the scene on the arena. However, not many people knew how much hardship Jiang Chen had to go through to step into the 9 regions immortal world from the human world and step by step into the divine world from the 9 regions immortal world. The bitterness he went through was not something that outsiders could understand. Jiang Chen stood proudly and slowly walked towards Ling Yun and Yu Er. He did not let them down. At this moment, he was their hero. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Big brother, you're amazing. Sister Ling, although you're still far from her, it's already very good. After Yu Er finished speaking, she looked at Ling Yun with a smile. The latter's expression was calm. Perhaps I'm not as strong as you now. But one day, I will catch up to you. Jiang Chen said confidently. Catch up to Sister Ling. Are you really confident? Big brother. That's for sure. Jiang Chen said proudly. When he saw Yu Er's sinister smile, he knew that this girl was playing a pun with him. Luckily, Ling Yun did not show any expression. Ling Yun patted Yu Er's head lovingly, pulled her up and left. I hope that such a day will come. Ling Yun's words stunned Jiang Chen. Do you want my strength to catch up to you, or do you want me to catch up to you? But then again, if he could not catch up to her in terms of strength, he would not be qualified to appear in front of her and pursue her, right? Jiang Chen touched his nose in a self-deprecating manner. He actually had a shred of expectation. Ever since he entered the divine world, he had seen many beauties. Jiang Xinxin, Goddess Luo, they were all first-class beauties. However, Ling Yun was the only one that made him feel something. He was also afraid that he would let down Yan Chenyu and the others, but he could not control his feelings. Deep in his heart, Jiang Chen started to have feelings for her. Although it wasn't a strong feeling, he knew that this woman had quietly walked into his heart. Good luck, big brother. Under everyone's worship, Jiang Chen left the stage with Ling Yun and Yu Er. But this matter was like a bomb, instantly spreading in the outer sect. Jiang Chen killed Sui Jinkai and fought against Yan Qing. Such a story naturally became a topic of discussion during their leisure time. How would Zhou Yunping dare to let Jiang Chen call him brother? It's not a big deal. He, brother Zhou, I came to find you this time because I need your help. Jiang Chen said seriously. Zhou Yunping's expression was solemn. He would definitely help Jiang Chen and he would spare no effort. If he knew such an expert, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in the outer sect? However, Zhou Yunping was not the kind of person who relied on others to intimidate others. However, to make friends with an expert like Jiang Chen, there were only advantages and no disadvantages. Say it. If I can do it, I will definitely do my best. Zhou Yunping said. I want to sell some elixirs in exchange for divine origin stones for cultivation. Zhou Yunping looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. Do you have elixirs? Normally, no one would be willing to sell good elixirs. Are there a lot? A lot. Jiang Chen said. Our outer sect and inner sect have an underground trading place every month. It's at the Hua Cave of the east of Fengyu Mountain. That's where our inner sect disciples trade with outer sect disciples. However, some of the inner sect disciples are unwilling to reveal their names and strength. They would usually wear masks and gradually, the outer sect disciples would do the same. Be it demon crystals, elixirs, or even pseudo-divine weapons, there will be people selling them. It all depends on whether you have enough divine origin stones to buy them. Zhou Yunping said. What kind of elixirs do you have? Wouldn't I be able to enjoy the moonlight first in a favorable position? Ha! That's for sure. However, I haven't refined any elixirs yet. Jiang Chen's words made Zhou Yunping stumble and he almost fell to the ground. Brother, are you kidding me? Could you be an alchemist? Zhou Yunping's eyes were filled with disbelief. Isn't this too scary? I guess so. I know how to refine a few simple elixirs. I just don't know if I can sell them for a price. Jiang Chen said. Amazing. A genius is a genius after all. Ordinary people like us can never be compared to him. He can even sell elixirs on the spot. When the time comes, if you have any good elixirs, don't forget about me, brother Jiang. Zhou Yunping looked at Jiang Chen with envy. Can you help me collect some herbs? In profound Feng sect, I only trust you. Jiang Chen's words made Zhou Yunping's body tremble. His expression became extremely serious. It was his honor. Really? This kind of trust and solemn treatment made Zhou Yunping extremely excited. Jiang Chen was not an arrogant person and he did not put on any airs in front of Zhou Yunping. If it was someone on the 100 battle ranking, they would be extremely arrogant. But to put it bluntly, Jiang Chen had the right to be arrogant because he had the strength. Of course. This is 100 mid-grade divine origin stones. Help me collect some herbs. Bone catcher grass, 3 leaves ginkgo, base dragon root, fragrant hemp leaf and nourishing spirit grass. Jiang Chen said. 100 mid-grade divine origin stones was equivalent to 10,000 low-grade divine origin stones. Jiang Chen gave it to him just like that. Zhou Yunping felt that his hands were heavy. It was not only the weight of the divine origin stones, but also the weight of Jiang Chen's trust and respect. This is 300 low-grade divine origin stones. Take it. This. I can't take it, Brother Jiang. Jiang Chen said sternly, take it. This is what you deserve. Moreover, 300 low-grade divine origin stones is not a lot. Help me collect these herbs. After I refine the elixirs, you might even need to help me sell some. Chapter 22-34. Alright. I'll ask my friends if they have these herbs. If they don't, we can only go to the Donghua Caves trading market 7 days later. Thank you, Brother Zhou. Don't worry, Brother Jiang. I will do my best. After bidding farewell to Jiang Qin, Zhou Yunping began to search for these herbs. Jiang Qin did not have to wait for too long. In less than 3 days, Zhou Yunping brought all the herbs over. Ha ha ha. Thank you so much. Brother Zhou. You're too kind. Although my cultivation is average, I'm still quite familiar with the outer sect. If there's anything you need in the future, just tell me. Leave it to me. Zhou Yunping patted his chest and said. His face was full of confidence. His talent was average. After reaching the peak early void god realm, it was hard for him to advance further. Moreover, 10,000 low-grade divine origin stones were not easy to get. He could only get 30 low-grade divine origin stones every year. It was not enough for his cultivation. After I'm done refining the pills, we'll go to the trading market together. At that time, I'll definitely help you break through to the middle void god realm. Jiang Chen's words made Zhou Yunping's body tremble as if he was struck by lightning. At that moment, his eyes were filled with tears. He had been stuck at the peak early void god realm for many years. Without divine origin stones and a perfect opportunity, his talent was limited. It was almost impossible for him to step into the middle void god realm. However, Jiang Chen actually wanted to help him break through to the middle void god realm. How could Zhou Yunping not be excited? Brother Jiang, how do you expect me to repay such great kindness? Zhou Yunping actually felt like crying bitterly. He was indeed a person with a true temperament. There's no need to say too much. I just treat you as a friend. Jiang Chen's trust and help made Zhou Yunping feel that there was true love in the world. Jiang Chen's magnanimity, as well as his chivalrous feelings, made him admire him greatly. After Zhou Yunping left, Jiang Chen took out all of the medicinal ingredients: bone-absorbing soul grass, 3 leaves ginkgo, base dragon root, heaven-fragrant hemp leaf, and spirit-nurturing grass. He wanted to refine 2 kinds of pills. One was the soul-strengthening pill that could nourish the soul, and the other was the daybreak pill that could raise one's strength by 1 level after eating it. The daybreak pill could allow a peak early void god or even a peak mid void god to have an 80% chance of advancing to the next realm. However, it was only useful for void gods. When one reached the true god realm, this pill was useless. Even so, either one of these 2 elixirs was enough to cause a huge uproar in the outer sect. I didn't expect you to be an alchemist. Ling Yun looked at Jiang Qin. There are still many things that you didn't expect. Ha! Big brother, Grandpa said that your skill in alchemy is above his. Is it true? Yu Er asked. Your grandpa's realm is higher than mine. But in terms of alchemy, I'm afraid he's not as good as me. You're quite confident. Ling Yun said faintly. Since the 2 beauties are doubtful, then I'll finish practicing first before boasting. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He summoned the true dragon fire. The effect of the true dragon fire was the most obvious when refining a pill. Moreover, it contained the true dragon intent. The grade of the pill was relatively high. Pills are divided into 5 grades.
High grade is average, supreme grade is rare, immortal grade is extremely precious, divine grade is unparalleled. As for saint grade pills, rumor has it that it has never appeared in the divine world before. It's just a desire of alchemists. I wonder what grade you can achieve. Ling Yun, on the other hand, looked at Jiang Chen with a rare look of curiosity. I hope I won't disappoint you two beauties. Jiang Chen refined for 2 hours and produced 200 soul-stabilizing pills and 200 daybreak pills. The pill fragrance is rich. It's supreme grade. Not bad. Ling Yun looked at the pills in Jiang Chen's hand and commented. She was quite shocked because she had never seen Jiang Chen's 2 pills before. Moreover, the concoction of these 2 pills looked extraordinary. Although it might not have much effect on her, but to those below the true God realm, these 2 pills would definitely be regarded as the saint grade. It's really amazing. It seems like it's better than my grandpa's. Yu Er took one of the pills and played with it. Although she was young, she was quite proficient in the art of alchemy. After all, her grandpa was an alchemist. It's just that she was too young and did not have the chance to experiment with it. She did not show her talent in this aspect. I'm going to sell these 2 pills and exchange them for divine origin stones. At that time, I can cultivate wholeheartedly again. Ha! I'm excited just thinking about it. These 2 pills will definitely be exchanged for a lot of divine origin stones. Swimming in the ocean of divine origin stones, that's really nice. Jiang Chen chuckled. Vulgar. Ling Yun said and entered the cave to continue her cultivation. Vulgar. Yu Er followed closely behind. Jiang Chen was at a loss and smiled bitterly. These 2 pills were bound to shake the entire outer sect of Profound Feng sect. However, they were not attractive at all in front of these 2 beauties. However, the 2 ladies still followed Jiang Chen to the trading fair. With Zhou Yunping leading the way, it was a walk in the park. The trading market of Donghua Cave was indeed huge, and it only happened once a month. It was considered to be quite magnificent. There were tens of thousands of people in the trading market, causing Jiang Chen's eyes to be dazzled by the sheer number. There were indeed all kinds of things being sold here. Some were selling demon crystals, some were selling medicinal herbs, some were selling pills, some were selling weapons, some were selling beast skins, and some were even selling pets and beasts. It could be said that there was everything that one could ever want. Let's stay here. The medicinal pill area is usually very expensive. It's estimated to be at least a few hundred low-grade divine origin stones. Zhou Yunping said in a low voice. Looking at the people in groups of 2s and 3s, all of them were wearing masks. Jiang Chen and the others were the same. He was not worried that Ling Yun would cause unnecessary panic here. We still need to go to a place where there are many people buying medicinal pills. That way, there will be more people buying. Jiang Chen said. He was not short of a few hundred low-grade divine origin stones. It's just that Zhou Yunping felt a little heartache. Are you going to sell it for a few dozen low-grade divine origin stones? Zhou Yunping asked. 30. It's not good to be too high. Others might not be able to afford it. 30 is still high. Generally, medicinal pills are sold for 30 to 50 yuan. If your medicinal pills are of good quality, it won't be a problem to sell them for 100 yuan. Don't look down on those fellows. The people who come to buy medicinal pills are all rich people. Zhou Yunping said. It's 30 mid-grade divine origin stones. Jiang Chen corrected him. How much? 30 mid-grade divine origin stones. This is a little too ridiculous. Zhou Yunping was instantly dumbfounded. It's 30 mid-grade divine origin stones. If the price is too low,
wouldn't people go crazy over it? Do you know what medicinal pill this is? Jiang Chen asked. I don't know. Zhou Yunping shook his head. A medicinal pill that can help you break through, do you think it's worth this price? Zhou Yunping took a deep breath. He had never heard of a medicinal pill that could help people break through. His expression became incomparably solemn. Is your pill really that magical? Can it break through from the mid-void God realm to the late void God realm directly? Why don't I believe it? This pill is so magical. How is it possible? Yeah. I've never heard of anyone who could refine such a pill. It's unbelievable. Many people gathered here, mocking and doubting Jiang Chen's daybreak pill. Who's willing to try? Whether you can break through or not, you can try it on the spot. This shouldn't be fake, right? Jiang Chen smiled as he looked at the people around him. Can we really try this thing? Yeah. 30 low-grade divine origin stones. Why don't you just rob someone? Even if we can break through, only rich people can afford it. We can't afford it. That's 3,000 low-grade divine origin stones. I guess there aren't many people in the outer sect who can afford it. TSK. A bunch of poor people. I'll try it first. If it works, I'll get one for my woman. Some people doubted the price of the daybreak pill that Jiang Chen was selling. Some people doubted if his pill could pass the test. However, these were not the problems that Jiang Chen was facing. As long as someone took the daybreak pill, they would definitely break through. At that time, no one would doubt him anymore. I'm Man Shui. I'll try it too. As long as I don't die from it. I've been stuck at the peak mid-void God realm for a few years now. This time, I want to see how powerful this pill is to be able to break through directly. If I can break through in one go, I'll give you all these 30 middle-grade divine origin stones. A tall and sturdy man walked out. He wasn't wearing a mask. Instead, he looked very simple and honest, but his eyes were unusually sharp. I know this guy. Isn't he ranked 77th on the 100 battle ranking, Man Shui? This name is worthy of this brother. He's quite handsome. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Man Shui is quite powerful. Some late void gods are not his match. There's going to be a good show today. If there's really such a magical pill, the entire outer sect will go crazy for it. It will definitely shock the entire sect. More and more people came to Jiang Chen's side. There were many busybodies after all. Everyone wanted to see what was going on, to see if it was real or not. All right. Man Shui, Li Dixing, Zhou Yunping, the three of you can swallow this daybreak pill now. Sit down and refine the pill. In less than 15 minutes, the effect of the daybreak pill will take effect in your body and you'll be able to break through soon. Jiang Chen said. Everyone felt that it was very magical, but most of them still maintained a skeptical attitude. This was something that no one really believed. If this kind of medicinal pill really existed, once it appeared in the world, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. If the three of them successfully broke through, then it would be the time to witness a miracle. Are you ready? Jiang Chen flicked his finger and threw 3 pills towards Zhou Yunping, Man Shui, and Li Dixing respectively. The three of them looked at Jiang Chen, especially Zhou Yunping. Although he did not believe it, he still hoped that this pill could help him to make a comeback. Zhou Yunping held the daybreak pill in his hand. His expression was extremely solemn. At this moment, there was nothing more exciting than this. Chapter 22:36. Man Shui was the same. Although he was ranked 77th on the 100 battle ranking, he still couldn't break through. he couldn't find the bottleneck. At this moment, if Jiang Chen's daybreak pill could really help him, he would be extremely excited. This guy can't be selling fake medicine, right? I don't think it's real. Since it can increase the strength of others, doesn't it mean that we don't have to worry about it in the future? Anyone with a little bit of capital can break through to the late void god realm. This is too terrifying. 30 middle-grade divine origin stones is not a small amount. Since he dares to buy it at such a high price, it means that there must be a reason for him to do so. Let's just wait and see. If this pill is useless, no one will buy it. You're right. Let's wait and see. I think at least half of the people here are waiting to see this guy make a fool of himself. Could it be that this pill has the magical effect of breaking through to the next realm? That's too heaven-defying. The onlookers were discussing whether the pill could really help others to break through to the next realm. Jiang Chen looked at Man Shuai and the other two who took the pill and revealed a confident smile. The exciting moment was coming. This was the surprise he wanted to give to the people of Profound Feng sect. The three who took the daybreak pill sat cross-legged and began to absorb the effect of the pill. As expected, in less than a quarter of an hour, the three of them underwent great changes. Their faces were filled with seriousness. Moreover, 3 powerful auras were emitted from their bodies. The terrifying effect of the pill had helped the 3 of them to break through to the next realm. Zhou Yunping was the first to wake up as he was the weakest among them. At this moment, his eyes were filled with coldness and sharpness. However, when Zhou Yunping's eyes fell upon Jiang Qin, his eyes were filled with excitement and gratitude. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin, he wouldn't have this opportunity. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin, he wouldn't have been able to break through to the early void god realm. Now, he was a true middle void god. Jiang Chen looked at Zhou Yunping with satisfaction. Zhou Yunping's successful breakthrough made many people's eyes filled with disbelief and even jealousy. Because this pill was free, it was worth it to eat a pill that cost 3,000 low-grade divine origin stones for free. Brother Jiang, at this moment, Zhou Yunping's eyes were filled with gratitude. For so many years, he had endured humiliation and stayed at the bottom of Profound Feng sect's outer sect. No one knew about him. More than half of the outer sect disciples were early void gods. There were 30 to 40,000 middle void gods and the rest were late void gods. However, there were also some powerful late void gods. Some middle void gods might be stronger than late void gods. There's no need to say anymore. This is what you deserve. Even without me, you would have succeeded one day. Jiang Chen's words made Zhou Yunping nod his head heavily. He was completely convinced by Jiang Chen's character. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Most of the people who were doubtful at the beginning had now become skeptical. The second person, Li Dixing, had also woken up. He had broken through to the late void god realm. At this moment, Li Dixing looked at Jiang Chen in shock. This pill was too terrifying. He had been stuck at the bottleneck of the middle void god realm for a long time. Although he was not as strong as Man Shuai, he had broken through to the late void god realm and became a true expert. How could he not be shocked? Li Dixing and Zhou Yunping's eyes were filled with tears. It was said that men do not easily shed tears when they were deeply hurt. They had worked hard and struggled to break through again and again. The feeling of being able to break through the shackles was extremely gratifying. Moreover, they had suppressed the anger in their hearts for more than 20 years. Now, they could finally avenge themselves. It's too magical. This time, I really believe it. These two fellas have really improved their strength in such a short period of time. It's unbelievable. Look, Man Shuai is about to wake up. This fella has also reached the late void god realm. Oh my god. This time, Man Shuai will definitely enter the top 30 of the 100 battle ranking. I dare to bet. It's hard to say. But the current man Shui should not be someone ordinary people could compare to. One should know that he was a peak middle void god when he was ranked 77th on the 100 battle ranking. Man Shui suddenly stood up and stared at Jiang Qin. Then, under the astonishment of the crowd, he bowed deeply. The crowd was in an uproar. To think that this arrogant and powerful fellow would do such a thing. It was out of everyone's expectation. Brother man, you don't have to be so courteous. I'm selling pills to level up and increase my strength. I'm glad that you're willing to test the pills for me. Ha! Jiang Qin helped Man Shui up and said. Man Shui looked at Jiang Qin righteously and said with a hint of excitement in his voice. My cultivation has not stabilized yet. I need to stabilize it as soon as possible. I'll take my leave now. This soul summoning talisman is my personal item. If there's anything you need, just call me with this talisman and I'll be there. Aren't you afraid that I'm a thief? Jiang Qin asked. How could a thief like him have such peerless talent in alchemy? At least, I don't believe it. How can I let you down for treating me like this? Jiang Qin nodded. This man Shui is a righteous person. Moreover, he's frank. He doesn't even need to wear a mask to deceive the people in this market. Such boldness and confidence are admirable. I will never forget your kindness. If there's anything you need, I'll follow you in life and death. Jiang Qin and Man Shui looked into each other's eyes. At this moment, both of them could see mutual appreciation in each other's eyes. Jiang Qin did not value Man Shui's strength, but his spirit. A man like Man Shui was definitely a man of great spirit. Ling Yun could also feel Jiang Qin's true feelings. This Man Shui is a righteous person. But in her eyes, she couldn't see through Jiang Qin. He's like a cloud of mist, unfathomable. But his temperament is real. Man Shui left the market, but the popularity did not decrease. Jiang Qin's daybreak pill was witnessed by hundreds and thousands of people. Almost everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. But because of this, Jiang Qin's daybreak pill was so crazily fought over. This was something that no one had expected. Good things would never lack customers, nor would there be a lack of people who admired them. At this moment, Zhou Yunping's initial worry was completely gone. Chapter 2237. Jiang Qin's daybreak pill was sold at the price of 30 mid-grade divine origin stones. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the daybreak pills were sold. Countless people were beating their chests and stamping their feet, sighing as they did not manage to get a single divine pill. They were either angry or depressed because they did not manage to get a single divine pill. After all, the situation just now was witnessed by everyone. Facts speak louder than words. Those who did not trust Jiang Qin at the beginning were the ones who bought the daybreak pills the most. Zhou Yunping hadn't expected this either. This turn of events was simply too fast. Even he was a bit dazed, and Jiang Qin's daybreak pills had already been robbed clean. How could it be so little? Just 200 and it's gone. Impossible. Yeah, how could this be? We did not even see what the pills look like. Brother, don't tell me that you only have so little in stock. Do you have any more daybreak pills? We are all waiting here. Someone could not help but complain that Jiang Qin had too little daybreak pills. It was not enough. Most of the 100,000 outer sect disciples were early void gods, there were even some 9th-grade immortal sovereigns. Some of them were limited by their talent and could not break through, some of them were stuck in a bottleneck. But the daybreak pills were not a problem for them. I'm sorry, that's all I have. If you want to buy more, do it 10 days later. I will still be here. But I have another kind of pill, soul-stabilizing pill. It can nourish the soul and increase the realm of the soul. If anyone knows, you should know that the realm of the soul is more important than anything else. But there's one thing that I must say. If your strength is enough but your soul realm is not enough, a soul-stabilizing pill can help you break through. But the probability of this pill being compared to the daybreak pill is self-evident. But the effect of the two pills is completely different. As for this soul-stabilizing pill, I don't need to explain too much. 50 mid-grade divine origin stones for 1. Don't look at the effect, look at the effect. Jiang Chen's words stunned countless people. But at this moment, some of the inner sect experts paid more attention to it. Because the soul-stabilizing pill was indeed more direct than the daybreak pill for the inner sect experts. Moreover, the daybreak pill did not have much effect on the inner sect experts. Most of the inner sect experts were peak void gods or half-step true gods. A simple daybreak pill would not have much effect on them. However, the soul-stabilizing pill was different. Especially since it could nourish one's soul, it made those true experts pay attention to it. With the reputation that Jiang Qin had earned previously, his words were highly trusted. Almost no one doubted his pills. Moreover, the inner sect disciples were generally richer than the outer sect disciples. So the price of 50 mid-grade divine origin stones was more acceptable to the inner sect disciples. Although it was still expensive, it was still within the acceptable range. Pill can really nourish the soul. Such a miraculous elixir did not exist in the inner and outer sects in the past. Now that there was a daybreak pill, the credibility of the soul-stabilizing pill was even higher. Those who believe will not doubt, those who doubt will not use it. Jiang Qin smiled faintly. Although his answer was arrogant, there were still people who were willing to pay 50 mid-grade divine origin stones for it. In the end, the soul-stabilizing pill and the daybreak pill were all sold out. Jiang Chen made a lot of money. This time, Jiang Chen sold the pills for 16,000 mid-grade divine origin stones. That was equivalent to 1,600,000 low-grade divine origin stones. Such a huge amount of wealth had made Jiang Chen a true tycoon. Even the top experts in the inner sect would not have such wealth. The 400 pills were all sold out. But there were still a lot of people who did not get any. Some of them were even furious. First come, first served. Those who arrived late would not even get any leftovers. Jiang Qin held the 16,000 mid-grade divine origin stones. His eyes lit up. With so many divine origin stones, he might be able to advance to the late void god realm. Even Ling Yun was a little surprised. She did not expect this guy to be so capable. She had never heard of these two pills before. Most importantly, the effects of these two pills had set off a frenzy in both the inner and outer sect of Profound Feng sect. The soul-stabilizing pill in the inner sect had shocked the experts. It could nourish the soul, increase the strength of the soul and heal the injuries of the soul. Such a pill was simply divine. Even if the price was a little high, they could still accept it. After all, such a pill could only be found by luck. Do you guys know who is selling the daybreak pill in the trading market? And that soul-stabilizing pill. I heard that it's quite effective. God knows how many people are looking for him. I don't know about the inner sect. But I heard that a total of 197 daybreak pills were sold in the outer sect. 197 people successfully advanced to the void god realm. This is unheard of in the outer sect. I heard that even the people in the sect were shocked. That's right. Although the grade of this pill isn't high, it's still quite useful for us void gods. That's right. There are also many people in the inner sect who have their soul injuries healed or made up for the lack of soul power. I heard that Su Nanfeng and Shin Kuan of the inner sect are looking for this person. The two of them were injured by a soul-devouring beast when they were out on a mission 3 years ago. Both of them were quite unlucky.
Not to mention that their strength has been stagnant for the past 2 years, their soul power is also extremely weak. Voices of doubt could be heard from the inner sect and outer sect. But it was not a crusade. Instead, they were looking for this mysterious alchemist. Only Zhou Yunping knew that Jiang Chen was the real alchemist. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, did not pay attention to the outside world. He was focused on breaking through. 15,000 middle-grade divine origin stones were absorbed into his body. But the result was like a stone sinking into the ocean. There was no reaction. He did not even manage to reach the peak middle void God realm. Jiang Chen could not help but feel depressed. But no one could change this fact. If it was someone else, with so many middle-grade primordial stones, it would not be a problem for them to break through to the middle void God realm. Your body is really like a bottomless pit. So many divine origin stones are not enough to fill it. Ling Yun said doubtfully. Sad. This is really sad. Looks like I have to work harder to concoct pills. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and began to concoct pills again. This time, he concocted 500 daybreak pills and soul-stabilizing pills. These 2 pills were relatively easy to concoct. But it still took Jiang Chen 2 days. Plus, Jiang Chen liked to do things perfectly. The pills that he concocted must be of high grade. If the medicinal effect of a normal pill wasn't sufficient, or the medicinal effect couldn't be fully released, then it wouldn't be able to reach the grade. Therefore, normal pills were all gradeless pills. Naturally, they wouldn't be as effective as Jiang Chen's pill. Chapter 2238. When Jiang Chen appeared at the medicinal pellet trading area again, it was already crowded with people. This time, as expected, the 1,000 medicinal pellets were sold out again. Zhou Yunping was dumbfounded. Jiang Chen also gave him 500 mid-grade divine origin stones. Zhou Yunping was so happy that he could not close his mouth. It was quite beneficial for his cultivation. If he had enough divine origin stones, he was confident that he could break through to the late void God realm. For the disciples at the bottom level, it was not because they did not have enough talent. It was because they did not have enough resources for their cultivation. Once they had enough resources, they would be able to soar to the sky. Brother, I wonder what's the formula of your medicinal pellet. I have studied alchemy for more than 20 years and I have some achievements. I wonder if brother is willing to exchange pointers with me. A skinny man walked towards Jiang Chen slowly. His face was pale but his eyes were bright. He stared at Jiang Chen and said with a smile. Moreover, he was not wearing a mask. After so many years, many people could recognize his existence. There was no point in wearing a mask. Brother, you mean that you're here to ask for my formula? Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He was selling pills in front of him. Now that he had entered the trading market twice, almost everyone had lost their business. A tall tree attracts the wind. Jiang Chen's pills were miraculously effective. For alchemists like them, he had naturally become a thorn in their side. Jiang Chen's pills were extremely effective. There were close to 30 people concocting pills here, but they were all beginner-level alchemists. Only 3 to 5 of them were selling pills that could truly be considered to have reached a higher level. But compared to Jiang Chen's pills, the difference was still like heaven and earth. There was no comparison at all. No. Why would I ask for your formula? It's a taboo for alchemists. Moreover, the formula is a private collection. Who would be willing to share it with others? But I am also representing everyone. It's just a beginner formula. Since we're all from the same sect, it's good for us to take it out and study it together.
Since it can promote the unity of our profound Feng sect's disciples, it's very beneficial for us to study and improve. Gu Wanfeng smiled and said. He shook his head with a calm expression. The surrounding alchemists also slightly nodded, expressing their agreement. They were naturally resentful towards Jiang Qin for stealing their business. Now that Jiang Qin was the biggest seller, no one would buy their medicinal pellets anymore. How could they allow this kind of thing to continue disrupting the trading market? Jiang Qin had become a thorn in their eyes, blocking their path to riches. At this time, they would naturally attack Jiang Qin together. This guy is from the inner sect. He's very strong and is also the #1 alchemist in the inner sect. Rumor has it that he can concoct high-grade medicinal pellets. Not bad. Even the alchemist elder, Lin Zhongxiang, praised him and took him in as a disciple. Once he breaks through the void god realm and reaches the true god realm, he'll be taken in as a true disciple by the elder. Plus, no one is willing to offend an alchemist. The influence of an alchemist is very strong. Once someone offends them, they can use medicinal pellets to force others to work for them. Many people in the inner sect are on good terms with him. Zhou Yunping whispered to Jiang Chen's ear. This was to let Jiang Chen know his enemy and retreat. This Gu Wanfeng was not someone that could be offended easily. If that's the case, since we're all from the same sect, how about letting me have a look at your pill formula? Everyone can learn together. As for my inferior pill formula, I'm afraid it won't be able to enter everyone's eyes. Jiang Qin sneered in his heart. To put it bluntly, they just did not like Jiang Qin and wanted the formula of the Daybreak Pill and Soul Stabilizing Pill. Because the Daybreak Pill and Soul Stabilizing Pill had swept through the entire profound Feng sect. Many people's eyes were red with greed. Gu Wanfeng was naturally the first. He was the #1 alchemist in profound Feng sect. How could he miss out on such a good thing? If Jiang Chen was sensible and took out the formula, they could still have a win-win situation. If he did not agree, then they could only fight. Are you provoking me? You want my pill formula? You're really daydreaming. Aren't you being too full of yourself? Gu Wanfeng said coldly. Then on what basis do you want my pill formula? Who do you think you are? Only the prefectural officials are allowed to set fires, but the common people aren't allowed to light lamps. You want my pill recipe to be researched together, but I want yours. Is that a lunatic's ravings? Provoking you? Ha ha ha, looks like you're really retarded. You think I'm afraid of you? Grandson. I'm not giving it to you. What can you do to me? Bite me if you don't like it. Jiang Chen sneered, angering Gu Wanfeng to the point that his face turned gloomy and murderous aura filled the air. Good, good, good. I'm giving you face but you don't want it. This is the first time I've met someone who doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Looks like I can only teach you a lesson and let you know how to respect your senior. Gu Wanfeng snorted. Senior is indeed senior. There's something we should learn from you. It's good that you know. Senior is able to master such a shameless technique. We are really inferior to you. Your face is as thick as a mountain. I can't help but admire you. Ha! Jiang Chen laughed madly and said, looking down on Gu Wanfeng. Brother Jiang, you're too rash. That's the inner sect's Gu Wanfeng. Even the inner sect 7th, Lei Zhenting, is his good friend. This time, I'm afraid things won't be so simple. Zhou Yunping's face was filled with worry. So what? He's purposely provoking me. It's a fool's dream for me to ask for his pill formula. It's reasonable for him to ask for my pill formula. And he even said that we'll discuss it together. Fuck your mother. I, Jiang Chen, have never seen such a shameless person. Jiang Chen stared at Gu Wanfeng. Both of them were at each other's throats, neither willing to take a step back. More and more people began to gather around them. Then you're seeking your own death, right? So many senior brothers can't even persuade you. You're such a selfish guy. You're really deserving of others. Gu Wanfeng sighed, feeling nostalgic towards Jiang Chen. He seemed to be saying that Jiang Chen's pill formula originally belonged to everyone. You guarded the pill formula and treasured it. This is the greatest disrespect to your senior brothers. Now, it seems that you're really becoming more and more disappointing. It doesn't matter if you're an inner court disciple or an outer court disciple. Today, I will challenge you. If you don't dare to accept, then hand over the pill formula obediently. That way, perhaps you'll be able to be at ease. Our profound Feng sect has always advocated peace. You've provoked senior brother openly. I've already given you a chance. Chapter 2239. Although the surrounding people were disdainful, no one was willing to get involved in this mess. They did not know who the seller was, but who was Gu Wanfeng. They would stay away from him. He was Elder Lin Zhongqiang's disciple in name, and Elder Lin Zhongqiang had said that as long as Gu Wanfeng entered the true God realm, he would accept him as his personal disciple. Who would dare to go against Gu Wanfeng? Moreover, Gu Wanfeng had a lot of friends in the inner sect. Once Gu Wanfeng was angered, one would not be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, many people gathered here, holding the attitude that it was none of their business. After all, there was no time to watch a show, and more people gathered. Gu Wanfeng was fearless. With his ability to gather people, he would not lose to anyone. As long as it was not an expert from the inner sect, he was confident that he could kill the other party. Those in the inner sect were all true gods. How could they lower themselves to his level? Moreover, those 5 people were all very strong. Even if he was not familiar with them, he could still feel it. However, Gu Wanfeng did not feel any aura of an expert from Jiang Qin. Therefore, Gu Wanfeng did not feel any pressure towards this alchemist that appeared out of nowhere. So what? I'll do whatever you want. Since you said that I'm selfish, then I'll be selfish. If I want to do it, I'll do it. Who the hell do you think you are, trying to control me? So what if I accept your challenge? Jiang Qin shouted. His eyes were extremely cold. At this moment, Zhou Yunping was filled with worry. Quickly persuade Brother Jiang. Otherwise, he will not be able to win against this Gu Wanfeng. That fella is someone who can cover the sky in the inner sect. Big Brother will definitely defeat the bad guy. He knows what he's doing. Ling Yun remained calm, still standing behind Jiang Qin. Plus, this matter was not Jiang Chen's fault, but this Gu Wanfeng was too shameless and overbearing. Obviously, he saw that Jiang Qin had earned a lot of divine origin stones and felt jealous. Asking Jiang Qin to hand over the pill formula was shameless to the extreme. Ling Yun did not expect that a shameless person in the world could provoke someone like this. Could it be that something like face was worthless now? Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. All of you have seen it. Be my witness. Today, this fellow has disregarded my words and is full of himself. I will teach this kid a lesson on behalf of Profound Feng sect, to let him know what it means to respect his teachers. You're so arrogant, you'll definitely receive special attention. Humph. Humph, brat, you're still too inexperienced. Gu Wanfeng pointed at Jiang Qin and said, not putting Jiang Qin in his eyes at all. His attitude as an inner sect elder was fully displayed. Because his strength had reached the half-step true God realm, not something those outer sect disciples could compare to. The half-step true God realm was qualified to enter the true God realm. All they needed was time to accumulate and condense their divine origin force. Today, I will not fight with you. You and I will concoct a pill each. Whoever has a higher grade will be the winner. If I win, you need to give me the pill formulas of the daybreak pill and soul stabilizing pill. If I lose, I will never appear in front of you again. If we have to meet again, we'll have to go through the ceremony of becoming your disciple. What do you think? Gu Wanfeng's face was filled with pride. He was extremely confident in his skill in alchemy. It's not that he's not confident in his own strength, but if he can beat Jiang Qin in alchemy, it'll be more glorious for him. Plus, this brat must have had some kind of luck to get the pill formula. Gu Wanfeng gave him the chance to give it to him, but he didn't know how to appreciate it. Well said, senior brother. When you see me in the future, you'll have to go through the ceremony of becoming my disciple. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen laughed. Humph. What kind of ability is that? You'll know how weak you are in a moment. This fella's pill concoction skills are weak. He only obtained the pill formula by chance and concocted a substandard pill. If this pill formula is in my hands, I'll definitely be able to shock you guys even more. In fact, I want to benefit more disciples of Profound Feng sect by taking the prescription. Plus, I won't sell it at such a high price. Isn't this a ripoff? Even if I don't need this pill, I still feel that it's not worth it. Whose divine origin stones do not grow on trees? Even I can't bear to see such a high price. Gu Wanfeng actually incited the Profound Feng sect disciples. Moreover, there were people who supported Gu Wanfeng, saying that Jiang Chen's pill was too expensive and they could not afford it. It would be great if they could sell it for 3 mid-grade divine origin stones. Yeah. Senior brother Gu is kind-hearted and considerate of us. Yeah. That's right. Senior brother Gu is indeed worthy of being the chief alchemist of the inner sect. You've really made us proud. This guy who popped out of nowhere is simply too evil. Just one pill and he wants all of our belongings. Damn it. In the end, it's too expensive. We can't afford it. If Senior Brother Gu can uphold justice for us, we'll support Senior Brother Gu. Looking at these fellas who shouted without distinguishing right from wrong, Jiang Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. These people deserved it. They were weak and did not want to improve themselves. They could not differentiate between right and wrong. Jiang Chen had nothing to sigh about even if these people died. Moreover, these people were too poor to afford the pill and yet they were shouting and making a ruckus here. Gu Wanfeng tried to confuse the public. Some people flattered him and some people supported him, saying that these people were ignorant. It's not scary to be ignorant and shameless. They deserved to die and even wasted the divine world's divine origin qi. What a bunch of scum. Jiang Chen shook his head with an indifferent face. He did not expect these fellas to surprise him. There were all kinds of birds in a big forest. Jiang Chen had seen all kinds of people and the fickleness of the world. His heart was as calm as still water. Gu Wanfeng had turned black into white, openly snatching the pill formula, and was still so confident and fearless. This was completely using his power to oppress others. He was completely shameless to the extreme. Number 1 shameless person in history. You've made me look at you in a different light, senior brother. Jiang Chen was not as angry towards Gu Wanfeng as before. Because he was angered to the point of laughing. Cut the crap. How about we concoct an energy recovery pill? It can recover one's strength and is the most common pill. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Gu Wanfeng did not plan to give Jiang Chen any chance. He wanted to kill him here. Obtaining the spirit-stabilizing pill and daybreak pill's formulas was the most important thing. Chapter 2240. Jiang Qin only said one word and was prepared to compete with Gu Wanfeng. Everyone here can be our witness. I, Gu Wanfeng, will never bully anyone. This time, we will have a fair battle. Everyone here can be our witness. Gu Wanfeng took out a small alchemy cauldron, ignited the flame and started adding ingredients into the cauldron. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin did not move at all, quietly observing Gu Wanfeng. Gu Wanfeng's expression was calm. His steps were done very well. Every step was convincing. The number one alchemist in the inner sect was not an undeserved title. Gu Wanfeng's skills were obvious. His pills were the best before Jiang Qin's. Could it be that this guy doesn't know how to refine pills? Could it be that those pills were not made by him? Yeah. Now I'm also suspecting if this guy really lives up to his name. So it was someone else who made those pills. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Has he been exposed this time? Ha ha ha. There's going to be a good show. I was wondering why he didn't take out the pill formula for everyone to see and study together. So he's just a liar. He doesn't even know how to refine pills. Where would he get the pill formula from? This is too funny. I can't wait to see how this guy with an undeserved reputation is going to end up. Jiang Qin did not move because he still had time. Plus, he had never tried using a cauldron to concoct pills before. He had always refined the herbs directly and condensed the pills in the flames. In this way, all the impurities would be burned away. Plus, no matter which of his 5 elemental true fire was used, he was afraid that no cauldron could withstand it. Perhaps only the myriad chi cauldron could, but if he used the myriad chi cauldron, wouldn't it be too scary? The myriad chi cauldron could only be taken out when Jiang Qin was by himself. More and more people were mocking, waiting to see Jiang Qin make a fool of himself. He did not make a move until now. Most likely, he really did not know how to refine pills. Gu Wanfeng was already halfway through. Now, many people could foresee that this guy was just trying to be mysterious and might not even know how to refine pills. What an arrogant person, pretending to be profound. Ling Yun murmured. Big Brother is using silence to stop us. Yu said seriously. You little bootlicker, you've learned to flatter him. Ling Yun glanced at Yu chuckled with a hint of gentleness. The image of a big brother was incomparable in her heart. The corner of Jiang Qin's mouth curled into a smile. At this moment, he did not have any hesitation. A surge of sun flame rose up. However, it was specially sealed by Jiang Qin, so others could not tell that it was the sun flame. However, the fierceness of the flame did not escape Gu Wanfeng's eyes. After all, he was also an alchemist and could feel how terrifying the flame in Jiang Qin's hand was. What a powerful fellow to actually possess such flames. This is truly surprising. However, even so, you are still no match for me. Humph. Gu Wanfeng laughed coldly in his heart. His pill refining skills could not be compared to this brat who had just arrived. This fellow is really shocking. He really knows how to refine pills. Looks like we've underestimated him. Yeah. This fellow is really starting to burn the herbs. Look, he's not using a cauldron. Is he joking? Yeah. I've never seen anyone who doesn't use a cauldron. This fellow is too arrogant. How could he absorb all the herbs? He's too arrogant. Look, that guy actually fused several types of medicinal herbs together. Has this guy ever refined pills before? Countless people raised their heads in anticipation. However, the shock that Jiang Qin gave them became more and more unbelievable. You'll know how powerful Brother Jiang is later. Zhou Yunpeng was full of confidence. Right now, he had absolute trust in Jiang Qin, even unconditionally. Jiang Chen's talent in pill refining might not be weaker than Gu Wanfeng because he was the one who benefited the most. If it was a life and death battle, he would definitely be worried. Now that it was a competition, his confidence in Jiang Chen naturally increased. Let's see how long you can remain arrogant for. In a bit, you'll know that the pills you've refined are not even worth mentioning when compared to mine. Gu Wanfeng shouted in a deep voice, pill formed. Following Gu Wanfeng's shout, a bright red pill appeared completely. It was taken out from the cauldron and laid in Gu Wanfeng's hand. The energy recovery pill is here. As for the grade, everyone can tell that it's definitely a high-grade energy recovery pill. Gu Wanfeng was full of confidence. He looked at Jiang Chen and asked, I wonder when Junior Brother's pill will be formed. It's already formed. The corner of Jiang Chen's lips curled up. He retracted the flame in his hand and a round pill appeared in his hand. It emitted waves of pill fragrance, and the color of this pill was completely different from Gu Wanfeng's red energy recovery pill. What's going on? It's white. Gu Wanfeng frowned and his expression changed. He did not believe that Jiang Chen could refine a peak-grade energy recovery pill. Do I still need to tell you? As an alchemist, don't you know what a peak-grade pill is? Jiang Chen's words made the surrounding people suck in a cold breath. They all looked at him in disbelief. The corner of Gu Wanfeng's mouth also twitched. When he took the energy recovery pill from Jiang Chen's hand, his breathing stopped. It's really a white energy recovery pill. How is this possible? Even for his master Lin Zhongqiang, it was extremely difficult for him to concoct a supreme-grade pill. Moreover, it was extremely precious, and the failure rate was self-evident. A 100% effectiveness pill wouldn't even have a success rate of 10%. However, Jiang Chen had done it. This white pill that was emitting a faint medicinal fragrance was indeed a supreme-grade pill. It can't be. This guy really refined a peak-grade pill. Even a high-grade pill is not something that can be casually refined. It's because this energy recovery pill's grade is low, that's why Gu Wanfeng could succeed in one try. It really is a top-grade medicinal pill. I've heard people say that top-grade medicinal pills can emit bursts of medicinal fragrance, and the color is also true. I've been fortunate enough to see this top-grade qi recovery pill once, and it is indeed white. If that's the case, then he really refined a pill that's even more powerful than Senior Gu's. This soul-stabilizing pill and daybreak pill should also have been personally refined by him. Furthermore, he only used half of Senior Gu's time to refine a qi-returning pill that's even more effective than Senior Gu's. The crowd was in an uproar. Gu Wanfeng's expression also turned dark. At this moment, he had to admit that Jiang Chen's energy recovery pill was indeed a peak-grade pill. Moreover, he could not refine a peak-grade energy recovery pill. Chapter 2241. Gu Wanfeng's expression was extremely ugly. This was equivalent to sealing off his path of obtaining Jiang Chen's pill formula. As long as this fellow was here, no one would come to his business. This fella's soul-stabilizing pill and daybreak pill were extremely tempting to the inner and outer sect disciples. Now, everyone did not support Gu Wanfeng anymore because he had failed. Moreover, the title of the #1 alchemist disciple in Profound Feng sect would probably be given to Jiang Chen. This was an extremely important matter to all the inner and outer sect disciples. And Jiang Chen would definitely become the hot rising star of Profound Feng sect. I lost. Gu Wanfeng held his energy recovery pill tightly and flicked Jiang Chen's energy recovery pill back. If you lose, do you have to go through the ceremony of becoming my disciple? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Jiang Chen, don't go too far. Gu Wanfeng said coldly. Hee. Really despicable. Could this be the behavior of the #1 alchemist in the inner sect, Gu Wanfeng. Losing in the art of alchemy, but you can't even afford to lose your character. There are countless people here who can testify. You said it yourself. If you lose, you have to go through the ceremony of becoming my disciple. Otherwise, where would your face be? Yeah, you're shameless. Talking about face with you, even I feel embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Jiang Qin sneered at Gu Wanfeng. At this moment, many people laughed along with him. Gu Wanfeng's face turned from green to white. At this moment, he was on the verge of collapsing. This fellow was mocking him in front of everyone. How could Gu Wanfeng endure it? Gu Wanfeng has lost face this time. Yeah. Now, he doesn't even dare to keep his promise. TSK. I used to respect him as a talented alchemist senior. But now, he's just a so-so. That's right. This kind of person is really shameless to the extreme. I really don't know how he'll be able to survive in the inner sect in the future. The best way to deal with such a shameless person is to be even more shameless than him. Of course, I don't think this senior brother is that kind of person. Gu Wanfeng can be considered to have suffered a crushing defeat today. Everyone was happy to mock and watch the show. There were always some people who, no matter who won or lost, were happy to watch this tit-for-tat scene. Justice will prevail. Jiang Qin always believed in the existence of this sentence. All sorts of ridicule could be heard. Gu Wanfeng stared at Jiang Qin coldly, as if he was about to explode. You only have yourself to blame, humph. You couldn't stand that Gu Wanfeng and pouted. This guy, he's not going to fight, right? This time, Zhou Yunping panicked a little. If this guy really fought, Jiang Qin would definitely not be his opponent. This guy had already reached the half-step true god realm. There were only a handful of people who could win against him in the inner sect. Plus, the hidden force behind him was quite strong. You forced me to do this, bastard. Gu Wanfeng harumphed and clenched his fist. A 9-feet-long saber appeared in his hand. The saber light and the sword shadow were pointed at Jiang Qin. Could it be that Senior Gu wants to fight here? Jiang Qin said indifferently, incomparably calm. So what? You don't know how to respect your senior. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how strict the profound Feng sect is. You're not qualified to show off here. Gu Wanfeng walked towards Jiang Qin step by step. The 9-feet-long saber emitted a cold light as it fluttered in the wind. You've turned black into white. I've finally understood that the only way to deal with a shameless person like you is not to be more shameless than you are, but to not reason with you at all. Killing without mercy is the best way. Jiang Qin said without fear. He took a step forward and faced Gu Wanfeng. This scene shocked many people. Gu Wanfeng and Jiang Qin really want to fight here. Could it be that they really disregarded the sect's rules and wanted to fight here? Stop, Senior Gu. As an inner sect senior, I advise you not to do such a ridiculous thing. Especially in this trading market. If you guys have any grudges, you can settle it in the life and death arena. Why do you have to be so overbearing here? Bai Yunfei flew through the air and stared at the two of them with a serious expression. I advise you to stay out of my business. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. I will take full responsibility for the consequences. Gu Wanfeng looked at Bai Yunfei. Leng said. Bai Yunfei was the 4th-ranked outer sect disciple. His strength was not to be underestimated. He was not any weaker than the top 10 inner sect experts. Even Gu Wanfeng had to give him some face. You are looking down on the sect's rules. Bai Yunfei said. After this battle, I will go to the inner sect's law enforcement hall and ask for forgiveness. Today, I must kill him to relieve the hatred in my heart. Gu Wanfeng's aura did not weaken at all. Instead, it became more and more powerful. Alright, I'll make an exception today and be a witness for all of you. If that junior brother is willing to accept your challenge, I can let bygones be bygones and report the truth to the law enforcement hall. If he's unwilling, then regardless of the outcome of today's battle, you will not be able to escape punishment. Bai Yunfei looked at Gu Wanfeng. Alright. Gu Wanfeng nodded. This junior, are you willing to fight with inner sect senior Gu Wanfeng? If you win or lose, life or death doesn't matter. Bai Yunfei looked at Jiang Qin said. Someone is already bullying me. If I don't fight, won't I be laughed at by the sect disciples? Today's battle, life or death, the outcome will be clear. Jiang Qin said proudly. Generous. I've long found Gu Wanfeng an eyesore. If this senior brother defeats Gu Wanfeng, that guy should really find a hole to hide in. Yeah. His alchemy skills were crushed, and now he still has to fight to the death. The inner sect disciple's face has been thrown away by this Gu Wanfeng. What face does he have to lose now? I'm dying of laughter. Now, I hope that nameless senior can make Gu Wanfeng lose this battle. This Gu Wanfeng had become everyone's target. However, he only had Jiang Qin in his heart. He must kill the opponent to get rid of the hatred in his heart. The right to speak was always in the hands of the winner. As long as he killed Jiang Qin, then wouldn't he be the one to speak in the future? Bai Yunfei frowned. This disciple is really stubborn. How could he not know who Gu Wanfeng was? In other words, even he was not willing to fall out with Gu Wanfeng. After all, Gu Wanfeng's position in the inner sect was unshakable. And because of his identity as an alchemist, he had a large number of people supporting him. Jiang Chen looked at Gu Wanfeng Lang. Only one of them could live. Then, he did not mind killing Gu Wanfeng today. If Jiang Chen was still cautious, then he would not be Jiang Chen. At most, he would leave Profound Feng sect. The world was so big, was there no place for him to hide? Since you accepted the challenge, then your death is not far away. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.